invites people to just like swing and wait for power shots, and when they see the stun,
the
just
Black
go
Knight
and
to
throw a million
subscribe
more
with
punches.
Twitch Prime. Appreciate it, bro. Look, the stream
which is, you know, it is a
stream
way
app is acting crazy right now.
That's actually how I fight. I wait for the power punch counter opportunity, and the moment I see the stun phase, I just start hook spamming like an idiot.
Black Knight, I appreciate you, bro.
And there's no reason not to. You're not going to get punished by the anti-spam. And so, like, why wouldn't you? You already know that they're stunned, so like they're gonna take extra damage.
Let me jump in with the homies real quick, because I can confirm that at the very least.
And so I wish that it had a way to,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
now we connected.
I wish it had a way that instead rewarded you for responsible punches.
We in here now.
Like for
all's well that ends well. We back.
What it did.
Let me get back to
which I think it didn't work out,
with the homies
but it was in the right direction.
Oh my God!
If you get stunned, your damage is lower.
Today has been insane.
But if you block a punch, you can remove your stun effect.
I think y'all can hear him.
And I do think there is some merit to that, where like if you can block someone's stun, they can you can get out of it quicker, versus like if you can follow up with like well-placed shots as opposed to just like 30 shots, right? Like you should be able to knock someone down easier.
The issue is I feel like that wouldn't apply for majority of the player base. I feel like the only people that I've fought with that kind of accuracy have been Killer Cam and probably.
You don't need it on accuracy on every shot, though, because like, if you look at most fights, like it's pretty hard to punch
appreciate y'all
somebody
for coming
even
through.
if, like, you don't know what they're doing.
Alright, I'll go ahead and tear down the screen share real quick so you can.
So we got some new folks in. Thank y'all for waiting. I literally had to go back and forth on TikTok just to make sure that everything was going according to plan, and the plan was just to get the stream to working. So we in here, right? Dread, appreciate you coming through. The Black Knight, I appreciate the subscription. I promise y'all we are going to get to some VR boxing action tonight. I want to welcome everybody who is jumping into the chat right now for the Ringside VR exhibition nights. Tonight we're going to be featuring Thrill the Fight VR 2 VR boxing game that is out right now on early access. The community has been supercharged. If you know the channel, you know that we've been going back and forth on this particular game for a long time. You know what I'm saying? So shout outs to everybody who was with us, the TikTok army. For everybody who was looking for us last weekend, the server screwed us over. The servers and the developers decided that it was not going to be a fun night for anybody involved, but we're back. So giggle shits, you know what I'm saying? Hey, appreciate you for coming in at the start of the stream. Fernando Morales, appreciate you, you know what I'm saying? Peener was good. Dread was popping, you know what I'm saying? So we about to get started. Today is going to be just an interesting day. So we got 15 to 17 fights lined up tonight. Just reminding everybody, if you're trying to get on the action tonight, you already missed the sign up. We got all our boxers on their way. So let me know if you guys can hear the folks in Discord. Solly, Doom, Blue, go ahead and say what's up to the homies.
Yo,
what's up?
What's good? What's good? All right, Solly, who do we have up first today in the matchups? You know what I'm saying? Fernando Morales with the good what's up, what's good player.
All right, so we have Tesco versus Leo as our first matchup today.
Ooh, EU matchup.
And in fact, let's go and read off the whole lineup because we got another good 15 fights, as we often do. All right, Lube is the most recent one there, the accurate one?
Yes, it's the accurate one.
Nice.
All right, nice.
We're going to end up changing the order, actually, I think, because I know Charles needs to be going sooner.
Yeah,
Oliveira needs to be higher up.
Let's get the EU folks out here while we set up, and let's get it on and popping, man. It's already a long delay. We're gonna be here I'm gonna be here for a really long time. So shout outs to everybody in the audience, VIP chat in the Discord jumping in. We got 31 people watching live right now on Discord. He said, "What is late?" Yeah, what is late, really? You know. Hey, if you like the new graphics and you see the change on the stream, there is a new damage system, V5, right? That is out, new patch for the game. So everybody is going to be either nerfed or buffed. We're going to be hearing a lot of complaints from people back and forth. There's also a new venue, which you kind of see a little bit of the preview in the background. The fancy, ever so fancy, hotel with our Russian hacker mobsters. So, oh yeah, Solly, let me make sure to get the
room code. You should already have that, I believe.
Let's see, let me double check for it because I was about to jump in and start a fight and wouldn't been able to see it. All right, jumping into the room now. All right.
If everybody requests for an earlier fight, I can't get everybody a fight. I hope y'all know that.
Yeah.
When you guys do your signups, I'm gonna say this now. I'm gonna say this for everybody in the chat because y'all genuinely wasted like 20 minutes of my time redoing this. If you are not able to fight past a certain time, tell us what your time frame is. If I can't set you up on time and I end up setting your fight a little bit later because you forgot to set your time schedule, that's your fault, not mine. Don't sit there and complain about the fight. Don't
blame us. We do our best. So,
and set your times with a time zone, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got Tesco already waiting in the blue corner. Who do we have in the red corner?
It should be Leo, although he's in the lobby. I do not see him, or he's in the audience. I don't see him in the game just yet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, off goes Leo. Well, damn.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe
log back in. If not, we have some other EU fighters here, I think, on standby.
Yeah, let's get somebody up.
We can get Valentine versus Samir up in here first.
Yeah, who's ever ready to go, we'll get them up first, and then everybody else will just...
All right, there's Leo. Leo got back in. There we go. Let's see if he can get in there.
How do I join?
I DM'd you the code.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, just a reminder to everyone. So the way that we do this, we will DM you the code before it is time for your fight, probably in the middle of someone else's fight. When the stage is clear, hop on in. We'll also invite you to be speakers to up on stage. Please stay silent until after the match. After the match ends, don't just go straight to the scorecard and exit. Stay there, for a little bit. Show off, congratulate your opponent. And then we will do a quick post-fight interview, and during that time, we'll be getting the next fighters up and ready. So think about 15 minutes to 20 minutes per fight with interview, but some of them might end earlier just because this has been a pretty high knockdown patch. So if you're the next 2 or 3 fights, just be ready and on standby.
We're on 3 3-minute rounds, correct?
Yes.
Everybody knows 3 3-minute rounds. That's we're going to keep it moving really fast. You know what I'm saying? Mike said knock you out. We're about to get ready, and we're getting the first fights of the night set up. Who do we have? Is our opponent for Tesco ready, or are we switching out? He's up here on the stage. Ideal. We should be live on YouTube.
There he is.
All right, so yes, we are live on YouTube. There's 2 streams on YouTube. Ideal. There's a vertical and a horizontal one. Let me actually edit this one because we were messing around. And I actually have one that's not showing up correctly, so I'm going to fix that. So yeah, so look for RingsideVR, or just go to the channel. You should see it there. Like I said, there's two up for vertical and horizontal. We're on Twitch and TikTok. All right, so the first match is up. We've got Tesco, let's see, in the blue corner. And Tesco is taking on who in the red corner, guys?
Leo, new fighter from EU.
You said Leo, L-E-O?
L-E-O.
All right, Leo in the red corner. So I've got the squad up and ready. Whenever you guys are set, I'm set to go.
All right, let's get this first one underway. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. First match of the evening. Let's go.
Yeah, we got the EU fighters up. So for everybody who's new, we do the EU fighters first because it's already kind of late for them anyway, right? And so Tesco in the classic Kronk colors, and Leo Rock in the reds. I love to see it.
You ready? Let's fight.
So, Solly, what do we know about the newcomer Leo?
Honestly, not much. So we got new fighters coming into the server all the time. But from Leo, we know 1600 elo, so a little bit of a lower one than Tesco, but still confident and ready to fight. Tesco, on the other hand, like you said, Conf Gym regular, one of our strongest EU fighters. And so this is a good skill gate for anyone who's trying to stack up against the other EU fighters at Ringside.
Absolutely. Start that time here. It's always great to see Tesco fighting. Tesco again, Conf Gym, one of the stronger representatives in Conf Gym. Things have been pretty good. Leo, though, looking sharp in this first round. That elo difference, solid. Not really showing up too much.
No, that's why I like, especially with the EU fighters, right? I think it's sometimes they don't get as many matches as you get in like more populated regions like NA. And so, sometimes that low elo isn't necessarily from a lack of skill, but just from a lack of fights. Tesco looking like he's taking a step back, but back into the fight he goes. And honestly, like you said, even match, Leo does have a solid guard and a solid counter shot here, but getting rocked a few times, and Tesco showing that advantage.
Down goes Tesco. Chat, also let me know, we're still, the stream had to be restarted today, so some of the audio may be a little too high. Y'all keep us honest if the chat is too... Beautiful DMC, what's good, bro? Let's go. Uremi Grimes, can I still join? Yes. All you got to do is join the Discord. You'll be able to get in on next week's card. But already the first bit of action happening in this first round. And this is V5, Solly. This is the first time we're going to be seeing a lot of the exhibitionists here in V5. We expect a lot of knockdowns. The power has been brought back, right? Anti-spam is not so anti-spam as it used to be. Power has been brought back on the counters. Feeling pretty good, man.
Yeah, I think, right, this is the one that, like, knockdowns are back. I'm excited. I think it makes for, like, a little bit more of an exciting show. Some people don't like the gamification of it, but I think that there is still, the ability where if you want to be a technical outboxing fighter, you can still force that kind of fight. I think we'll probably see a couple matches later today, but not this one. Both of these fighters very willing to slug it out. Not really fighting too much from the outrange, really keeping it in that in-fight mid-range area.
Nice. Now, I really am hoping to see a lot of various styles kind of coming together in this new match. Shout out to Beautiful DMC in the chat. Audio's too high, bro. Let me know. Zid WS0, how do I watch the horizontal view? So you can watch the horizontal view in one of two places. You can watch it in Twitch, or you got to go to YouTube. Go on the channel. There should be 2 live streams. Up, one is horizontal, one is vertical. All right, let me get 3 more minutes on the clock here as I get situated with all of the shenanigans and the things that I've got to pull left and right. And actually, let me go ahead and get set up with TikTok chat, because TikTok chat be hungry, y'all. Round number 1, though, Solly, looking like it's going to come up for Tesco. How would you rate Leo's performance in that first round, the discovery round?
Honestly, really good, except for that moment where Tesco really turned on the aggression and found a couple of good shots. But the rest of that time, I felt like his guard was there. The only thing that I'm not, so sure of is how much damage he's throwing. Doesn't seem to be enough to make Tesco really too worried. But, round 2, adjustment round, and crowd liking those shots, so that power is there.
Yo, yeah, I mean, I'm liking that shot as well, bro. That was some nice hands right there, and we're going to see a lot of these more explosive shots right there. Stiff jab coming in from Tesco. Oh, yeah, the crowd's really feeling it. And shout out, chat, if you guys like the new arena in this fancy hotel, see if you can find your favorite Russian hacker. Man, the crowd's really energetic here. Tesco starting to put on the damage on your boy Leo. And that's the crazy part, too. When you have somebody who's experienced as Tesco, who's been in this 3-round format so many times, right? He knows how to pace himself. So while that first round was looking pretty even, Tesco might have been just measuring up his opponent, seeing how much he can get away with.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Definitely, you can see the experience difference here, right? Not at all worried about the big stage, and he's kind of come in with a game plan that he trusts. And boom,
Ooh.
Right there, followed it through to another knockdown.
See if we can get an instant replay of that.
Crazy.
Yeah, just caught it on the instant replay there. Okay, it is working. Thank goodness we got the instant replay action for you all. For those who are wondering, how can you join in on the action? I got you guys. All you got to do is join the Discord. On Discord, look for RingsideVR. It's a public Discord, so you can just search for it. And in between time, in the breaks, I'll be dropping the links for you guys. So just be sure to ask for that whenever you need it. Definitely looking forward to seeing what Tesco thinks about this new damage system after this match concludes. But right now, busy making some work here. This boy Tesco is on fire.
Yeah, Tesco's just been in control this whole round, and I don't really see that much happening. Ooh. I was going to say, there's a couple of these moments where he puts together really good combos. This is Leo. But I feel like it's just not enough, right? His damage is like just a step too slow or too weak. And, it's letting Tesco trade pretty comfortably. It's not great to be hit by like one of those 30, 40 damage shots. But if you can return with a shot that counters and stuns them, it's worth it to eat it just to get the damage advantage.
And honestly, I find that I call it the spear and shield technique. You intentionally block someone's punch knowing that they're not going to return back to a good defensive position, and then you just blast them on the counter hit. And it's worked out pretty well so far, I'm not going to lie. But especially in this damage, when V5 is there, you kind of take your time. But Tesco looking like he's pretty good in round number 2. I'm liking what I'm seeing from the guy.
Me too. And, this is, I think, pretty clearly his match to lose at this point. We're, 2 rounds with 2 knockdowns. We're looking at 10-8s both times, if not worse, if the damage is also in his favor. Mm-hmm. So Leo at this point is looking for that knockdown, like we like to say, open goalie mode. You just sent me that other meme the other day of that ice fighting. That's VR all the way, especially right now. There's nothing to hold you back. Either go for the KO or, go for glory.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's where it's at, right? KO, glory. But the thing about the glory and the KOs, right, we've got to be very careful. In V4, the previous damage system, we could have gotten away with, like a match like this being pretty confident that Tesco would take over. But this is V3. And not to really count out Leo or anything, he still does have a puncher's chance, and that's something that's very special that exists in this damage system that did not exist before. That puncher's chance is real.
Yeah, I mean, V5, not V3, but yeah. Absolutely right.
I mean, V5, V3, is there really a difference?
Interchangeable terms.
That is true. The community feels very strongly about that. No, but it's there, right? Like if you take advantage of anti-spam, if you take advantage of like the hands being in the wrong spot, if you take advantage of your own power shot in the weak zones, mm-hmm. you can easily get the kind of damage needed to just throw someone down on the ground.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Tesco rocked to the ugly face there, but coming back well with some good ducks. Eating a punch there, though. Leo starting to find some rhythm.
Oh, no, not with that one, though. Not with that left hook coming slamming down right on the cheek of Leo. Leo looking hurt. And at this point, guys, I got to remind everybody, when someone is hurt, when they got the ugly face, when they look like they about to cry, shit they pants a little bit, you are literally a Super Saiyan on the other side. Go in. Destroy them. They take a lot more damage. You have literally unlimited stamina on your character. It's the time to pick somebody apart.
That was exciting. The crowd is loving it too. Both fighters at this point, you can tell, swinging hard. And these are, at this point, like knockdown shots or go home broke, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, give the fans what they want. Give the people what they want. We want to see some action, and right there, that is what we're talking about. All right, TikTok, I see y'all. I see y'all out here. Everybody, check out the Discord link. I just dropped it in TikTok. This is to join the server, and I'll give you guys instructions on how to get in on future fights here in a little bit. VC.
Ooh, another one.
Tesco another
dominating this fight through and through. Let's see if he can end it with a knockdown or if he's just going to get a dominant scorecard.
I like how Leo fights, but he doesn't have any footwork or real defensive movement at all. There's no footwork, no
hey, Jaden Foy, this is not
clean punches.
Pre-recorded. Don't listen to people in the chat, Jaden Foy. They don't really know what they're talking about a lot of the time. Literally just responded to this man. But guys, in the chat, we do try to get to the chat in between the matches. Right now, we're just kind of vibing and commentating. So for the moment, just kind of enjoy the fight. And I'll let you guys know how to get in on the action here in a little bit. Appreciate y'all's patience. As always, this round is about to conclude. Third round, and things are looking like it's going to be coming up all aces for your boy Tesco. Double check that link. It says the link, edit the invite link.
Yeah, Leo didn't take that.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. That was Tesco all day. And let's take a look at the scorecard. A staggering 20-30 in favor of your boy Tesco. Tesco with the perfect scores on the SAT 10-10-10, 10-7, 10-7, and 10-6. I mean, this was a huge lead for Tesco. I mean, honestly, it almost went to a TKO in that third round, but really going to be the interesting part is the damage. Oh my god, the damage right now. 1905 in the first round for Tesco in the blue corner. A staggering one-ups himself, 2,101 damage, and then he ups it again for 2,386 damage. I mean, get used to big numbers, folks. 6,392 to 4,016 for Tesco. I mean, get used to
honestly,
that kind of damage.
Credit to Leo too, right? 4,000 for 3 rounds is nothing to sneeze at. But again, Tesco just dominating it with almost double the what I would consider like around 1,000 being the average punch damage people put out.
Oh, absolutely. Whew. Oh, and also, Solly, can you do me a favor? Can you make sure that the Discord bot isn't killing people coming in? People are saying that they cannot get into the chat.
Notifications haven't gone off, so.
What's good, Vitality? You know what I'm saying? What's good? Okay, so before we get on to this fight, I want to let everybody know, if you're new to the channel, this is a weekly VR boxing stream presented by RingsideVR. I am your host, Super M, with RingsideVR, the place to be for everything virtual boxing. And I've got some of my homies with me tonight. Shout out to my co-commentator, Solly, in the building. Solly, say what's up to the people.
Woo! What's up, everyone? Here from Ringside.
Yeah, and then we've got some of our mods and some Ringsiders here. We got Doom helping us out all the way from EU. Doom, say what's up to the homies.
I think he's AFK.
Oh, I think he's AFK. And then we've got the ever mouthy, always getting people's heads, living in their rent-free, Bloob, the Style Master. What's good, Bloob?
The professional rage baiter.
The professional rage baiter. Right, and so what are we doing here, guys? So today we are going to be featuring 30 boxers, about maybe 34 boxers tonight. We got 15 to 17 fights set up for you guys. If you want to get in on the action, you think you got the hands, first things first, you got to join the Discord, right? So I've been sending links in TikTok. Let me know. If you want to also click a link that I know will work, go on the YouTube channel. While you're there, hit a subscribe, check out some videos, jump in on the link there. The link is on the Discord of the channel, and the link is under every video on the channel as well. If you want to fight tonight, right, you're too late. Sign up start at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Sunday in the Discord. First 30 boxers get in on the stream, and we do this every Sunday. So if you want a chance to get in, jump in the Discord. Might as well hop into the VIP chat. You know what I'm saying? We got a bunch of goofballs in there having a lot of fun. And, you know, just jump in. You know what I'm saying? So anybody can come in. So for folks who are like, hey, you're boxing with viewers, I only have a limited amount of time. So I box with the viewers and the boxers who sign up ahead of time. With that being said, though, let's lock in with the previous boxers. And what we like to do is after the fight, we talk a little bit. So, Tesco,
Yo.
All right. Now, the last time I talked to you, right, you said, and I quote, V5 is bollocks. I think you said it with that level of enthusiasm, right? You've had some time with V5. You had an amazing performance, right? 6K damage, nothing to sneeze at. How you feeling about it now, bro?
Yeah, I've been playing a lot lately. Just, I've had some very bad moments with the game so far. But honestly, the last week, I've really, really, really enjoyed it. I mean, as long as you don't get those people who just spam into the what do you call it? When you hurt someone, when you hurt them.
Oh yes, the adrenaline mode.
If you can actually fight someone, box them, it is very good. It really does reward people who can land clean shots, and counter shots definitely are heavier. Body shots are heavier. It punishes you if your hands are down. So yeah, I mean, it still needs to be worked on 100%, but it's a lot better than when I first started. But you're always going to get that with every update.
Oh, absolutely. I appreciate you for sticking with it. And like I tell everybody, you're going to get used to it, right? And Naruto, I love the enthusiasm, but I'm going to have to ban you, my boy. You spam it in chat. Yeah. I'm just going to kick him out. I don't know what's going on. Hey, yo, I appreciate you for coming through, Tesco, putting on a show, the very first V5 stream, and you did it with amazing fashion, right? I want to talk to your opponent, Leo, real quick. Leo.
Just one more thing.
Oh, yeah, wait. Tesco, go ahead, bro.
Just want to say if CJ is in here, he's talking mad shit. If he wants to get battered, I'll batter him as well.
Ooh.
Talk shit, I'll smash your face in.
Might be a matchup for next week. And also, everybody watching on TikTok, we do grudge matches and rematches around here too. A lot of people get feisty, so you know what I'm saying? We'll see. Okay, Leo.
Yo.
What's good, bro? First time on Ringside VR. How you feeling?
It was really fun, to be honest.
Nice.
Tesco was just better than nothing I could really do. He was just a lot better than me. So
Look, I like that you showed up for the first time seeing you. It's V5.
I know it's not the us.
Do you have any thoughts on V5, right? How do you feel about the damage system? Do you think it's been good for the game, or do you think it needs improvements?
I think I'm playing the game a lot more now. I think whatever the last one was, I just couldn't play. It wasn't very fun for me, but I think the recent update has been good, to be honest.
Okay, so look, as long as you're having fun, I'm happy with that. You know what I'm saying? Look, come back next week. We do this every Sunday. We also have events on Thursdays. Lock in with the homies. I'm glad you're having fun, and that's all that it really matters to us over here, is that folks are having fun, especially on these exhibition nights. So I appreciate you for coming through, bro. Yeah, man, let's go ahead and get the next boxers up on the stage. Solly, who do we have up next?
Ali.
Sorry, I was muted. Next up, we're going to have V versus Samir, the Fade. However, it looks like I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties
the tech gremlins
on my spectator side.
The tech gremlins.
Yeah, are you in the lobby? So
I am in the lobby. I see gotcha. Doom. He looks ready. I don't see Samir.
Interesting.
I can go ahead and hop in the code. You guys need a quick spectator to throw up the screen share while Sally's setting up his shit.
Yeah, Sally, let us know what you want to do.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hop in there, Bloob.
All right, send me the code, Super.
All right. I'm gonna give you the code now. Sorry for a moment, guys. I do like to remind everyone the game is in early access, so we do have technical difficulties like this from time to time.
As is the spectator mode.
And there's the code for you, Blue. And until then, I'm gonna lock in with the homies. You know what I'm saying? The Black Knight. That was a really good first matchup to really see, you know, a lot. You were going to see a lot more of that. We're going to see a lot more heavy hits, and hopefully the replay system can keep up with it, right? It's going to be a good one. The next one is Doom. Doom is known for having a terrifying outboxing game. good jab. Sometimes he'll go and switch hit into the flicker jab. He's also from the Kronk gym as well. So a lot of Tommy Hearns fans, if you know Kronk gym, you know the reference, right? So this next one should be good. We got Bloob in here. Where's Samir? Is Samir up? Also,
I pinged him just now.
Also, I do not have control over the spectator, so I think Doom has it.
Possibly.
Just want to double check and make sure that that is true.
It says I can kick buttons, and it says I can kick users as well.
Oh, Doom left to give you back control of the lobby.
I do not have control of the lobby. Do you have control of the lobby?
He just left. I didn't get it.
I definitely don't have
it. Let's just create a new lobby. I think that might be the easier way to do it.
He's got to completely disconnect. Because if he can leave and come back and still maintain.
Oh, I got it. Here, I got it.
Okay, nice.
All right.
Yeah. All right, now we have it. Make sure hotel 3 minutes is up right now. Nice.
There we go. All right, back to you. It goes.
Nice. Okay, so for everybody on TikTok, what time does it start? So 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I remind you guys, the sign up start in the Discord. First 30 boxers who complete the sign up process get in on the stream. Stream usually starts at 7. Today we had some technical difficulties, so it started a little later, but generally stream starts at 7 and runs till we run through all the matches. So speaking of matches, we've got Doom jumping back in. And we don't see Samir. If we don't have Samir, let's not sit on this match waiting for him. Let's move on to the next one. Oh, there he is. All right. So Samir in the red corner, Doom in the blue corner. I'm already ready to go. So whenever you guys have the matchup started, you go ahead and start. Oh, I'm the one starting the match now. I have the power. All right. And also people in chat over here like, yo, y'all over here slipping on the signups. They gonna jump in for you. I appreciate the enthusiasm for everybody in the chat though. All right, let's get this next fight underway. So,
and also joining us from the ring and right back onto the commentators table is going to be Tesco, one of our regular commentators at this point.
Oh, Tesco's back, man. All right, bro. So let's lock in. So how many? Wait, just so I know, how many people are commentating? I know I'm commentating. Tesco, you're commentating, right?
You and Tesco right now.
All right, so Tesco. Back in the hot seat, bro. We got your brother in arms, Doom out here. What do you think about this fight, and how do you feel like Doom has been in this new version?
I've sparred Doom a few times now, and honestly, I mean, he is.
All right, we haven't heard from Tesco yet. Solly, I'm gonna throw that question back out to you. Round 1 underway. We've got Doom. Good to see him back in the ring after such a long hiatus. Taking on Samir. I can't hear Tesco.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear him. Interesting. We'll figure it out. Anyway, we'll comment for now until we can until Super can hear you. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Same gym as Tesco, right? Kronk gym, one of the leaders of that gym, and again, I would say probably the #1 EU contender, at least on ringside, and honestly anywhere else that I have seen. And Samir, doing pretty good in last week's EU exhibition, which we sort of had off camera because of the tech issues. But we had, came in, beat one of his rivals and decided he wanted to challenge for the top of the EU. So V decided to oblige him.
Nice. We need to get more of the EU folks up here. Definitely love to see all of them fight. They have such a unique and crisp style in this game. Definitely not really shy about, like a lot of the NA boxers, they're going to go haymakers, big hooks, but the EU boxers, I mean, very sharp with especially with the jabs and the crosses. I mean, they're just really clean boxers overall, and I think the game needs a lot more of that.
Can you hear me now, Super?
Yeah, I can hear you now, bro. What's going on? Welcome. Yeah.
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, it's a little Discord stuff. So like I was saying earlier, maybe we've already caught this, but your boy Doom is in the ring against Samir. Favoritism is 100% allowed. How are you feeling about Doom's chances in this match?
Honestly, from sparring Doom a few times, I think it's going to be very one-sided. Doom's a very technical fighter. He's got very good jab, very good cross, and then even in the pocket, he's still very good with his long reach. I've also fought Samir as well. He's alright. He's pretty good. But me fighting someone as room skill versus joystick is a bit iffy for me. So I haven't seen his full potential yet. But yeah, I got Doom winning, I think, by a landslide.
Nice. I love the absolute one-sided favoritism from the commentary staff. Samir not really having a lot of confidence on his side from the corner, but that really doesn't mean anything. Anything can happen. And he's got to be very careful, though. A lot of those wild swings really punishing him at the end of that last match. I got to remind everybody that in this damage system, we have a little something called the anti-spam system. What does that mean? Well, hell, we've been trying to figure it out ourselves, but the best intelligence has been basically saying that if you throw more than 4 punches in rapid succession, doesn't matter what punches they are, doesn't matter where they come from, your character will enter a weakened state where they are more susceptible to counter punches and stuns. So right there at the end, Samir was kind of swinging back and forth wildly with those hooks. Your boy Doom came in with the clean shots, put some hurt on him, and won himself a bit of favoritism at the end of that match. But I agree with you, Tesco. I think it's so far, round 1 over, it's a very one-sided fight. And if Doom can keep this pace up, I think he's going to find that knockout that he might be looking for.
Yeah, but you got to give credit to Samir, right? He did withstand that whole first round and managed to be upright the entire time. Now, adjustment round coming in for both fighters. This is honestly where I think V might take it away. That Doom style where he after he kind of locks in and adjusts, he starts getting real aggressive. And that's where, I think the patch kind of gives him an even bigger buff.
Yeah, speaking of the buffs that we're talking about, chat, so a couple of things that have changed in this game. Number one, that's going to help Doom in this matchup is that the chin hitbox has been increased by about 25%. So that means for folks who favor jabs and straights, they're going to find a lot of increased damage, roughly about the margin of 40% when they're kind of going for their strategy. The other thing that has been changed as well is the defense stance and the offense stance. So if you're looking at Doom right now in the yellow trunks and he's throwing those hands, he's going to be doing a bit more damage, but it's going to be slightly more susceptible to a knockdown. And just like that, let's take a look at the instant replay, the quick turnaround, bink, bink. When you're punching, the turns have tabled. You're going to be in a bit more susceptible. When you're kind of hands up in the guard, you're taking less damage. So in this version, while we have been talking about a lot of offense, one has to be very careful about people who are patient, can stay in the pocket, stay behind that guard with confidence, because they're going to be able to come back with some surprising counter shots, just like we saw from Samir.
Valentine pouring on aggression, though, realizing he has to take back that knockdown, knowing he's up on damage. You see Samir being put on the back foot here. Valentine just giving up that outboxer persona and really just scrapping it out right now with Samir.
Yeah, I don't think scrapping it out is the way that you want to go. Oh, dang. A little controller malfunction.
No. There he goes.
Oh, he's back. He's back. Yeah, I don't think scrapping is the way you want to go right now. If you're Doom, all right, take the L. You still have 1 round to work, and you have the first round in your favor, right? So I would say I would say the first round went to him, bro.
I think him pouring on the aggression, being the quicker fighter in the pocket, and surprisingly, I think being a little bit the shorter fighter here.
Yeah, but
I think him pushing in onto the inside, he's an experienced infighter. I know a lot of his outwork is where he specializes, but he's not just a flicker jab and a Doom persona. I mean, Valentine is a very accomplished inside fighter. I think if he were to push an infight here and genuinely go for the knockdown, that'd be his best bet here. I don't see him being able to land a knockdown on the back foot unless Samir does something stupid. Because if you notice, on every hook that Samir throws, which is damn near his every punch, he's leaning all the way over to the side on it. He's doing drastic head movement, and on stationary versus stationary, it's kind of hard to step in close enough to punish that without getting in range of the hook, you know?
I mean, I hear you, bro.
I think he's making the right decision pushing in here and taking... Yep, might be able to land something here.
Nah, bro, he's not gonna be able to land anything.
Not
no.
in time.
The thing about it is Samir is well aware that he got his knockdown. Samir's not doing anything stupid. All right, he's gonna take the knockdown and take this round. And the thing about it is like when you get overly focused on the knockdowns, the first thing that's gonna happen is what has just happened to Doom. You lose track and lose sight of how many punches you throw. Someone's gonna catch a wild punch, and then you run the risk of being now 2 knockdowns down. Versus take a step back and just say, all right, what just happened? Because I'm pretty sure if you're Doom, you probably felt that was a lucky punch from Samir, and retake the 3rd round. Solly, what do you think?
I would.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go, right? Like, you can kind of, once you're in the fight, you kind of have to go with what's already worked. And that's, what he did in round 1, right? Like, be patient, be careful. And, Samir at this point could still get it down to a draw or, outright lose if the damage is there enough. So he could still catch him for a counter, right? He doesn't, he doesn't have the option to just play that passive slow fight the entire time. He needs to do something in round 3.
What about you, Tesco? How are you feeling about the round number 1 and 2 and Doom's outlook and Samir's outlook as well? Ooh, here we go. There's that pressure
we don't need my input.
It speaks for itself. That's the aggression there. This is the time to put the aggression on, I think, to Doom's point earlier, right? You got a fresh health bar, whole round to work with. This is where you try to set yourself ahead.
Yeah, Samir's got good inside work, if I'm going to be honest. Every time they get into the trade on the inside, it seems like Samir's landing most of the heavier shots. If V now plays the long game with his very powerful left-right, he's going to catch Samir very easily and then can push on the infight, try and get that knockdown. But yeah, I mean, first round, definitely V's. Second round, I'm not too sure with that knockdown. I think it was definitely a bit of a scuffy V5 moment, but yeah, let's have round 3 speak for itself though.
We're going to see.
I think V struggling with ping right now.
A little bit.
Definitely see some of his shots just swing air.
We do have to be careful of that, Blue. Like the ping is the true op, I think, as we said earlier, right? It's been plaguing boxers left and right. So subtle, so sneaky, and very frustrating to fight against, right? But, we still have a whole other round, and we honestly, the first round is you see the emotion. Did you see the emotion?
Favor goes the match.
That was a beautiful combo.
Scorecards for sure. This is going to be exciting. V making it a high-stakes match, and now the rest of this fight, both fighters need to to dominate. V can go back in his comfortable, hitman counter long-distance style, work with those long arms that he hasn't been able to use as much to his advantage, but at this point, that defense is solid. Look at it. Head movement, arms, everything working together very smoothly.
I mean, now. Go ahead, Tesco.
That little 3-4 piece that Samir threw there, V was like, bang! Caught him with a clean straight hook. Didn't do much damage, maybe a ping issue on his end, but yeah, that shot definitely would have landed and done some decent damage.
Decent damage indeed. And at this point, what does Samir have to do to try to capture a knockdown back and take this match back completely in his favor?
I have no idea.
He's going very cautious. He's not going to he's not going to get anti-spam, right? You can tell he's not going to throw more than 3 punches at any given time.
I mean, coming back is hard. I don't know, bro.
Might be a lost game now for Samir.
He tried to punch trade bait him. He tried to rage bait V into slugging with him. Nope, not gonna work.
You won't get V slugging it out with you.
Now, that first round, though, to Bloop's point earlier, could be something that because if Samir out-damaged, even though he did not have as many shots. Oh, never mind. You always got to hold out, right? You always got to hold out just to see. And a lot closer. Ooh. A lot closer of a match than we thought it was going to be. So, of course, Doom taking that first round 10-9. Losing the second round 10-8. So he was already down before that knockdown. But then coming back, and recentering himself. Like we were saying earlier, if he rushed in, it would have been... That would have pretty much put him into draw territory if he rushed in and got another knockdown there. But 2 knockdowns apiece. Second knockdown coming by way... third knockdown in the third round for Doom. The Samir grabbing that knockdown in the second round, and a lot smaller damage than the last one though. 2005 versus 1206. Pretty decent technical round, good defensive round for Doom. He mitigated a lot of damage, especially. So let's go ahead and lock in with the homies real quick right on this break, and then while we wait for them to come back from the match, I'm gonna actually send out some new invites for everyone. Solly, just keep me honest. Is the bot doing extra work right now? Because some people are still not able to get in on the Discord.
There's nothing in the safety notifications.
So you can hop in the lobby
chat, I'm dropping the Discord link right now. Let me know.
Start editing.
Wait a minute. Why isn't this working? Let's go.
I'm gonna go on def and I'm gonna let you guys handle this for a little bit while I go edit that shit that I worked on with Stevie.
All right. So we've got next up, we've got Tomato jumping in the blue corner. And then who do we have in the red corner?
Tomato versus Drake. Drake's the Reaper.
Drake's
We're gonna need to stream on the Discord.
Solly, see if you can. Oh yeah, he's there.
Yeah.
He's there.
I'm hopping in now. I just have to get into the lobby.
Can I have it?
V.
Yo, what's up?
Come on up.
Yeah, V. All right, we got to talk to you, bro. So V, been a while since we've seen you fight, right? The match started off in classic V fashion. We were all talking about how you were gonna stick the outboxing, work the jab, try to keep your opponent on the outside. Something happened in that second round, and you got clobbered, dude. Were you surprised by that knockdown?
Nah. It's V5, man.
V5. Hey, let it rip, bro.
Yeah.
V5 is alive. Everybody's Mike Tyson now in this damage system. But you centered yourself and you brought it back together. I was saying, we were having a little bit of a conversation on the commentary corner. Like, do you go for the immediate knockdown return or do you center yourself? What were you thinking in that moment?
When I got knocked down, I was fuming.
Yeah.
Can't lie, I was pretty mad.
Yeah.
Disappointed in myself. But now I was thinking, I'm gonna get my shit back. I want the points now, so I'll try to get a little more on the infighting. And then try to get some knockdowns. It went well.
It went well.
But,
it went well. Yeah. Big grats, man. Good to see you back on the big stage.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So were we gonna see you back next week, or you got the time? Like, what's up?
I don't know.
Oh, no.
I know Entertainer been talking mad smack, man.
Look, if we can get you versus Entertainer, dude, I'll make that fight happen.
Yeah, man, you're talking too much about me.
Because then
call me out in the YouTube comments, man.
Look, then the Hitman would have beaten him, and then you would have beaten him, and it would be a total Kronk Gym domination. At that point, right? So very interesting there. Samir, I gotta highlight you next, bro. Samir there?
You're muted.
Let me double check, make sure I don't have him muted.
No, I think he's muted on his own mic.
Oh yeah, he's muted on his own. We'll give Samir a little bit to hop in here. In the meantime, though, want to lock in for checking in Twitch. So how do you get in on the camera angle? So the camera angles that we have come from the Observer app. This was programmed early on in the game's life, sometime last year. The developers granted the Observer mode, so I get to do all these cinematic shots and get these really cool shots. You gotta, I think they're still doing it. You gotta reach out on the official Discord. The Black Knight, appreciate that information. Yes, signups are 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the Discord. I'm gonna drop a Discord link for you right there, just so you can get in. And so it's 8:34 right now, so we're actually a couple hours out. But if you join the Discord, you could definitely get started on for next week for sure, right? So official Boeing says, I've been struggling to knock someone out. Any tips? So on the game, right? New V5. Here's my tips for the game. Let me see if I can. Do I have my controllers with me? Absolutely. Tips for getting knockouts. First things first, controllers, right? If you are somebody who punches, and yes, they want you to be realistic in this game, but no, it's a VR game. Do whatever you have to do to make sure that your punches, the elbow is aligned with the wrist. See how my wrist and my elbow are straight? If I bend this way, bend to the left, bend to the right, even slight rotations, they're going to reduce your damage. So keep your wrist straight, right? 2, find your best shot. So go into the dummy, do 10 jabs at the same speed, 10 hooks at the same speed, 10 crosses, overhands, uppercuts, chopping rights. Try all of them. Find your most comfortable punch. The punch that you know you could do the most damage on, that's your knockout shot. Plan your gameplay around that. So for me, it is the right overhand. I love it, right? So I'm always looking to see where I can land that. If I'm throwing it in a combo or if I'm doing it off of defensive maneuver, I'm looking to land that shot. The next thing is aim for the weak zones. Chins, above the eyes, the temple, liver, solar plexus. Is 40% increased damage on your shots. So those are going to be your tips for knockouts. Now, defensive knockouts, you got to get your opponent's timing, hit him with a counter shot, stun him, finish him off. Offensive knockouts, work a combination. Don't spam, don't get in there and do this and do that. Work your jab, come in, throw uppercut, throw a hook, get them down, work their gameplay. When you get them stunned or you see that ugly face, then you go in for the kill, but you got to be patient. So that's my tips right there for anybody who's just trying to get some knockouts. Hopefully they help, you know what I mean? EJD, I just dropped the Discord link right underneath your comment. Let me know if you can see that.
Finally, we got the unusual activity thing detected, so now it might be stopping them. All right,
okay.
Okay.
Oh, we just got unusual activity on the Discord. And also official Boeing, the best advice that I could give you is to join the Discord, because we talk about tech, we help each other out, we have several gyms on the inside, so just lock in with us, bro. But with that out the way, let me just make sure I didn't miss anybody, right? Christopher Newble, appreciate you, says, good fight. This is my second week watching. I need to get off my ass and join the fun. I feel you, bro. I've been slowly and surely getting up off the butt cheeks myself. Jump in. We got a bunch of people of all skill ages, like me. I'm old. You can always spar against me. But Solly, let's go ahead and get this next fight. Tomato in the blue corner, the Reaper in the red corner. Next match definitely underway. I
realized Reaper. I think you have control to start the match, and also Reaper, I think, is Don Ellis.
Oh, that is Don Ellis. Hold on. Is he? Did he officially change his name?
I think so.
Okay, I'll leave it as the Reaper. We know who's who. Okay, let me make sure to start this next match. Our boy Don Ellis is back. For those of you who don't know, Don Ellis used to be known as the Gravedigger. Don Ellis, aka The Undertaker, and he's since then rebranded, so very interesting to see.
Still in theme though, Reaper, Undertaker, Gravedigger, all in that same vein. He's gonna kill you. He's gonna kill you in VR. He's gonna dig a grave to make that event happen.
So I just tried to start the match. It says no internet connection.
Interesting. That was
interesting.
Nice.
Starting again. Waiting for deployment. Starting for you. Starting for me. We're looking at Gravedigger. We're looking at the Reaper. We're looking at Tomato. Very interesting, because it can't be no internet on my end, because I still see the chat.
I hear you. We hear you. Yeah, can't be.
Can't be me. Can't be me, Bo. Can we have both of the boxers disconnect? I'm gonna disconnect as well, Solly, so that way you can have the observer.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna join back in. Do you have control?
I should.
Excellent. So I'm joining back in right now, and it might be my observer just acting jank, but let's see if everybody can join back in. So I know chat's eagerly waiting for me to just be like, "Yo, when's the next fight?" I got y'all.
All right, let's start it up. Let's
wait. I'm not in. Hold on, wait. Task manager.
Oh, shit. All right, well, it is starting. Guys, don't worry. Just exit out of this fight, and we'll wait for Super to get back in.
Yeah, I'm restarting the entire observer.
But all right, but at least the game is working. We don't need another.
Oh wow! So the observer on my end assumes that I'm not connected to the internet.
GG.
That's new.
GG's. Super GG's. Like, they don't want anyone to see really dope VR boxing action. Well, right now, I want to come in slow 6 with the heart, with another heart, with 4 hearts. Damn, some shades, some palm trees, a sombrero with a curling mustache, and 5 roses. That's a lot of love. That is a lot of freaking love. Damn. Slow 6 with the appreciation. I love it. All right, I'm going to try again to jump back in here. Multiplayer. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. This might be it for the stream if I can't get back in on the observer. Best VR con here, bro. I appreciate it, especially with how buns the stream has been right now. I appreciate that a lot. Let's try this again.
I don't think I've ever heard an American say buns before, man. Like, that's buns.
Oh, is that
I thought that was like a British thing.
Nah, bro, that's a up north thing, man. That's definitely from New York. It could be.
I had a roommate who said it too.
Yeah, and I got a homie.
Now, to be fair, I've only ever heard black people say it.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a black term. No, it's definitely a black term.
I mean,
yeah, no, 100%.
You mainly hear it from London, which that is basically.
Okay, so that might be where it migrated from. All right. Why is Steam not acting right? Hold on, guys, what's going on? Let me end Steam.
Not having a good day.
I'm not having a good day. I couldn't even get the stream up. You know, saying now I'm like I just got some support. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Black Knight, yeah. I gotta actually go back up to New York and hopefully one more time for this year. All right, let me close window.
Wait, Jackmon, do you say the sort of the fight servers are down or just?
Someone
just said in Discord that
are the servers down?
Servers are down.
Oh my God, the servers are down
no,
again.
You said they're good. You said they're good.
Okay, wait, God damn it.
Jackmon, bro, you got us fucking hard skipping a beat here.
I mean, for real, I'm trying my best here, chat. I am trying my best. Hold on, let me lock in. Let me jump back in here real quick. Let me see. Steam just got reset. We're launching Thrill the Fight. Starting back up.
Let's he's playing it.
Jumps in on multiplayer settings. Wow, for real? It's not letting me in?
Damn.
Okay, plan B. Hold on, guys.
What happens if you try to like host your own lobby?
It's not letting me in. Like, it's not letting me start the actual app. If I click multiplayer, it says says access Steam features connected. If I click multiplayer, it says please make sure you're connected to the internet to continue.
I've had it crash on me a lot of different times. I've never had that issue.
That's cool. So what I'm gonna do is this instead. Hold on. We have another backup stream. I'm gonna patch everyone through to the Discord. Give me a second, you guys. I'm gonna actually just jump into the Discord, watch the stream there, and if I could, let me see, window capture. I'm doing some live stream engineering right now. We're gonna go to select a window, discord.exe. Okay, so we got Discord up. It'll be a slightly lower quality stream, y'all, but Solly, I am watching you this time around. I think, yep. Yeah, you can go ahead and start. I got the tech for technical difficulty, you guys. So they wanna kick me out solo dolo out this bug. You're not gonna stop the stream.
Trying to silence the best.
Try to.
Never.
No one can destroy the metal. The metal will live on.
All right. So we got Don Ellis in the blue corner coming in as the Reaper today, and in the red corner, appropriate, is Tomato, rocking that Kill Bill, Steelers.
So
and
Don's in the blue corner. All right,
Don's in the blue corner, rocking the gray shorts.
Nice. And then I'll go ahead. You guys go ahead and commentate for a little bit. I've got to get everything reset up here for this next match.
Gotcha.
I've never seen these two fight before, so it's gonna be new for me.
Yeah, Don Ellis is a regular here. He has a pretty good style. I would call it like a tough guy counterpuncher style. I haven't seen how he fights on V5 yet. Tomato is, I think, someone who might have been here once or twice before, but is still a newer fighter for me to see. But so far, I like what he's doing. He's got the head movement, but he's got to be careful with those hands down. In this new patch, you can take a lot of extra damage.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've been caught with my hands down a few times. It's not pleasant. It's one shots will get you.
Yeah, and like your opponent doesn't even have to hit very hard. Ooh, great counter shots by him. Yeah.
Are they both hit? Looks like they're both hit.
Tomato dropping Ellis early.
See if I can catch that on the replay.
That's how you do it.
Are you okay?
Oh, got the volume on the replay though. Yeah, instant replay's cooked for this stream because the ratios aren't the same. It's all good. We'll fix it in editing. All these videos will end up being on the YouTube channel. Back into this action though. Yeah, it was interesting though. I think Don Ellis is going to be one of those people who historically hasn't done well in V4, right? Did pretty decent in V3. But now we're kind of looking at maybe a return to form for Don Ellis because he does have that kind of tough man counter-punching style. And so he's going to benefit from the additional damage reduction from the defensive stance. So as you can see, he likes to keep his hands up before he engages. And then the way he digs into the shots might lend itself to, if he gets a stun, if he's aware that the stun damage works this way, we might see a short night for Tomato. But we're not counting him out at all.
Yeah, I mean, Tomato already ahead in this round. Yeah, he's already got a knockdown early. But I do agree with what Soup is saying, right? I think if Don Ellis can capitalize on it, especially with the counterpunching, he will get a lot of extra damage. Especially against a fighter, not necessarily like Tomato, but someone who throws a lot higher volume. Tomato, though, I think kind of out Don Ellis and Don Ellis. He doesn't look that tough guy because he's got those skinny arms, but he is hitting really well, and he's getting around the guard very effectively.
Beautiful straight right down the pipe, Don Ellis. Honestly, that straight right down the pipe has got to be one of my favourites to throw and watch. Such a deadly punch, man. If you catch it flush,
yeah, I mean,
it's...
Oh, shit!
Tomato starting to cook, making that sauce. At this point, I mean, honestly, Tesco, right? Like Tomato's getting knockdowns, you were getting them in your fight. You know, we were asking everybody, right? Like, what's the key to it, right? Like, how does you just go from a normal hard punch to like a punch that actually is going to floor somebody?
Well, how I've seen it is, like, hard punches are the best bet. Like, if you can land, you know, you're setting up your shot, bang, heavy right hook, or bang, straight, like, heavy jab. If you land those heavy shots, so it does a lot of damage. It will. Like, no, there is no, it won't. It will rock. It will rock you. You know, obviously a bit of ping issue, it's going to be a different story, but yeah, I mean, well, once you've got them rocked, it is as simple as, you don't want to do it, but just spam. Or you don't even have to do that, just set up the shots, you know, watch, okay, duck it, bang, catch him when he's moving, catch him when he's moving again, or just spam either way. I mean, either way works when they're rocked, and you can make some really, really good looking knockdowns from
Seconds out.
Love the insight.
Okay.
I love the accent too. I've always just said this. It feels like we have our own personal Tony Jeffries.
Oh, no, I'm not English. I'm Welsh.
I thought Tony was from he's not from Australia. He's just living in Australia.
Let's go.
I
think Tony Jeffries is like Midland. No, not Midlands. He's like. Honestly, I can't put the name. There's so many accents in this country. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You just can't remember. The only ones that stand out is basic English, Scottish, Scouse, and Brummie. And Welsh maybe in English. But the rest where you got like fucking Midlands and everything else. You just don't know.
Oh goddamn!
Oh my god.
And also something about standing out. Don Ellis standing right back out and delivering a beautiful shot to put himself right back in this match.
Is that straight you were talking about, Tesco? This time it was the left. Wow.
Yeah, it is such a good shot. The amount of one-shot knockdowns I've got from just a straight right down the pipe is unbelievable. It's so powerful in this update. Try to experiment with uppercuts more as well, to be honest. They're so hard to land, though. Especially to the face.
Yeah. Especially with the way people keep their hands, like, it's really easy to interfere. On the same vein, right, like how to get that knockout power, right, Tesco, any advice on how to stop, like, yourself from getting hit, either in the guard or what do you feel like works best for defense? Boom!
Don't worry about me.
I told you, Don Ellis might be back in this patch.
It's the straight punch again. The straight shot is so good. It's so powerful, man. If you land a counter punch with a straight shot, it's unbelievable. But yeah, to answer your question anyway, how I've noticed, just move. You really, 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 really need to move. And even if you're moving, try and throw a counter punch in there, because they might have adrenaline, but they're not fully immune to getting rocked. They're immune to the fucking anti-spam, but they can still get rocked. So try and look for that flush shot while you're trying to move, and try and get out of the pocket as well. But it is pretty hard to get out of a knockdown.
You giveth and you taketh away, man. You talk about that, taking one to hit a counter shot, and he's taking advantage of the fact that Don Ellis does tend to leave his hands extended, and if both arms are extended in any direction, you take massive damage, and I think we saw a little bit of that in that exchange. Don Ellis throwing the left, Tomato coming back with a big right.
He's got to be careful. One more knockdown will put him out entirely. Same story for Don Ellis, a knockdown on his part will even out that scorecard, and he needs that round. But at this point, I think we've got a pretty even match. First round definitely going to Tomato. Second one definitely going to Ellis. And third one, anyone's game.
Anyone's game. And speaking of game, the game is actually back on. They're letting me back into the servers for whatever reason.
Like,
that's all targeted.
It's like, shit, man, he found a workaround. Just give it him back.
They're never going to stop me. Never going to stop me.
Can't stop.
There's always a way. Yeah, this update is way more entertaining than V4, man. The knockdown ratio is just unbelievable. I mean, it's anyone's game, no matter how good you are.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. And let me actually lock in with the homies here on caffeine. Make sure I'm not missing any of the action. But, V4 is much more entertaining to watch. At the same time, it's not as like dynamite crazy. I mean, V5, sorry. As dynamite crazy as V3 was, right? We do still see people working techniques. I think for the most part, what they think spamming is, we haven't really seen much of that, right? Yeah, sure, some people do punches in bunches. Some people may be repetitive with the type of punch they throw. Maybe the hook is the only shot that they know how to really land. But no one's really doing any Wiimote nunchuck spamming, which is the only visual description that we've ever seen coming from Tony Jeffries, who works with the development team. So, I think it's all good.
Do you know what I think it is?
What's good?
I think V4 really did scare a lot of spammers, and it made them think, oh,
damn.
I'll stop them.
Oh, damn. Ooh, that knockdown.
Yeah. That was beautiful.
Hey, you alright?
Yeah, I think V4 definitely scared a lot of people who like the spamming. Like, oh, I'm a fucking boat. Spam the punches, get knockdowns. And then V4 dropped and they were like, yeah, can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
So a lot of people have just converted from spamming to actually wanting to learn how to box. And I think that's a big step in moving the game forward.
I think it's a good point. Tomato at this point rocking in this third round, trying to close out the match. But I gotta say, he's got to be careful. He likes to keep those hands low to invite those counter shots. But I think that's the best way for Don Ellis to get right back in there, is to catch him with those hands down.
And Don Ellis already.
Oh, sorry, man.
Don Ellis is with the silver trunks.
Yeah. Oh. See him shaking his head a lot. I don't know if that's because it's loose or...
It's just his style, man. That's part of the tough man style. It's a classic.
Shake it off.
Yeah, it's like when Mike Tyson bites the gloves. every once in a while. You know, it's like a tick that I've noticed that Don Ellis has, and it's pretty much unique to him. Now, sometimes you'll hit him, and he'll shake it off like he didn't feel it, and it kind of psychs you out for a little bit because you're like, wait a minute. There's no pain in this game. He doesn't feel any of these shots.
You never feel it.
I've got phantom pain. No, I mean, getting rocked, like, you know you're not actually getting hurt, but it's like, oh fuck, I'm hurt. Even in the game, you're like, uh-oh. So I get some people actually are a bit like iffy with getting rocked.
It is unpleasant. Like they call it the flashbang, and it is a little bit of that effect. You know, you can always like blink a little bit, but like if you don't see it coming, right? If you really get caught with a shot, then like it really does surprise you a little bit, and it can take your vision away. It can disorient you for a second, especially when you're in the rhythm and the flow of a fight. It really just interrupts that.
Ooh!
Last second knockdown. Oof.
Did I catch it? Did I catch it on the instant replay?
There.
Yeah, it's a big hit coming in there. Love it.
Very good fight. Very entertaining fight.
Your winner is the red corner.
Tomato closing it out with the dub, but 25-28. Let's look at that scorecard.
Actually, yeah, let's go back and look at the scorecard a little bit. Let me show you guys the scorecard before I jump in. And Black Knight's asking as well in the chat, what info do we have on Tomato? What's his elo, and where's he fighting out of?
All right, Tomato's elo is 2005.
It's a good year.
He is fighting out of NA somewhere, and he is 5'9", and he considers himself a counterpuncher, which I think he put on display there.
Absolutely. It's great to see people's estimations themselves really kind of show up true to form.
All right, it's a scorecard. We got first round going 10-6 in favor for Tomato, second round 10-8 in Don Ellis's favor, and then last round 10-9 in favor of Tomato again. Knockdowns 3 for Don Ellis throughout that, with 2 of them coming in round 2, 1 in round 3. Tomato in the other way around, 2 in round 1, and then 1 apiece in rounds 2 and 3. And then damage pretty even for both of them, but overall 24-55 for Don Ellis to 29-42 to Tomato, who clinched that match just barely. Let's hear from both of those fighters if we can get them on stage in a second.
Well, absolutely. And then while we wait, I'm going to try to reconnect to that lobby. So I'm going to look for the code one more time. Now that seemed to be back up, and then we can get the... Sorry for the folks on vertical. I know that some of that footage was very tight in, so we weren't able to do any of the camera work that we normally do. But we're going to lock in here in a bit and see if we can get that feed back up for you guys. Okay, I see the code. Thanks, man. Now, one thing that's very curious, though, I've seen a lot of people come in. Is pre-recorded matches like a common thing for this game? Is that how a lot of people are getting their matches? Ooh, and we're back in. Let's go. Yeah, let's fix that real quick.
All right.
Yeah. We're back in.
Give
okay.
The code to the other people, just to make sure that no one takes over the lobby. All right.
Nice. Okay, let me jump in on the chat here. So, folks in the chat right now, TikTok is going crazy. A lot of people asking, how do I fight? How do I fight? How do I fight? If you think you got the hands, if you want to fight, just look down here, depending on what you're looking at, right? Join the RingsideVR Discord. You can search for RingsideVR on Discord. We are about 2,600 members strong in the Discord, on average 300 to 400 active virtual reality boxers daily. There are several gyms that we have that you can join as well. If you're looking to join a gym, train with some people, get good at the game, and get good at boxing, they're 2 separate skill sets, so you got to be good at both. And we also have community nights as well, so Thursday nights you can go to Crossing the Void. It's open sign up. You just show up in the chat and you're there. We have team battles, King of the Hill, Power Slap, And sometimes we're just chilling and chatting, you know. Exhibitions, of course, are Sundays. So for everybody who's asking, how do I join in? You have to be in the Discord. You have to be a part of the community. And you have to sign up 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Sunday. So the stream starts at 7. We have 2 hours of sign up. First 30 boxers are definitely getting in. And I'll tell you right now, at 5:01, we're already filled. I'll let you guys know this. If you're not there, like it's like Black Friday. If you're not there first in line, you're not making it. And speaking of the next people in line, we've got our next challengers up. Who do we have? We have Ovoid in the blue corner. And then we have the Ass Demolisher. Who's the Ass Demolisher?
Pooper.
Who's that?
The Pooper.
The Pooper.
Before that, we got to hear from Don Ellis and Tomato.
Oh, yeah. Or Don is... yeah, put them on.
They are up here, guys. If you whoever can unmute first, we'll interview you first.
Yo.
Tomato.
What's good? Talking with the winner right now. Tomato, you came out there and did your thing today, dog. You know what I'm saying? You're fighting the one Don Ellis who got buffed, and he was looking to lay some power shots on you, but you kept it cool, calm, and collected. Walked away with the dub. Give me your assessment of that match, bro. How you feeling about your performance?
Well, I started the match on like 15%, bro. So I was already thinking, oh, my headset might die. But aside from that, really, he was coming in there to take my head off. I just had to stay cool defensively.
Yeah.
I was getting my counters on him, but round 2, he had me scared, bro. Round 2, I thought I was going to get TKO'd. He flashed me at the end of the round. I thought I was done.
Dude, he's got power. And what's crazy is, like, so V5, right? We've got some new things popping off. We got the defensive stance, the offensive stance. Do you feel like you could rely on your defense a bit more when it mattered as opposed to V4?
Oh, definitely. But, I mean, especially in V4, the counters were very overpowered. But really, shot placement on your counters matters a lot on V5, right? Like, if you just wait for somebody to throw a lot of hooks and then counter them, you can't just land with any shot. You got to time your shot on them.
Yeah.
So that's what I just started doing on them, just timing them.
You did your thing, bro. I'm so glad to see you come up with the dub today. Hope you have fun. You know what I mean? I hope we see you back here next week. Anything you want to say to the homies before you leave?
Yes, sir. Shadow IFC. I'm out.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk next. Don the Gravedigger Ellis, a.k.a. The Reaper. Long time no see, bro. How you been?
I've been good. Low-key been in the gym.
Look. It's good to see you back, man. It's good to see you back. Good to see you with the style. V5 is live, baby. You know what I'm saying? We back. How are you feeling about how the game feels since coming back?
I feel like it's way better than V4. Keep it honest.
Yeah, keep it a buck, bro.
I feel like honestly, if we had a little bit more time, I feel like I would have came with the dub. But the flashes was throwing me off a little bit.
Look, it takes some getting used to, man. Honestly, I agree with you. Big improvements over V4, and I think especially with your style, you can. We just heard from Tomato. They've got it. Are you familiar with like all the little notes that happened between the patch updates?
Not for real, but I've been paying attention to it like a little bit, but not too much.
There's one thing you got. I would say pay attention to. What's up?
The crazy thing is, I just joined Tomato's Discord, the little IFC stuff.
Yeah. Look, lock in with him, bro. Lock in with him. Like I'll say one thing that just I think for your style, right? Overhands, right? Rear overhand, lead overhand, and uppercuts are buffed to high hell, right? That chin hitbox is bigger, so go for the chin whenever you can. If you have your hands up and you're in a defensive posture, you're taking less damage. So you can be more sure about your defense now. And if they're swinging, yeah, they'll do a little bit more damage, but they're even more susceptible. And when you get a stun, there's no such thing as anti-spam for you. They specifically said get that. And so when you see it, you see that stun, really start picking them apart. Don't go too crazy, but I think with just those few things, bro, you're going to feel real nice. You're going to feel real nice in this version.
I got one more thing to say before I leave.
Let's go.
I see that Money being entertaining in the chat. I need my fight with y'all next week. So
yo.
Pick which one I got.
Yeah, entertainer, bro. We got to get one of these old school battles now that you back in. We got people who want to knock your block off. You know what I'm saying? They out here. They heard you talking, and they trying to put the words. They put belt to ass on. You know what I'm saying?
Rematch with Money B, but he came late, so.
He's got to get used to the sign up process, man. We'll lock in with a Money B. lock it with me next week, bro, because I'll help you make sure you can get signed up on time. With that being said, dog, I appreciate you coming through. Let's get on to the next battle. Ovoid in the blue corner versus the Poopa in the red corner.
All right, let's start this match. Poopa, I am ready if you are too.
I am ready, my friend. Oh, also, for everybody asking, is the game free? I see the comments in the chat. The game is $9.99 in early access. It's the cheapest the game will ever be. Once they launch the single-player mode and it's out of early access, we expect that price to increase. So, definitely be careful. Let's go ahead and get in. Yeah, we back.
Yeah. There's Pooper in his usual start in the fight there.
Okay, get ready.
Fight. Iconic.
All right, you guys go ahead and take it away.
For a second, I'll be there. Oh, never mind.
Oh, yeah. Never mind then. I will. This man Solid was like, all right, lunch break. All right, so round number 1 underway. We've got Ovoid in the blue trunks going against the Pooper in the black and white Oreo trunks. Pooper starting off as energetic as always.
I'm over here munching on some sausage rolls.
Oh, that's all good, bro. It's time for another special episode chat of Solo Super Commentary. Oh, shit. I think I messed up for a little bit.
I got one more sausage roll left.
Hey, man. Then we got time.
Have you ever tried like a proper British sausage roll?
No, but I know you guys are like known for the sausage, just like the Pooper's known for putting these nasty hands on Ovoid. Ovoid's gonna have to be very careful. Very careful.
Oh, see if we can bring back all the old Pooper jokes from last time.
Oh, we had a lot of Pooper jokes, man.
Oh yeah.
I got to get the crowd. I'm still setting up the graphics right now, so I got to just make sure that everything is going well.
Good. I'm back too.
Nice. So yeah, Poopa already solid, starting off pretty strong here in this first match, and Poopa dropping the 1 and the 2 on Ovoid. There's gonna be a lot of very immature jokes. It's gonna be a lot of immature jokes, guys.
We had them all last time.
We were on fire.
We're on fire right now.
That smile off his face.
Oh my God! A repeat! What are we even seeing here, folks? I mean, this man out here, he don't need no toilet paper. He's the shit. You know what I'm saying? Right now, one more knockdown, and it's gonna be a wrap.
Not even gonna make it to round 2, which is again normally the power round for this guy.
Oh God, he's already hurt again. Yo, Pooper's
Ovoid needs to really avoid this one.
Oh,
he's got to be careful. Just survive to another round. And no, there it is, beat by the Pooper.
One done and flush it.
One and done. Get this man up out of here. I just had to get the instant replay on the taunt real quick because that was just spectacular. We missed the knockdown, but we got the instant replay on the taunt. Oh my God. And see, that's the crazy part about this now. We're going to get through fights so much quicker, and Ovoid is out of there. God dang.
He is.
Oh, at least we're able to see the score this time. Because sometimes when people quit early, we don't get to see the scores. Okay. Nope, we don't get to see the scores. It was a TKO. That was a 10-6 round in favor of the Pooper, 100%. So we're not even going to take... We're just going to come right back over here and wait for the homies to show up. Ovoid, is Ovoid here? Yo, chat's going crazy right now.
He is here, at least he was here. Yeah, there he is. Let's invite him up to speak.
Yes.
Mike Tyson.
Ash, yes. That was the speed run. That was the speed run round. You know what I mean? It was real. He stunk up the joint. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Call him the king of the ring. He's been sitting on the throne.
Oh, golden toilet paper for him.
You're right. MHNYE said he had no head movement at all. What's crazy was the Pooper was dropping. Like, it only took 2 hits in some cases to get Ovoid back to being hurt. So who do we have up first? I got to hear from the homies. Who's up first? Oh, we got the Pooper. Brother man.
Yo.
Dog. Okay. Clearly V5 is where you're at home at. You started this match with so much energy and so much confidence. Did you know that it was going to be a 1-rounder?
No. I thought I was going to whip my ass.
Really? Okay, so first knockdown goes down, right? I'm assuming you have more confidence. Did you think you were going to get that second instant knockdown?
Nope.
Damn. This is all surprises for you, huh? Okay, so I mean, look, floor is yours right now, bro. You trying to say something to the homies? How you feel about V5? How you feel about your opponent?
Well, all I gotta say is I did what I had to do. I had to poop on him. So
Had to poop
that's what
on
I do.
him. You know what I'm saying? Drop a nice Cleveland steamer on his chest. Let him know it's real. Well, Pooper, congratulations for the W, man. That was exciting. The chat loved it. And that's all I gotta say. I think Ovoid isn't even around right now. Davo, let me in. This man is at the gates. Davo, just joined the Discord. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, thanks for having me. That was fun.
I appreciate it. Thanks for showing up.
Peace. I'll take a dookie next time too.
Hey man, drop them stank turds on him. You know what I'm saying? Afro, I see you. Yeah, he flushed him down real quick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, never left no. Oh man, we gonna have to call this man the turd burglar, running away with the wins. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get the next fighters up here, Solly. Who do we got up next?
All right, well, next up, we're going to have Shadowstorm versus 2BG.
Ryan Garcia, you could definitely join. I'm dropping the link right now in TikTok. Y'all let me know if you can see the Discord link. It's been very interesting. Ooh, we got 2BG in the blue corner.
Ryan Garcia. Never thought I'd see him in this Discord.
Do you know this Ryan Garcia? This particular Ryan Garcia?
No, I said I was making a joke about the.
Because we got a lot of you know.
I know the amount of people who name themselves after boxers is crazy.
You had to expect it. Either
and
they're
the most common.
What do you think?
Tank Davis.
Oh yeah.
You always see.
Yeah.
Tank Davis. I'm like, bro, like he's not the best boxer, bro. You will pick someone else. Good, but there are other people.
Who do we got in the red corner there, Solly?
All right, in the red corner we got Shadowstorm, and in the blue corner we got 2BG, and also joining up on stage a newly minted ref and another regular ringsider. We got Contour.
Oh, that boy Contour up here. Hey, Contour, you commentating?
Yo. Yeah, I'm commentating tonight.
All right, I'm gonna hang back for a little bit. Just manage some of the chat stuff going on and make sure people can join into the Discord. I'm ready to start whenever you are, bro. So just let me know.
All right, let's get this on the way. Yep, we're gonna start off
get this
right
party
now.
started.
Okay, all right, I noticed I was pinged about this. Apparently, the next fight that needs to happen is Oliveira's fight.
Did he just get Oliveira?
Yeah, but you know, the one in the
back to back. That was brutal, by the way. Absolutely brutal.
Mouthpiece is in. Seconds out.
Yeah, if we can get Oliveira up next.
Get ready.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
All right, appreciate it, big man. I'm gonna go back to editing. Peace.
All right. Let me know if any. All right, thanks, guys. All right, back into the match. 2BG in the blue.
Oh. Wow, 2BG's got. Is this room scale or is it Joseph?
Hey, stop it!
This should be room scale.
What is going? What just happened?
Let's fight.
His head just got inverted.
Hey, Red, face your opponent.
He literally took his head off.
Red,
Kobenomics.
chin up.
The Kobenomics explained.
Turn around now.
Yeah, what actually happens, by the way, if the ref says that too many times? Like, keep your head up.
You get a point deducted.
We actually tested it, but yeah, it is a pretty generous amount before the points are deducted.
Yeah, I was fighting my friend the other day, and he said it for a minute straight. I'm like, he's gonna do anything?
Yeah, so we found out that he will say it, I think, 5 times, and then on the 6th or 7th time, he penalizes you for not looking at your opponent. Same thing for clinching. I think clinches You won't get penalized until you're like 5th or 6th clinch.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen anyone get like a point deducted.
No, because usually you can, and again, it only does it if you're at fault in 6 clinches in a row.
Ah, right. I was going to say, I've seen a lot of people clinch a lot and nothing's come out.
Yeah, but if both fighters move into it, it cancels each other out.
Yeah, I agree with you, Cobb. Stop the fight. He's dead. What is going on, dude?
Doing all sorts of things.
Keep your chin up.
2BG's quite literally punching his
Red,
own.
eyes forward.
Red,
Yeah.
forward. I think it must be like a VR issue.
Gotta be.
Yeah, this is a new one though. Usually, you get a little bit of familiarity with how people, have issues. I don't know exactly what's going on here. All right, looks like we're back into it though.
I think this might be, no disrespect, but probably the most unfair fight I've seen. He's just getting circles around now.
And it does look like there's at least something going on, if it's a ping or a technical issue.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find out at the end. He's not laying on that.
Damn.
Bully ball right there.
7, 8. You okay?
Oh, this is too good. Yeah, he is literally just a training dummy, dude.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, but sometimes it does happen.
Yeah.
Shadowstorm. Is he gonna say something in the chat? Oh, never mind.
Interesting.
Ruin the towel.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is the Blue
Ref, this is child abuse.
Alright, we're gonna see what happened there, if we're gonna redo that, or if we're just gonna have to move on to the next one.
Yeah, we're gonna let's see if we have to redo that. I want to give them a fair fight. That was kind of rough.
36 damage.
Oh yeah,
honestly is
36
amazing.
damage. That's something. I mean, something's not right.
Yeah.
I think that might.
Yeah.
I don't think. Honestly, that is a new level of how to. I can't even put it into words. That's how do we. Yeah.
Wow, that was a close fight.
Alright, let's get Timmy and Shadow. Yeah, Shadow. What's going up there? Was that technical issues, ping, or something? What's up?
That was on me. The meta fell off my head.
Oh man.
Oh shit.
Like everything flew off. Oh,
Okay,
that's what happened.
Let's run it back for him real quick. Hold on, before we do though, because speaking tech gremlins, boy, they are out here everywhere.
They're still fucking with you?
Still fucking with me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't I can't win for losing today, man. Like I really can't. Like it's this is what happened. You take one week off, and all of a sudden everything just goes to shit.
It might be a 10-7 round for Superhero.
I mean, for real though, like it's the crazy part, man. Like I'm not even in the ring. I'm out here fighting for my life. ECP.
And it's saying that Wi-Fi connection lost.
What?
Yeah, I think something's up with meta. To be honest, today I was trying to play VR earlier, and it was having a shit show.
That's annoying.
Really? All right, so let's.
But I was trying to
can
connect to my PC, so I don't
go back to the details. Go back to return. Okay, so we're still waiting for them to come back.
All right, you want me to come back? Okay.
Yeah, hop back in.
All right. Same code?
Yeah, it should be the same code. Yeah.
All right, 1 second.
What do you guys think will be the next big update then for Through the Fight?
I think the next big update will unfortunately be them undoing the things that don't work in this one.
Yeah, that's a lot of their updates, honestly.
For everybody trying to join in on TikTok, let me see if I can get you guys that link. Let me see.
I would love to see more, honestly, like more visual stuff now. Not as a major update, but for like more of a medium update while they fix something.
Yeah.
Maybe more like appearances stuff. Maybe like I'd love to see tattoos or even like different colored, one color glove, another color glove, same with the shoes or something. Maybe even add the option for, with private matches, headgear. Maybe
headgear would be very cool. Chat, if you guys are familiar with this, lock in with us. Let me know how you guys would feel about headgear, because that's a good one.
That'd be good for sparring, if you want to test out. That's it. That could even just be like, if you wear headgear, you take less damage. You can really work on combinations with other people.
It would also encourage and discourage knockouts. Sorry, it would discourage knockouts. Like, I really would love the idea where you're able to just train without the threat of getting knocked out, right? That'd be really cool.
Yeah.
That'd be really good.
Vitality says like more boots. Yeah, just more customization in general. Maybe, I know we just got another venue, but maybe another venue, outdoor venue. I'd like to see, to be honest. Maybe like a.
Ooh.
Maybe if they added the what's it called? The street beefs. The street beefs.
Yes. Mosquitoes can get you.
Street beefs would be great.
Ref, the fucking mosquitoes on me. Yeah, outdoor.
One thing.
I mean, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. One thing I really want added to the game is the stance fixing. Where everybody actually has proper stances, so they're not square or they're not so square. That's something I've always wanted to see in this game. It would really simulate boxing a lot better for me.
Yeah, I think the only way they could do that is because obviously until they add the whole thing for like the tracking suit, which probably will not be for a very long time. Maybe if someone had, obviously it picks up that their lead hand, left hand, their left foot is forward, or if they're or a southpaw with their right hand forward, whatever, something. If their left hand is their lead hand and the game's recognizing it, their left leg can be there. That could be good for like people who like opposite stances who fight each other.
Yeah, especially right
outside to get inside on the guard sort of thing.
Yeah.
There's so much potential for this game, honestly, and I think in a year or two, this game is going to be something else. It's going to be different gravy, bro. 100%. We're going to look back at this version and think, what the fuck was that game?
Absolutely. All right. Let's get this. I think we're good. I think we're good with everybody right now.
All right, let's try it.
All right, 2BG attempt number 2, 2BG versus Shadowstorm.
The redo.
Is 2BG going to be able to shadow the storm?
I'm saying he's going to be able to weather that mug. I don't know. Let's see if he's got to fight for his headset first. So we got 2BG in the red corner, right?
No, 2BG is in the blue corner. He is the green and black.
Blue corner, green and black.
Hey, there we go. Way more output. Up.
It's very stationary, right? It's very, very stationary.
Yeah, 2BG's moving a lot, please. Moving a lot. Very good movement.
Maybe it's inner or some kind of stuff behind.
So 2BG in the blue corner with the black and green trim. Shadowstorm in the red corner with the orange trim, correct? Got that right.
Let's fight.
Yeah.
Just make sure got everything going on. Why is that nice? Oh, I see what's going on, guys. So sorry about that. There we go. Thank you, chat, for letting me know that the scene wasn't popping off there. Thanks, Ash. Oh, where's he looking? Your opponent's in front of you, my boy. Damn. Pick that man apart.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Ready? Box on.
Okay, 2BG, Shadowstorm back at it again. 2BG already getting a really good knockdown there. Shadowstorm looking a little lost. I'm not sure if he knows where his opponent is. Could it be lag? Could it be something else? But he's looking confused a little bit if I'm being honest. beatdown continues for Shadowstorm. A couple of hooks for his trouble. 2BG teeing off. Big straight coming down the pike. Shadowstorm looking a little lost, more intentionally lost than before.
All right, Super, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
You're the only one I can hear.
Yeah, there was something was going on where a bunch of people couldn't hear other people.
It's crazy.
I couldn't hear anyone. Now I can hear you.
Look, man, we're back at it again. Dang, 2BG didn't get another knockdown there. This has been coming up all 2BG. I'm not sure what's going on with Shadowstorm, but big knockdown there.
Yeah. I don't know if it's technical issues or the skill difference is just so high, but Shadowstorm's having a lot of trouble keeping up with 2BG's movement.
100%. And we have good reason to believe that it's technical difficulties, but at the same time, there's been a lot of moments in that last round where Shadowstorm just looked lost. He's looking around to the left and the right. Like, you guys noticed that, right?
100%, yeah.
I think there might be some issues with tracking on his VR.
And he did have that headset malfunction earlier, so it could be some additional damage. If you knock your own VR headset off, I'm pretty sure it hit the ground somewhere. Very unfortunate for him. I really do hate that. We've already lose so many people to damaged headsets. You know, I think this is the number one thing that takes people out.
Yeah.
That damaged headsets and damaged bodies, guys. Keep yourselves and your hardware safe.
Yeah.
I'm convinced that my VR is invincible. The amount of times I have dropped it and hit it is unbelievable. Only issue I have is sometimes, like, when I keep my right hand up, it just drifts off. But that's like a controller issue.
Yeah, more technical difficulties coming out from the red corner. Shadowstorm fixing the headset. The pompadour is crisp. The hairstyle's looking good, and we're back underway.
Hairstyle's looking good, but let's see if he's going to be fighting 2BG or if he's going to be fighting Taxes, Demons, past anything besides his opponent.
This man's fighting.
2BG's doing some really good pull counters right now. And it seems like Shadowstorm's letting him do all that.
We need the ref to step in.
We need the ref to step in.
Yeah.
Look at me. You okay?
That'd be cool. One day in the future, the ref waving off. When eventually, if they ever had like facial damage, waving off fights. I think that'd be a bit broken though.
If we have the ref inside the ring, which is something a lot of people have been asking for in this game, right? Having a ref present and maybe more of an aggressive calls, it could be. You know, if you're taking too much damage, I think the ref should wave it off.
Yeah.
If you somehow accumulate on your opponent over like 7,000-8,000 damage in one round,
you're done, bro.
That's insane.
You're cooked.
Right, or if you get like, or if you get like 100 unanswered punches.
Yeah, if you're just constantly getting battered, like he is now, not responding properly, like, nah, you're done. Get it up. Go on.
I just saw a low blow by 2BG. Hopefully the ref stops. Maybe there's still a chance to win.
Nah, the ref don't even count low blows. The ref's evil.
That'd be so funny. Yeah, that'd be so funny. Imagine you're piecing somebody up, you land one low blow and you lose. That'd be so bad.
I thought this update they added that feature, like low
blows
would get cold as well.
Yeah. Well, actually, I was fighting somebody earlier. Like, their entire style was literally like them turning around and moving their head in like a really weird circular motion. And I heard the ref. He was like, eyes forward, blue. It was actually really cool.
Oh yeah, that's to stop people just being idiots, like turning around or like just going to the floor and moving their head. Like, the actual shots we landed under the belt line, I thought they added something like that, but I don't think they did.
Nah, they didn't.
To be honest, I don't think anyone really throws what like low blows could still point. Doesn't actually do anything.
The one thing they did add
it doesn't add any damage.
Yeah, they would remove the damage from it. It's considered a blocked shot. You hear the blocked shot like sound.
Yeah, same in the back of the head. You can't hit people in the back of the head.
Must be a really good cup then.
Right, some solid metal cup. Extra.
Yeah, it's just steel.
Right now, though, he could use that steal up on his head. He is getting rocked.
He's getting beat the hell up.
Need to give him the headgear, bro.
Right, he needs that. What is it? 20% damage reduction to all.
Yeah.
It can't be stunned. You can't be rocked.
Oh yeah. I also noticed with this game, you know when you watch like the actual boxing, the belts are so high. Like the belt line is way higher up than what it is in this game. And most of the time, it's above their belly button. In this game, it's like, nah.
Yeah.
Normal shorts, normal short height.
Appreciate the follow, Trap House.
Also, if I may say something.
Go ahead.
Funny. One thing I find really awkward whenever I'm playing this game, like when we're waiting in the corner, there's some people that like stand up straight and just stare at you the entire time of your like in between rounds. It's kind of creepy.
Just stare at them back like, well, you want to get in the ring?
I don't want to stare at them back. It's weird.
That's your FBI watching you, bro. He's watching you through the...
Probably.
He's waiting for the day he's studying how you fight, so when he has to come to your house, he knows what you can do.
Yeah.
All right, third and final round underway, guys. So we know pretty confidently that 2BG is going to walk away with the dub here. It may be interesting to kind of see if lag was a factor or this was a technical difficulty on the part of Shadowstorm. But, you know, pretty convincing walk away right now. 2BG's got some pretty beautiful knockdowns, even though his opponent wasn't very participatory in them. It's very interesting to see, though, what shots actually do knock the opponent down.
BG looked like he's about to walk at the ring.
Yeah. He's turning his back completely.
It's crazy. The ref. We were talking about the ref calling when looking away. It takes 5 seconds of looking away or looking down for the ref to call you, and it takes 6 calls for him to take an point.
No, that's a long time, actually.
Yep.
That's way too long.
You just know then if someone's doing it for 5 seconds, then it's trying. Oh, body shot. Oof. Oh, it was a beautiful knockdown body shot.
Are you okay?
Ooh,
How do you think Shadow's taking this back?
Okay, ready?
Leaving.
Yeah. He's out here.
Coming back next week.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll be back next week. You know, I don't want anyone to ever have like a terrible time. You know, that's why I try not to commentate in a way that'll punch down on them too much. I want people to come back and really like, you know, learn from their mistakes and get better. Now I love to see them do better next time too. So hope Shadowstorm does come back.
Yeah, me too.
Definitely. And you can tell even when he's throwing like these punches now. You know, if his VR wasn't landing, it'd be a very close fight because he's throwing some good punches. But it's obvious it's a VR issue.
That's a really good job.
If you can figure that VR issue out, come back next week.
Oh my God, Skirt McGirt with the hearts. I appreciate you, bro. Can't believe I had missed that, Skirt McGirt. I appreciate that.
Well, I love the respect by 2BG. And he's hugging him too.
No, 2BG.
He doesn't know where he is.
He's just. I hope Shadowstorm can hope it isn't something like, or Shadowstorm can't even see out of his goggles are cracked or something. You know, like the lenses is busted.
Yeah. I hope not too.
Oh, 2BG looked like
It's like he's helping his grandma to the bathroom.
I was about to say, look like he's trying to get that Boy Scout badge.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Whoa, those are some fast punches.
Shadow landing a nice jab.
About to say, 2BG was about to go off on him.
Yeah.
And your winner is Shadowstorm.
Just steals it.
Mate, Stu mad like the whole time it was actually 2BG with the VR issues just getting battered.
That'd be crazy.
What's crazy is that was 20-30. Tesco, you had a 20-30 match.
Oh no.
The opponent was actually
this
trying.
This is meant to be mine.
Right? The opponent was actually trying.
10-point lead.
That's
insane.
That's crazy. Let's go back 4 knockdowns for 2BG all the way through. Not surprising. Wow, the damage though. 347 points of damage
wow.
to 6,100.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
This is the largest damage disparagement I have ever seen in any video game, period, ever, point blank. God.
Well, Shadow did 300 more damage than he did in the first fight. So.
That's true. That is true. That is true. That is true. Okay, well, guys, what was going on in that match? Inquiring minds do want to know. Now let's see if I can get them in here. So Shadowstorm, first of all, got to talk to you.
See if we can get them.
Technical difficulties. Something was going down. Tell us what was going on from your POV.
Yeah. So from my POV is watching my headset go up and down and on the ground.
So after that, after you got the headset back on, it looked like for a lot of times in the match, you were looking around. Like, were you able to see? Was it lag? Is the headset okay?
The headset's okay. When I was looking around, I saw my opponent like go over to the left, and then I couldn't find him again.
Like on some like Naruto, Bleach, Dragon Ball Z instant transmission stuff?
Yeah, it's like he disappeared. Like I got knocked out and then I missed where he was at. Or I got stunned.
Oh man, this man was in flashbang hell. Oh wow. All right. Well, I was saying earlier that I do hope you come back next week, man. Hope the technical difficulties and this performance doesn't deter you. We always like for people to come back, have a good time and learn stuff, man. Sorry the fight went in the way that it did, but definitely glad you came through nonetheless.
Yeah, I definitely gotta watch those replays.
Oh, there go Money B right there. He just hit me up. Okay, bet. All right, we got a boxer that hit me up. All right, let's go to. Okay.
He wanted to make a quick little promo or something. He wanted to make an announcement. If you want to let him up.
Nah, man, he can make an announcement when he come up on here next week. For now though, we got to get moving on to the rest of these fights because honestly, I love the support on the stream. Like everybody on TikTok, y'all are doing mad love for your homie tonight, but I'm mad frustrated with how difficult this stream is to run for some reason, right? But it's fine though because next week the stream's gonna be new and improved. I'm gonna have some new scenes for you guys. It's gonna be really fun. If I can pull them off. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot more chat engagement on the stream going forward. I think people are gonna really be interested in seeing that. So Solly, who do we have up next?
All right, so we should have Charles Oliveira versus Bobbert Schmaubert. I am not hearing from, I think it's Bobbert.
So Oliveira is in the blue corner right now, right?
Yeah.
And then we got Bobbert Schmaubert, a.k.a. Schmoovin Schmaubert, for you guys don't know.
Wow.
Is this... If we unless this man is not here, in which case we're gonna move up to Landon Wolf versus Prophet. I'm gonna get them the code just in case.
Keep it rolling, wrap it up, B. Got to keep it moving. And if we do have time, we'll let Money B come up here in a bit. But tell Money B to stand by. Just want to keep some matches moving. And in the meantime, while we get some matches, the Black Knight definitely, bro. Hop in to a match, join the Discord, hit me up personally, especially with that sub. I want to get you in here in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. D1J22 says he wants next, but the signups for tonight have been filled. But if you D1J22, if you join the Discord, we can get you in for next week for sure, though.
Hey, Solly.
Yo.
So I got somebody that could be my sub. His name's Ace. Could he be my sub?
For
Schmaubert?
Taking your spot or taking Bobbert's spot?
Yeah, for taking Bobbert. I've been texting him for like 30 minutes before this fight. He hasn't responded, so I mean I could. And I was talking to Ace for a little bit.
Well, let's see. Solly, you make the call on that. If there's some other folks that I know, some people who signed up, we're waiting. Let's give those folks a chance to get in first before any kind of new people.
Yeah, sorry about that. Like we have a sign up order and we have people who we promised sub spots earlier too. So for now we're gonna move that fight. We're gonna get the next one, which is gonna be Landon Wolf versus Prophet. Guys, are you both here? I heard from Prophet and I heard from Landon. All right, if you guys can both hop in, we're gonna get that fight in going first.
Yep.
Charles, how long do you have before you have to go?
I mean, right now it's 8 for me, so I could like around 10.
All right, we can get you. Okay, we can get you in the next couple hours. All right, or the next hour or two. So yeah, just hang tight. We're gonna keep it moving right along.
So we've got who's in the blue corner there? Is that Landon or Prophet?
That's Landon.
Landon. Okay, Prophet's in the red corner. Got it.
Yep.
I am set whenever you are, and then so for those of you guys who don't know, we have in the Discord we have something called Beats for Beatdowns, and a lot of folks in the Discord have musical talents, producers, singers, songwriters, rappers, you name it, right? So what I'm going to be featuring from next week onwards is going to be exclusive beats from those folks from Beats from Beatdowns. The Prophet is one such person. I do not have his music up because the stream went down, but Prophet, if you're listening, we're definitely going to have your tracks up next week. So it's going to be very interesting to see whenever he makes it up on stage. But if you got some hands and you got the skills, you know what I'm saying? Drop some beats in the Discord. Join the Discord. Drop some beats. I love to listen to him.
Yeah, it's good timing. He's up on stage now, and
Nice.
he's going to be our next fight.
Aspects is how do you talk to the players? In general, I talk to them very nicely and encouragingly. That's how I talk to the players. But no, for real, how am I talking to the players on Discord? Well, it's just through Discord. I have the Discord streamed into OBS, and I'm pulling the audio in from there. If you know a lot about Discord, hopefully that helps, or hopefully that actually answers the question. Bruno, I'm gonna butcher your last name here, Bucciarati. Did I say that right?
That's JoJo reference. That's JoJo reference. It's Bucciarati.
Bucciarati. I knew that. The double C's. I was looking. I'm like, how am I gonna not fuck this up? How do you fight? Yeah, man, you can definitely get in. Just join the Discord. You know what I'm saying? I'll drop the link down here just so you can see. Join the Discord. Get in on the action. It's a fun time. But for now, speaking of action, let's go ahead and get this next fight underway. We've got Landon Wolf in the blue corner, and then the Prophet in the red corner. Appreciate the follows as well, too. Folks following in on TikTok. I love it. Keep the support coming. Yeah. Where exactly are the signups in the Discord? Sorry, I am old. Do not worry, my fellow old person. Right after this match, I will let you know exactly how to sign up and get in. So we've got Landon in the purple trunks with the white trim. And then we have the Prophet in the platinum trunks and the white trim. You go ahead and set that up.
Very, very strong.
Yeah, last time I watched Landon fight, very good performance. Good fighter as well. So it's gonna be interesting to see how he fights with this fight.
Well, actually, let me adjust that.
Yeah. So who do you guys think? Who do you have ahead for this match? Landon or Prophet?
A little early so far. I would say
not ahead, but like who's your bets on?
Okay. Well, Landon's definitely has a really strong start right now. I'm curious how that's going to continue on throughout the fight. You know, fatigue might play in because this is like 4, 3, 5 punches going on right now at a time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely pushing the limits of that anti-spam.
Yeah.
I've only seen Landon fight. I haven't seen Prophet fight before, so I'm gonna have to swing with Landon. But we'll have to see how the Prophet fights.
Yeah, I think Prophet has a little bit less experience, but again, a committed fighter, and you know, actually, as Super said, had those beats for beatdown. So let's see if he can have the beatdown part of that.
Right.
Landon lands some very nice counter punches so far, answering to almost every punch that Prophet throws.
Yeah. Seems like Prophet's sticking to one punch. It's the right hook right now, and it's very, very wide and a little slow. But the jabs and the cross, actually, that was really good combo.
Yeah,
you can tell he's trying to land the big shot. Like Tesco was saying earlier, though, like the key to defense seems to be motion, and Landon is taking full advantage of his size and his space. Like he's not standing in any place for more than like half a second.
Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth there. Literally, the way to win fights now is boxing combined with actual movement. Standing there, it's not going to win you any fights anymore. You need, even if you just stood there, move your head though. But if you're just going to stand like a brick, you are not going to win. And I say that as he rocks
Landon got stunned.
Yeah.
I mean, you still can be caught, but you're a much harder target, right?
Yeah. Let's fight. And you're going to be good for when you actually do get rocked. You're already moving, and you know you're going to be able to get out of it.
That's true. And I like what he's doing too. In addition to that motion, right? He's doing what the other thing that you advise, which is like throw those counter punches out there. Just throw something out there to make Prophet worried. And they're landing. I think definitely you can see Landon now, not necessarily getting a knockdown anytime soon, but definitely chipping away at that health bar and definitely winning on the scorecards.
100%.
Yeah, Landon outlanding right now, doing a lot of damage. So be careful though.
Be careful though. Yeah, the same thought. He's going a lot of punches there. He could have easily gotten caught. And that's the thing. Prophet's throwing that big, heavy haymaker. So if that hits you when you're anti-spam on a good counter in the right place, you're going down.
Yeah. It's all good moving when you're throwing a lot, but all it takes is one punch when you're throwing a lot, man. It doesn't matter how it lands. One nice punch and it's lights out or you're going to get rocked.
I love the collective anxiety at the end of that match. If you know, you know. You know, people are like, oh, this 4 punches, brother. Calm down. I love it.
It's a big staple, man, the anti-spam. It really is a big thing in this game now. Like, you really, really need to be careful.
No, it's just absolutely like game defining, right? Like it just becomes one of those mechanics you have to play around.
Seconds out.
Yeah.
Or at least play to avoid.
You need to get good with combos. If you're a good combo fighter or counter puncher, you are going to be set. But if you're someone who's inexperienced, and no disrespect to people who are inexperienced, but it's not, you're going to have a lot harder of a time than someone who's got, you know, a decent amount of boxing with this game.
Now that's actually a good point to bring up as well. We go back and forth on this that this game does demand that you excel in 2 different skill sets. Not only IRL boxing IQ, but also game knowledge, something that Sally and I found about recently that, you know, even without boxing IQ, if you knew enough about the game, you'd do very well. Which do you guys favor more on that spectrum, boxing IQ or game knowledge?
Boxing IQ, definitely. I would say a good majority of why I win fights is because I probably just know more than some people. You know, just I know how to like angle, or I know certain combinations or certain counters to your punches, right? I would say having better knowledge will definitely help you in this game. It isn't guaranteed because I know a lot of boxers who play this game and lose all the time. Like they're in like the really low elos. So like you said, a good combination. But I would say like having better boxing knowledge will definitely get you up there in the ring.
I agree. Chat's agreeing too. Afro Samurai, very original name. You know, they're also agreeing with you and saying boxing IQ is king. Locking in with Chat on TikTok. They just want the game so bad. Speaking of boxing IQ and game IQ, where kind of like very original name had asked this question a little earlier, said, you know, what exactly is the anti-spam? So guys, in your own definitions, in your own words, what is anti-spam?
Well, in this game, it's when you say words to how it works, it can be quite confusing because you have a lot of people who are very good combo punchers who have the ability to throw clean landing shots with 4 or 5, maybe 6.
Let's go.
But one shot would change it. So anti-spam, it's just, for me, it's all about how much you throw. It doesn't matter how you throw them, as long as you're throwing a lot of punches, anti-spam will come into effect. So you just gotta be careful.
And for some clarity, because it is confusing, right? So what Tesco is basically illustrating is that there's a system to stop. And Afro Samurai, you're absolutely right. It's the anti-volume system. When you throw past a certain threshold of punches, your boxer becomes more susceptible to damage, meaning if somebody returns fire while you're throwing a lot of volume, chances are you will get knocked down or stunned, right? And they have specifically done this type of gameplay mechanic to prevent people from throwing in volume or spamming, or as it were, right? But they haven't defined what spamming is. It's been left up to us to kind of figure it out. Our general rule is don't throw them more than 3 punches. If you're trying to be really competitive, keep your combos to 3 punches and then back off, use some movement, give the system enough time to say, oh no, this guy isn't spamming, because the system cannot tell the difference between 5 slappy punches and a clean 5-hit combo that should take somebody's head off if all of that landed. You know, the game can't differentiate it, and it's just very unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that will, in the future, needs to be played around with to perfect it. But
yeah,
for the meantime, with it being put together with the hands being down, I mean, it's a very, very punishing thing in the game. Like, if your hands are down, and well, obviously if your arms are extended in any direction, you're gonna get damaged. But if you're also throwing punches, it's almost like you're getting double damage.
Right.
So you're spamming. It's saying you're spamming, and your hands are extended. Bang, you're gone. So
Gone.
You
Dust.
You've got to be careful.
Powder on the ground.
100%.
That's what you are. Contour. What would you say is anti-spamming? How would you define it?
Okay, for me, especially in this update, one of the biggest things I noticed that gets me knocked out is walking in. Oh, sorry, it's punching while the other person is punching. That's the thing that gets me knocked down all the time. So when I go out to throw a cross and somebody throws a cross to my stomach, I get knocked out instantly. And that's not necessarily anti-spamming, sorry, but that's one thing I noticed gets me knocked out the most. But anti-spamming, I would say, is more than 3 punches, just like you said.
Yeah, it's a good way to keep an easy way to remind yourself. 1, 2, 3. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 if you're feeling really lucky, but you gotta be careful because we're gonna get anxious just watching because we know what's gonna happen. But good note to call out there on the counter hits as well. Punching while someone else is punching, very dangerous. Speaking of dangerous, your boy Landon is looking very dangerous, narrowly slipping those return fires from the Prophet. And right now, the Prophet, as you guys can see, several shots raining down. He's got to be careful.
This is a slugfest.
It is a slugfest.
You know, if what I've been working on in this last week is trying to replicate boxers' styles. And do you know whose style I've really figured out is the best for this game? Is Alexander Usyk's. His sort of style. It's the step back.
The Russian pendulum step.
And he's gone again. And it's bang, bang, and he's in again.
The Soviet style.
Yeah,
so good.
I love that style, bro. And that's what I did tonight. I switched my stance up, which was very awkward for me. I tried it with V.
Oh, turnaround punch from Landon. Oh, damn. Oh, damn.
That was smooth.
That was very smooth.
Long-awaited knockdown for Landon, to be honest.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
He has been piling on the damage and shots.
Yeah.
Not getting that knockdown. Finally, he gets it. And he is talking trash in the ring.
Uh-oh. Protect yourself at all times.
That's on Prophet, man. He needs to protect himself.
Prophet's he's having a bit of a struggle. He's letting me know about the room scale standing issue.
Yeah, so it's jumping around on him.
Do what we can.
Did a 360 there.
Oh, do you know what I figured out, Super?
What's
I don't
up?
think the 360, like the backhand is possible. Because you don't get damage when you backhand someone. If you're going to backhand someone, you need like twist your wrist so the glove's actually facing them to be able to actually damage.
So it's turnaround punch, not spinning back fist.
Yeah. It's just the 360 with your arm in a very weird angle.
They need to get rid of those. It's so stupid. I don't mind.
It's fun to watch, dude. But
Imagine Canelo throwing a spinning back fist against Terrence. Just knocking him out.
Insane.
That works, dude. That'd be amazing. Absolutely.
There we go. Landon takes it. Not surprising there. Good performance by Landon. 23-30, big convincing win right there. Landon coming in with perfect scores on the SATs, got them 30 straight away. The Prophet, though, hanging on barely 10-8, 10-8, and then slipping around 10-7 with that knockdown at the end. Looking at the damage, though, more than almost quadruple the damage coming in from Landon Wolf. 1143 to 333 in the first round, 939 to 305 in the second round, and 1667. Boy, if I can just speak today. 1667 to 449 for your winner out of the blue corner, Landon Wolf. Yeah, man, did a really good job. I definitely want to hear from the homies real quick, but before we do, while they get down, I got some questions I got to answer. So first up, where is he?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hold on, wait. I gotta lock in with the homies real quick. Where I had, there we go. Very original name. So, creative outlet as well. So for the folks who want to know how to sign up, so when you're in the Discord, right, first things first, jump in general chat as always if you have a question about anything, and ask there. But you'll notice some people, myself, Supa M, Supahem, Solly as well, and anyone of our ref team, anyone with a ref tag, just DM them and ask them questions directly. And we'll always be there to help you guys out, because, you know, Discord is new for a lot of people. It can also be a confusing place with everything changing no matter what server you go to. So basically the vibe is this. Every Sunday we have a channel called Recorded-Exhibitions. In that channel is where all the conversations and questions about recorded exhibitions happen. Solly or myself or someone from the ref team on Sunday at 5 p.m. will open up a conversational channel, and there will be like sign-ups, right? It'll say really big. It's going to happen at 5 p.m. There's going to be a bunch of people waiting around. You just jump in there. There's going to be some rules on what information we need. It's generally like your username, your region, your online rank number, ELO is what we call it, if you know. What your room scale size is if you play on stationary, and then any special requests, right? Like if you don't want to fight anyone stationary, or you're challenging a specific person, or you don't want to fight short people, for example, right? Or maybe you have to go early. You drop that information in. We take it all into consideration when setting the matchups up. Is the first 30 boxers in on the stream. They get in on the stream, and what we try to do is we prioritize matches based off of restrictions that are requested. We try to put people in the same region to reduce the lag. We keep people within an ELO threshold of each other to make sure that the skill is there, right? And then we just try to have a good, clean fight. Hopefully that helps explain some of the things happening here. And again, if you have any additional questions, just reach out to anybody with the ref tag. Everyone's pretty friendly. Just kind of ask around. Fellas, let me see if I can lock in with y'all real quick. So who do we have? We got Prophet and Landon. Whoever's up first. Still waiting for the homies. And for everybody on TikTok, definitely join in on this Discord link. You know what I'm saying? If you want to get in on the action.
My God, how many times have I heard that ding dong?
Oh, so many times.
Yeah, like.
All right, creative outlet.
Cut it out.
You know what I'm saying? And Afro Samurai with the hot take. I saw this earlier, bro. I didn't get to respond to it. So he said, you know, real talk. If I'm gonna keep it a buck, right? It was really the hook spammers who really kind of like started complaining. They brought in the anti-spam volume. And so for those, let me illustrate. Tony Jeffries, not me. Tony Jeffries, 3-time bronze medalist, Olympic boxer, says that spamming is doing this. You see my hands? Let me do it up here so you guys can see. And he says that the system is designed to, you know, you want to do good, clean punches. So if I go to someone and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just some rotating hammer fists with my elbows, most people would be like, this guy's spamming. Or if I go with hooks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they'll say I'm spamming, right? If I go with straights, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they'll say I'm spamming. So the anti-spam system says, this guy's a dirty spammer. We're going to punish them by making them weak and easy to knock down. How dare they? Now you got somebody who comes in and says, well, I know how to box. So I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody knows that combination because it's been in every fight night, in every Let's Get Ready to Rumble, every UFC game. It's if you're going to do 5 punches, it's going to go, jab, cross, hook, uppercut, or some variation. You will also get hit by the anti-spam system.
I'm next?
No. Yeah, we're getting you guys ready.
Yeah, we're getting folks ready.
I gotta get my alt account ready. Hey, do the next fight already.
All right, bet.
Or is Pake already up?
No, we still got like a minute or two.
Yeah, we still going.
If you need me to.
Shit. Yeah, I could get my alt account ready because I got a bit of lag.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Well, understandable. We'll wait
just
for
let
you.
me set up my alt account. I'll just text you on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I gotta get my shoes on too.
So everybody, that y'all can see this, right? Y'all saw what I just illustrated. 5 clean punches that would normally flow together. That is a known combination, and your ass will still get hit by anti-spam. Why? Because the anti-spam can't tell 5 terrible punches from 5 good punches, and that is the problem with anti-spam. The game, as so far as we know, cannot differentiate between a jab and a cross. Why? Because it can't tell which one your lead hand is, right? So it also can't tell whether you put your legs or your hips or your body behind a punch. It can only track the hands moving and your headset moving. So if your hand extends more than 4 times, around 4 times, it's a wrap. You're cooked. Doesn't matter what you threw. And that is the truth about the anti-spam system. It is really an anti-volume system. Afro Samurai did say it best.
Boom. One and done.
Oh yeah, Raccoon for buckets. Thrill the fight, baby. Out now, early access. You know what I'm saying? LB4LB Combat Sports says, but only so much, and the latest updates prove that. Ooh. Yeah. How much the rolls and slips affect the anti-spam? Good question. LB4LB Combat Sports. Very good question. So they don't. Not like directly on paper. If I throw 1, 2 and slip round because somebody's gonna come at me, and I throw an overhand over there, right? That's still 3 spammy punches, right? As far as we've been able to tell, and a lot of this has just been based off of experiential stuff, right? I don't know Spanish, but Augustine Perez says, hello, buenas noches in English. Yeah.
Hey, I'm listening up right now, bro. Hey, my bad. I didn't know that was up next.
Nah, bro, you're good. You're good, bro. Jump in whenever. I was about to read some terrible Spanish here.
I'm not trying to hold y'all out and shit.
That's all good. It's all good, bro.
Y'all can do it. Y'all can do like any fight that's pushed up right now, and I'll just be ready.
Okay. Yeah, Solly will go ahead and get everybody set up. You see what I'm saying? But let me go
just get the next fight, and I'm just trying to warm up the crowd for Pake, y'all. That's my entire thing. Just warm up the crowd for Pake.
There's like 3 fights that I already moved up, guys. I need you all to be, especially if you're asking me to move your fight up. Don't do that without like checking with your person. So
I was never told that was moved up. I thought I was gonna be like before Pake and shit. Well, I was gonna hear for a name Astral. Yeah. I'm just gonna start getting ready.
Okay.
That's my cue.
Yeah. Today was a rough start.
Like a fight before. Yeah. I got my first shoe on right now. Yeah, I'm just putting on my boxing shoes.
Oh dang, Augustine Perez, but I was about to read the comment and then we was gonna translate it. I know he said hello in English, but I didn't get to read the rest. But D1 Crash Out says, what about counters? So how counters affect in this game is very simple, right? So baseline concept: if your hand is extended, end of a punch, for example. You didn't bring it back. You let it fall down like this. If one hand is extended, you are susceptible to counter hit damage. What does that mean? The other opponent's punch will have a higher chance to stun you, that flashbang, or deal significant damage, right? So let's take that concept and bring it even further, right? Let's say you have just thrown 1, 2, 3 punches, 4 punches because you've overextended, and then you let your hands drop. Or at the same time on the 4th punch, somebody's other punch connected at the same time. Not only do you have that counter hit multiplier, not only were you punching a lot, so you're susceptible at base, but now you're considered spamming, and now you're super susceptible. You might just get flash knocked out. Right? In this game, please be sure to bring your hands back to a defensively responsible state ASAP. Do not throw stuff out. And we all do it. We throw a hook, we let it fall down. Nobody's judging you on this, but that is where those counter hits are going to take place, right? And counter hits are devastating. A lot of people have been trained to wait for you to overextend and then do that. Another part of the counter hits is if you are moving into a punch, in the direction of a punch, meaning going forward into straights or going to the left or the right into a hook, you will receive also additional damage there as well. So definitely keep that top of mind when you're playing the game. Noah Sirotinsky? Noah Sirotinsky? What's good, bro? All right, there we go. We got Astral, you know what I'm saying? Hello, good night. I'm English. Translate, hello, good night. Translation. Thank you. I got the hello part in English, though. I was trying to flex my linguistics here. Afro Samurai says, when you slip and roll and parry with defense when throwing combo, it should reset so you can take control of the fight. Now, Afro, I definitely want to test that out a bit more, right? Because we've seen a lot of people like throwing punches and moving, and they still seem to get knocked out. And we need to put our lab coats on, you know what I'm saying? Get our Dector's laboratory on and really try this out. So if you are playing this game, definitely try to, if you're working with a training partner, throw 4 or 5 punches and then have them try to counter you and see if you take more damage than they usually do, right? The next thing is do exactly what Afro Samurai just said, right? Throw and slip, throw, slip, throw, slip, throw, slip, right? Do like 5 punches and then see if that last counter hit does a lot of damage. It's going to take a few times. So inquiring minds want to know, because that is actually something, Afro, that I really want some clarity on myself, right? Because that's going to help demystify a lot of this stuff for folks. You know what I'm saying? Let me go ahead and reset TikTok here, because TikTok. So Solly is, I'm definitely stalling for sure, guys. Solly is working on getting these next matchups up. We got a lot of matchups that were moved around.
We still got post-fight interviews with I think Landon and Prophet, right?
Oh snap! Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah,
Landon.
I was
talking to the chat, stalling a little too much. Yeah, Landon, Prophet. Let me holler at y'all boys.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. All right. Prophet. First of all, like I said, bro, we're gonna get them beats on the stream, specifically on this scene next time around. So looking for a way to get that attribution. Yeah, I've been listening to some of the beats that y'all been dropping. It's been really good, man. So
did a whole fight by now.
Right. So real quick though, how did you feel about that last match?
You talking to me?
Yeah, Prophet.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and do a bunch of excuses and stuff. But like, I was supposed to be room scale.
Oh, that's what we were
I can't fight in that little box.
I feel you. Nah, valid. No one likes fighting in the phone booth.
If it was in real life and I was in that little box, it'd be one thing. But I don't know, the mechanics of it in that little box are just every time we would end up, like, it would break us up. It would switch my center to a different spot, and my whole screen would go gray, and I'd have to move over.
Yeah.
And like, I've been fighting room scale. I got enough space to do it now, and I switched things up, and I've been hitting the training dummy, and that's why I haven't been back. And like, dude, I've been hitting like 5-6K damage every match.
Jeez. Yeah. No, so like that room scale stuff, especially when there's a known glitch where your actual program room scale space will jump around on you. Very disoriented. Very terrible. So not, ain't no excuses, bro. It's something we know that happens in the game.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
It was a good fight.
Yeah.
It was a good fight. Like, Landon did great, and I'll be back. And if Landon wants to go again at room scale, anytime.
All right, we'll see. Be that as may, let's hear from Landon. Landon, how did you feel about that last fight?
I mean, I felt good coming into the fight. I felt good coming out of the fight.
Really, he was just kind of slow. Really, I could time everything. He hit me a few good times, but really, I just feel like I had control the whole entire time.
Look, feeling good going in, feeling good leaving out. What more can be said about that? I do have a question for you. 2 questions, rather. 1, how do you feel about V5? Does it feel better for you or worse? And then 2, would you give Prophet a shot at a rematch in a more comfortable space for him?
I mean, I would give him a rematch, but that hallway is all I got for real.
Always all you got. Look, you heard it there, Prophet.
You wanted room scale.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, what inspires your movement style? Because it very much looks like you're taking a lot of angles at once. You're moving left, right, you're moving around them. I've noticed moments where you're literally behind him. What inspires that boxing style for you?
Honestly, Ilya Taporia. I try to copy him a lot.
Amazing fighter. I watched one of his fights recently. It was crazy.
Yeah, that knockout against Charles Oliveira last night was crazy.
That was brutal.
Look,
what was your other question, Supa?
No, that was it. I mean, he already answered both of them. He already said he felt good about it. And then he would give Prophet another shot, but, you know, all he's got is the phone booth. So with that being said, I'm going to go on and get the next couple of folks up here. We've got Jackmon
versus Driftery.
Now, Jackmon coming in fresh off of a loss in Ranked. So you guys have not seen that yet. And Driftery recently retired from Ranked, coming back on the exhibition. So what's going to be very interesting is to see how, you know, the old era of Ranked Boxer takes on the new class of Ranked Boxer. Jackmon in the blue corner, Driftery in the red corner. I'm ready to start whenever you are, Solly. And as always, I'll let you guys take the commentary while I lock in with the chat for a little bit.
Yeah, sounds good. If you guys can take Tesco, if you and Contour can take over a little bit, I'm trying to make sure to get our next fight set up.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, Jen.
We're just gonna be quiet the whole time. I'm not gonna say
anything.
All right. I'm gonna go cook.
Oh, that's a nice punch right there. That's another good punch right there.
Seconds out.
So we got what color is Jackmon? Red corner?
Jackmon's in the black and white.
Jackmon is in the black and white, and then Driftery's in the teal.
Classic teal.
Okay.
Rocking his Evo style.
Jackman's starting off very, very strong.
Yeah, both landing some massive shots already.
Yeah, there's
Jackmon
a lot of inside fighting.
Yeah. They've both got some good head movement, but I'm seeing Jackmon just throwing the same punch. You know, right hook to the body, left hook over the top. So.
It's working for him, but since they're so close, you know, it's really hard to counter a lot of those patterns you see. Since they're so close, right? You can't really see those looping shots.
Yeah. Especially in this game, it's so fast as well. Like,
yeah, especially.
You don't even see some of the shots.
Yeah.
I mean, strong stuff on both of them. Both landing some massive
100%.
shots.
Looks like Jackman's getting the better. He's going to the body, going up top. He's really paralyzing. Yeah. Who's the other person, sorry?
Driftery.
Well, Driftery seems really lost right now, but he's really trying.
Yeah, Jackman's starting to experiment with the jab now a little bit. But once they get on the inside, it's hands. Let the hands go.
Yeah.
Looks like Jackman got the better reach advantage, so he's going to be
Jackman seems very calm right now. A lot of his punches seem very methodical, and you only get that kind of punch placement when you're calm.
Yeah, you're in a different state of mind when you're confident, you're comfortable in the ring, and you just know what shots you just start throwing properly.
100%.
Once you get rocked, it's a game changer there. But you're on your back foot trying to recoup yourself.
Yeah.
And it can take a toll. So we'll have to see how both of them deal when they get hit.
Yeah.
But so far, I mean, massive shots.
Jackman's pacing himself very, very good right now. Those are some very good shots. Oh, Jackman's hurt.
Driftery leaning in though with clinch. Unfortunately, they both hurt.
Yeah.
Both got the ugly face.
I would say Driftery had his ugly face for a good majority of this match. I was watching him, and it's not looking good for him so far.
Yeah. Jackman. Oh, the backhand,
Spinning.
double backhand. Oh. Good loop in the right hook coming in. From Jackman.
I love how he's working the body. Yeah.
Yeah, he's switching up a lot. It's good to see.
Very fast jabs.
He's got the sort of doom jab to be honest. So flip jab.
Yeah.
Fast flip jab. So it's a deadly thing.
Drifter's on the defensive right now.
Yeah, he's been put under a lot of pressure to be honest.
Yeah.
Backhand again.
I would say he needs to move. Right now, he's just standing in place, holding up his guard, right? And it's giving Jackman the opportunity to really pick those punches.
Yeah.
He's putting him in the matrix right now, quite literally.
Yeah.
That's a place you do not want to be.
I think Driftery's got to come out in the second round now, though.
Driftery needs to move. He needs to move to his right, preferably to stay away from that right hand, right? That's something he's throwing a lot. Sorry, Jackman's throwing the right hand a lot. So he needs to move to his right, and he really needs to take his angles. He's standing in place right now, and that's something I don't really want to see, because like I said, he's going to put in the matrix. Jackman's moving in and out right now. He's picking his shots, right? He's going to the body, he's moving out. He's going to the head, he's moving out. And Jackman doesn't really have a lot to respond with. Oh, sorry, Driftery doesn't have a lot to respond with.
Yeah, I agree, man. It's like, but when you're fighting someone who has a style like Jackman, you know, he's very fast, he doesn't let off. You know, he's body head, you just don't know what to guard, and eventually, bang, you're going to get caught. So Driftery, his biggest thing he needs to improve on this second round is needs to move. Really needs to move a lot more.
Break it up. Red, no hold
just looking like it's going to be another first round, though, with the start already. Both throwing some heavy shots off the rip.
Seems like Jackman's he's moving in right now. He's getting really close this time, rather than giving space.
Let's go.
Yeah, they both have quite a similar reach, to be honest. Jackman's probably just edging it out though, so.
Yeah.
So we're not really seeing Driftery use his jabbies. It's more using the hooks, and Driftery's hurt. Jackman's trying to tee off. Clinches, good move, to be honest. It's going to be a close fight, to be honest. I mean, they're both landing some heavy shots.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to keep track of who's landing the heavier shots. They both hit each other in the first round. Both landing heavy shots in the first round. So.
I would say Jackman is definitely, because I'm listening to the punches, I can hear Driftery breathing a lot more based off the punches, right?
Yeah. I think Driftery's up on this round so far. From what I'm seeing, he's out on Jackman. Both throwing a lot, but he's landing the cleaner shots.
I would say, yeah, 100%. I would say Jackman's definitely, it might seem that way, but just because of it's because of his volume right now. He's throwing so many, right?
Yeah, he's throwing a lot. They're both throwing a lot, to be honest. When you got someone who can throw a lot, it's dangerous, because most people throwing like Jackman will be gassed for half the second round, or even just fully gassed at the end of the first round. So
seems like he's pacing himself.
Yeah, to keep that pace up, man, you've got to be pretty fit, because you're not actually punching anything. You're just punching the air. You're just shadow boxing this person.
Yeah.
Oh, Driftery getting piece. Driftery.
That was very good.
Beautiful combo there. Jackman put him down, securing the round so far.
Yeah.
Hey, are you okay?
So see how Driftery comes back there.
Ready?
Is he going to step on it? Or is he going to try and take it slower? Beautiful body shot.
Very good uppercut.
Jackman's hurt though. Driftery's, is he about to tee off? Jackman. Good moment, Driftery!
Very
Steaming left hook.
Driftery needs to breathe right now.
Yeah.
He really needs to breathe. He needs to take the composure back. If you get too happy, you can be on the ground next.
Yeah. I've been in that situation so many times.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's knockdown. And sometimes, the opponent's going to get mad and they're going to pull something out that they haven't done.
Do you remember the previous rounds? How this was, very one-sided. This is actually coming back. It seems like Driftery is making the adjustments needed to really bring this back home.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see who gets this round up.
Yeah.
Both scoring a knockdown is going to be based off of the damage.
Oh, that's actually true. It's hard to say, honestly, if we got that round.
I think Jackmon had it with the knockdown. Drifter would come back, tied it up, but I think Jackmon overall probably towards the end of the second round did a lot more damage. So maybe, just maybe, Jackmon has snatched that round, but it's going to be interesting to see at the end of the fight. So this third round is going to be close. It's going to be oh, what?
Woohoo!
Jackmon lead.
Driftery won.
Ladies and
Up and
gentlemen,
down.
All right, interesting.
your winner is the red corner.
Don't know if Jackmon got frustrated or if he just something was VR. I don't know.
Oh, there was one more rounds. How does that work when somebody leaves? Do you guys
It just
post
goes
one more
straight to
round?
the other
Or?
person.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, we got the scores up right now. Jackmon was up. Yeah, Jackmon was up 10-8, 10-8. Even with that second round that we were deliberating, it was just that much bigger difference in the damage. And speaking of difference in damage, 1866 to 294 in that first round, and then 1729 to 553.
Driftery wins by technical difficulty.
Wins by TD.
No. No, can y'all hear me? Fuck. Yo, hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
what happened? Jackmon.
Man, come on. There's no, bro. I gotta win by hardship, bro. Come on, look. 35k damage, yeah, fuck it, bro. I'm down. I'm not gonna win by a TD, bro.
Well, I mean, technically, if this was, it is a technical difficulty.
I lost that shit.
No, my tracking.
No, you get a win.
No. My tracking.
No, bro. Hey, I'm not taking that fucking loss, bro. I'm not taking that.
Yeah. We definitely got you up, Jackmon. Jackmon, we got you. That's your dub. You know what I'm saying? You were far in the lead anyway. Technical difficulty.
No. Why don't we just do like one more round? Can we just do one more round?
Nah, we're gonna keep it moving.
We do
We
that?
had technical difficulty.
Come on, you gotta win by hardship, man.
Wait, so who wins? Who wins?
Well, Jackmon, you won on the cards. You, so the score was for those two rounds, 20
you
to
won,
16.
bro. You fucking won, bro.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah.
I thought it would be like V3 damage more like, but I was completely wrong.
Yeah, it's V3 damage, but you got to still have a bit of a V4 mentality, right? So, yeah, it's gonna be very interesting.
Did the counter system get a rework or anything? Because I'm noticing that.
You there, bro?
Oh, what happened?
I thought that was me. Yeah, I thought that was me too.
Did we lose him?
I think so.
Oh, dang. All right. So.
No, yeah, definitely. V5 is just a V4.
What happened? What happened?
Yeah. I don't know what happened.
Blacked out.
Yeah, you got blacked out for a little bit. What were you saying though?
You lagged, man.
But it's so different though.
Yeah.
It's not like V3
Yeah.
compared to.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I learned that liver blow. It did absolutely fucking nothing. Nothing.
Yeah. It's,
dude, I learned that killer blow. That I was known for liver blows and shit. And I learned that same exact blow. I used to feel it.
Now, not so much.
Fucking work. Fuck.
So yeah, there's a couple of different things.
Because I start using those little ghost jabs and shit.
I think
I look back. I start using fucking ghost jabs.
I think what you might be feeling is there's a couple of things Solly and I have noticed this as well. So when we say it's like V3, it's like V3 in the sense that single punch power seems to be back, right? Like in V4, I could not get a one-hit knockout on anyone. In V5, I can, and I know that because I do a lot of power slap battles, right? The counter system and the anti-spam and all those other changes that were made since V3 are still in effect, right? So it's V5 is like V3 basically. And V4 mixed together, right? If in a sense, right? Think of V4 with higher damage. It's still V4. Right, so you still gotta, some of the things that were plaguing you before are still gonna plague you here, right? But there's got to be there's more adaptation, right? If we'll lock in, I'll DM you, bro. because I got some stuff that I want to talk to you about, like some of the changes, like walk you through them. But so that way, you know what I'm saying, you could figure out how to make sense of it all. But
yeah, I was trying to be like what I used to be in V3, but it turns out that's not gonna fucking work at all.
Nah.
I landed those same blows, same shit. Nothing fucking worked.
Yeah.
I was confused. I'm gonna be honest with you.
We got to lock in and lab it up, bro.
I'm like, how is he still standing after taking one of my liver blows?
Yeah, we got to lock in and lab it out, bro, because there's a few little nuances we got to figure out. But Solid, who do we got up
I'm
next?
I'm sure locking with you on Thursday, but
yes, Thursday's a good night.
Outrageous, man.
Thursday's a good night for that. Wait, Solid, but who do we have up next? We've got who's in the blue corner?
We're gonna have.
Where's my interview at?
All right, Jack Mon. My bad, brody. All right.
Hey, I'm
so
gonna come back.
I got specific questions for you, Jack Mon. So earlier, you were playing very, very passive, very tentative. Not in this one, but in the ranked match, right? And it kind of burned you a little bit. Not gonna lie, right? The match, for everybody who wants to know, ended in a draw. And when it ends in a draw in a ranked match, we got to go through who had the most knockouts and who had the most damage to find out a winner, right? And so Jack Mon came up with the L, but he had a solid strategy coming in. He was going to time out his opponent, work the outside, pepper him down with points, and it really came down to like a couple of punches. This time, though, we saw different Jack Mon.
Bro.
Yeah, you came out with fire this time, bro. So
I thought we should have done a sudden death round for that ranked match.
Nah, there are no sudden deth rounds, bro. You leave it all on the table. Don't leave it up to the judges, because if it's got to come to the judges through me, somebody's going to be upset. And this happened earlier with Spooky as well. He took it easy on Carl, and guess what? That's what's going to happen. Carl ended up bringing it to a draw, and then it had to go to the judges, and it was just not a good look for everybody. But what you did show today was
Carl winning in rank, bro.
Yeah, Carl's been up in rank. Y'all gonna respect. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna respect Carl's name.
No, we're not, bro. We're not respecting.
I know y'all aren't. I know y'all aren't. But Jack Mon, this is what I want to see from you more in rank, bro. You got the hands, man. You got the speed. You got the technique. I feel like you don't have to really take it easy on. Just go in and believe in yourself, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like you could really get some far. But how did you feel? What was your estimation of that match?
Uppercut spam them. That's my strategy. That was my very, very first strategy in this game. Uppercut spam the living shit out of anyone. Yeah,
it's a solid one. And uppercuts only got better, I think. You know, for those who throw uppercuts,
yeah,
they've only gotten better. So, hey, keep on doing what you're doing, bro.
And then, I've heard Killshot Kev wants his rematch. I would do that in the future. And then another call out was probably I want Tywick too, maybe. Tywick.
Yeah, we did. I need to see Tywick. I hadn't seen him in a while. It'd be nice to see Tywick up in here in a bit. If not, his rank is going to drop. So, but yeah, shit, Kev, Tywick, you got call outs.
He fought Mist. He fought Mist though. He fought Mist. So, like last week.
He did. That's right.
I'm tripping. And he won.
I'm tripping. All right, let's get on with the next fight though. Solly, who do we have up next? Because we're gonna be here all night.
Yeah. All right, we got Mist in the red corner versus Charles Dubronx Oliveira in the blue.
Let me put Oliveira there, and then Iron Fist.
And a tough time to take that moniker.
Get missed up. All right, let's. I've got the teams updated. Let's roll through these next couple of ones because it's pushing on 10 p.m. right now. And with these fast fights, I feel like we can get out of here at a decent time.
Hopefully. All right, let's start this one up. And I'll be back onto the commentary team. It looks like we got the next couple fights a little bit more organized. And so we'll be back in it.
All right. So in the blue corner, we got Oliveira rocking the yellow. And then we've got Mist in the red corner with the white trunks with the black trim. Is it me and you up on commentary right now, Solly?
Yes, I think so.
Awesome.
I'm here.
Okay, we got everybody back.
We all here.
Yeah, sorry, I was using the bathroom.
All right, we got the whole commentary crew for your listening and viewing pleasure. It's going to be very interesting. Mist has been on a bit of a streak trying to get experience with as many people as he can. Oh, damn. Speaking of...
Just got that knockdown.
Mist is already putting points. So Mist has the white trunks and the black trim, and Oliveira Dubronx has the yellow trunks with the white trim.
Okay.
White.
V5 right there.
Yeah, I mean that's V5 all day.
100%.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Clean, straight right, left hook.
This is, I would say, is a very overall good boxer. I've fought him before. Honestly, I'm very interested to see his style going into this and how he matches up against him.
Both
already hurt.
See, the thing about Mist, a lot of people they discount him. If you ever hear Mist on comms, all you hear is and I'm like, okay, even if the game isn't rewarding him, he's got the right energy about it. And Mist has volume. Yeah, he's got volume and precision, right? He's got fast hands. He's pretty accurate. And despite, there we go. There we go. I told you, he's got fast hands, and he's pretty accurate.
I love it. That's so good.
Dude, he landed that cross the moment Oliveira was thinking about throwing his other jab out. It was right on the chin.
Yeah.
He just pulled it to Pori right.
Yeah.
Straight right down the pipe, knocking him out.
You know what I'm saying? And
if only you could punch on the canvas.
Right. But it's the timing as well, guys. Like, watch the timing 100%. And the distance. Like, that's the thing we don't really get a chance to observe a lot, which is somebody who can show you clearly that they have your timing in that way. And Oliveira's got to be careful. Oh, little scrappy exchange there.
Yeah, you got to be careful with the straight rights. If you walk into a straight right, you're going down. Right?
Yeah.
You really got to keep that. If you're going in and you know that's what you're going to do, go in for a hook or body, make sure your guard is up. Because if that straight right, you're walking on to a powerful straight right, and it's going to knock him down. And that is exactly what he did. Put him down and knock him down to a straight right. Walked right into it. Yeah, Mist is just... He is making Oliveira look like a silly man right now.
Oliveira has been landing. Yeah, but I say good eye. He has been landing a few good shots of his own. So we can't count him out just yet.
Yeah, Oliveira is definitely adjusting his game right now. He's really trying. But he needs to keep those hands up. He needs to stop doing something like that against a fast fighter like Mist.
Yep. Mist covers the distance. He crosses that void in an instant. And to remind everybody, if both hands are extended in any direction, you will turn instantly into dust on the canvas.
Yeah.
You will explode into Cheeto
If I may
dust.
say something.
Absolutely.
You know who Oliveira looks like? He looks like Moneymaker from Thrill the Fight 1.
Oh my God, he does.
He sort of looks like Moneymaker with a mustache.
Yo,
that's brilliant.
That's a great call out.
I mean, I see what he was trying to go for. He was trying to go for for the actual Oliveira when he had
it's Moneymaker.
Hair.
Holy shit, what's he doing here?
He looks like Moneymaker.
That's a good question.
Somebody needs to put him on outclass difficulty.
When you was playing on Thriller the Fight 1, who did you find like the most annoying and hardest AI was?
Moneymaker. Actually, no.
No, it wasn't
the Duke.
Yeah, the Duke.
Duke body shots.
Duke had crazy power. Also, the what's his face? The
giant.
The spider. Yeah, that really dude with the long arm. He was easy to beat if you were aggressive and just like pressured him the whole time. But he could hit you from like so far away.
Yeah.
So, like if you ever just play passive, you just get tagged.
Yeah.
I got a clip of when I was playing. I was fighting him, and I threw an uppercut to try and land on his chin. I broke my light bulb.
Oh no way!
Yeah,
that's too tall.
You can hear in the background. I just smashed my light bulb, and the glass just goes over. And you hear it's like, oh fuck! I broke my light bulb. I pulled a clip on someone. I'll post it. Yeah, it's funny as fuck.
Just ask the spider to change it for you.
Yeah, he owes me a light bulb.
Yeah, for real. He's up there. He might as well do some work.
Oh no! Do I not have it? Okay, here it is.
Oliveira's doing really good so far, actually. Like, he's doing really good on adjusting. He's moving his head a lot more. He's keeping his hands in front of him.
Yeah, he
did like a good adjustment. Right, and he hasn't taken another knockdown, which is really, I think he learned his lesson about walking into those missed power shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever you guys get the time, I just put that clip and post your vids. It's so funny, dude.
Dang, Oliveira trying to go for the dap. The disrespect from Mist, though. Mist not having it. Mist, I will say, Mist gets locked in. He gets locked in, bro. He's got no time for pleasantries.
Yep.
That is why you do not put your hands down.
Yep. Oliveira needs to...
he needs to start playing around, bro. You don't want to play with Mist. That man has got... And he knows already from this fight, one shot power. Mist hurt, though. Good clinch in time. Oliveira's not going to have enough time to capitalize on it. So.
One little thing, you notice how Oliveira's moving forward like that? He just starts throwing punches. That's the thing that got him knocked out, those 2 other times. So it is definitely a habit right now. He really needs to be careful of the way he's walking forward throwing hooks, because last time he did that, he got caught with the cross.
That is one of the bigger downsides to joystick fighting. You have to, you always have to walk into the shot.
Yeah.
So for joystick fighters, that is the biggest thing you need is a good guard, because you will always be walking into a punch unless you are on the back foot, obviously trying to defend. But if you go on the attack, you're always going to be walking into shots.
That's 100% true.
All right, Oliveira working a little bit of head movement. I like it.
That was a very interesting exchange. Very quick. Like,
oh, damn.
Oh, no.
Mist is leaving him in the dust. Absolutely battering.
No, I gotta give props to Oliveira, though. He's actually really timing his head movement properly, especially against somebody like Mist, where they have really good speed. A lot of his punches are going right over his head.
Yeah, especially that last exchange that we had reacted to, where he was down low, moved to the left and the right. He was really weaving it in there. He's getting, if this was a 6-round format, for example, I feel like he's slowly learning Mist to a way that he could take those later rounds.
100%.
But yeah, it is a thing for Oliveira now in this last round. If you really need to capitalize on distance now, keep Mist at bay. Keep him as far as you can. Lando's flush shots.
That was for you, Reggie.
He needs Lando's.
Counter shots will definitely really help him, 100%. But like staying back, especially against somebody who's already ahead on the scorecard, I've tried that before. Sometimes they'll literally not move. It's so annoying. But it is a tactic.
Yeah, Oliveira needs to let Mist come to him. Let Mist come to you. Let him walk into the shots and time your shots nicely now, because otherwise it's going to be a run away from Mist. 2 knockdowns. Was there 2 knockdowns on the last round? I'm pretty sure it was. So Mist.
Yeah, it was.
It's 3 knockdowns so far. Yeah.
Yeah, Mist. You need that. Oliveira needs to let Mist come to him. Keep that guard up. I hate it when people do that. Only should be taunting if you're doing good in the fight. You don't want to.
Oh, he walked right in your
already done. Mist time his shot.
Mist is hurt.
He's hurt. Oliveira needs to capitalize now.
Oh, that's good. That's good. He's being patient. Did you notice how he threw those combinations? He immediately backed off. Very good. He's really learning this.
And it's always. Well when he got caught.
I was gonna say, it's always fun to see like someone evolve in a fight, right? Like even if they don't quite have the chance to win it, you can see that like, all right, they improved, and if this was gonna go 12 rounds, or if they had another chance to fight them all over, right? Like you can tell they were so much better.
Yeah, that's really hard in a fighter. That quality right there, not a lot of people have that.
That's the more frustrating side of boxing is you know now what the opponent's gonna do, but you just don't have the time left to do.
Yeah, amateur boxing is like that because it's a shootout at the end of the day. You need to just throw. You need to just get out there, use your athleticism, and just start throwing stuff. That's the stinky part about amateur boxing. But you have headgear on, you have all these other things like big gloves, so you're not gonna get knocked out unless you're going against somebody really crazy, or unless they kind of get lucky. But yeah, that's the thing.
The big payoff! The big payoff! That man earned that.
Oh my.
He earned that.
That was beautiful.
Holy shit.
That was dirty. Absolutely dirty punch.
Okay. Mist needs to breathe right now. He needs to take a deep breath. He needs to remember he's in the lead. And he needs to play his cards right now. If he wants to run away the whole round, that's an option.
Mist, remember who you are.
Yeah. One knockdown, you're still ahead. You got this.
There is something to be said, though. As you're fighting someone and they're adjusting, you can feel the chase and the jaws slowly closing in.
Yeah.
Right? When they get that big payoff like that, it's hard to reset, right? Because now you're on tilt. Now they feel like they've got the momentum.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
This is making me regret not signing up for Sunday. I wanted to fight. No.
Ain't it like some good VR boxing action?
You know what it is for me being in the EU? You know, only, and I don't mean any disrespect to the other EU fighters, but the only challenges I've really had is Jack and V, and it's.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, I'm seeing all these NA fighters. I'm like, oh, I'd love to fight these guys with good ping, but it's like I can't. I'd love for more EU man to be in, because it'd be so much easier to just like prove a lot more what I could do.
I hear you, man.
Yeah, same. Trust me, I hear it, because I really wanted to see more like EU talent rise. I'm just surprised that we've found the few of you guys that we did.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta thank Jack, man. I was in another server, forgot what it was, and I was such a pain trying to get into a fight, and Jack DM'd me. He was like, "Oh,
yeah,
they're doing EU fights tonight." I was like,
"Oh
right.
yeah."
He said, "Do I?" I was like, "Oh, do I have to like sign up or anything?" He said, "Yeah, well, you gotta just put your name." I was like, "Oh, nice." So I joined.
Well, quick question: is there more NA fighters than there is European fighters?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
10x.
Well, Tesco, come to my house, dude. I have a big ass basement. You can sleep on the floor. It's all good.
Well, we'll get you on like the same way you get like a fighting camp, so we'll send you across the space.
Let's make it happen.
Have you ever seen those like sumo wrestler houses?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. We need to get a VR house for sure. Look, I would, if I had the money, I would love to fund it. All right, let's wrap up this fight though. It was 24-28 in favor of Mist, but Oliveira did put up an amazing fight. So looking at Oliveira, right, 10-6, then it was 10-8, and then 8-10. Highlighting what we were talking about. He started off rough. He made good adjustments, made up for it in the second round, and even took the third round and if we kept this trend going, 6 rounds in, it would have been a whole different story. But looking at those knockdowns, it's hard to deny. 3-1 for Mist doing that early work and coming out with about 1,000 more damage overall, right? I mean, he could have completely botched that first round and still would have probably still been on top with damage. So a testament to Mist's hands right there, 2869 to 1806 in favor of your winner for tonight, Mist. Let me go ahead and lock in with the homies real quick. I'm going to talk to them first. This time I won't forget and start bumping at the gums. So Mist, Dubronx, where y'all at? Oh, we see Mist up here. I don't see Dubronx up here.
Let's double check and get everyone there.
And then while you're checking there, Solly, give me a...
And Charles is here as well. All right.
Give me a sit rep real quick. How many fights do we have left?
All right, so I need to double check to make sure everyone's here, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, possibly 8 more fights tonight.
Okay, 8 more fights to go. So looking at that, we could be here until about the midnight hours. But let's lock in with the homies. First off, I want to talk to Mist.
Yeah, I'm here.
Mist, another dub for you, man. Making the rounds, showing everyone what you can do. You came across with a dub, but your opponent was adjusting to you, man. I want to get your POV because really the big point of conversation is like you came in with the earlier hand speed. Right, it was pretty. Most people I know would have folded under that and would have, kind of called it quits. But Oliveira here was trying to match your hand speed with head movement. Was there any point in that fight that you felt like, he was adapting maybe too fast?
I didn't really get that feeling any time during the fight.
I see.
Interesting.
Now,
was it the pace?
Yeah, I'm about to say, good question.
Was it the pace, or was it just that? Was it the pace necessarily that like didn't allow you to see that aspect of the fight? The fact that he was adapting, because on our end, we were seeing him, dodge a lot of your punches and adapt to your style overall. Was it the pace that just didn't allow you to see that, or was it just that you were winning, so you were a little bit ignorant to the fact that he was adapting?
I'm pretty sure it was like 50-50 with the both.
Okay, that makes sense.
Makes sense. Mist, where do you go from here, man? You of course working your way up ranked. You just taking everybody out, man. What you trying to say? You trying to make a name? You trying to make a statement? What you trying to say to the people? Talk to them.
I'm just trying to prove that I'm gonna be the best in this server, for sure, right?
Yep.
And and I would like to shout out Resi for being in my corner during the fight. I called him, and then I just fought ball on call, and I wanna call out the pooper or Jay the Joe, because I don't know, he's kind of irrelevant and he's just being like annoying as hell.
So
like,
are we going? So the pooper versus Mist, right? Next week, right? We gonna make this happen? Jay the Joe, pooper. You've been called out, brother. You got to respond.
If I may say something,
what's up?
Could you imagine this is like a real expedition, like in real life, and like you know, you have like those really famous guys like saying the pooper or some shit like on the stage. I thought that was funny.
I would love to, like, once I get the stream fully set up for that. I would be calling everybody's ring names out in that fashion. All right, well let's jump in with Charles Dubronx Oliveira. Yo. All right, so on the other end of this, right, we saw a great story. Even though you did not come up with the W, you definitely were the most improved boxer of the night. Starting the beginning of that off with a staggering 10-6. You brought it back up to 10-8, and then you managed to reverse the 10-8 in your favor in the third round. To us, it looked like you were kind of getting the hang of the speed and the combinations, really locking in with the head movement. But let's hear from your side of the POV, man. How did that match go for you?
Honestly, you know, about that adjusting, you know, I've been practicing on that for a little minute. I've also I haven't practiced it with him with SteveVR, but I have tested it on him, and I saw that it played out fairly well. And so I started to learn more and observe more of the fighting style of my opponent. And then that's how I just like picked up on where his next punch is going to be or what side he's going to be open on, and just mostly like observing.
Quick question.
Yeah.
How does one practice that necessarily, you know, adjusting, you know, because everybody is so different when it comes to styles. So how would you practice that? Is it drills, or is it just trying to like adapt to whatever someone's trying to show you?
Yeah, so like just adapt and then just kind of look at their punches as well. You know, I kind of like focus on those two at the same time. And like, yeah, and I try to like stay out the way.
Interesting.
That's brilliant.
Very interesting. Yeah, adaptation is hard to train. Very hard to train. Like, it takes a lot of self-awareness to even work on that. It's a lot of head knowledge. So good tips for folks. So if you guys are trying to work on those reactions, gotta stay loose, keep that mind malleable.
Yeah. If I may add one thing, one little tip that I like to apply to me is don't focus on winning. That's like the best thing, because like that takes up traffic in your mind, right?
Yeah.
Traffic that could be used, or bandwidth that could be used in the fight, right? If you're always focusing on winning, you're probably not winning. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Nah, I feel you. That's the same thing we were talking about earlier with a lot of people who focus too solely on just trying to get that knockdown or just coming back instead of just resetting and playing the game. You know, in fighting games, we always say you got to have a short memory for the bad situations, right? Don't beat yourself up. Don't lock in on a mistake too much. It helps. Helps a ton. All right.
Yeah. So if you have CTE, you're set, right?
Right. Oh, damn, okay. Solly, you got the next matches. So I just looked up. Is Chatley, Chet You Betcha, versus Kobenomics. Let's get Kobenomics.
Yes, whenever you're ready, I can start this match up and we can get going.
Cool, man. I am ready whenever you are.
Kobenomics. I've heard some good things about him, to be honest. Haven't seen him fight yet.
I've fought Kobenomics in an expedition match. He's a very, very patient fighter. very, very patient. Somebody who likes to pick his punches, right? You know, he tries to... A thinking fighter.
Those are the most dangerous ones.
That reminds
scary.
me.
Mouthpieces in. Seconds out.
It's like when I'm sat here watching this, and I remember like in post interviews and everything like that. You know, you guys always say the EU seems to be more technical or whatever than the US or the American fighters, and I've only seen like a handful of like technical American fighters. I've seen more of just slugging it fighters, so slugging it style.
I'll be honest with you, I'm scared of European fighters. If I had to fight them in real life, I'd be a little bit worried, right? They're really good.
If like EU servers like matchmaking, it's so hard, dude. Oh my god, I've fought some absolute giants, and I've just been times I'm like, I'm just gonna leave. There's not a single chance I'm beating this guy.
Yeah. Oh, so who's who? Sorry.
Kobenomics in the teal, Chatley in the black trunks.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Kobenomics style.
The Kobenomics is using the long guard right now. He's keeping that lead hand out, probing, measuring distance. It's really good.
Let's fight.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, as I'm speaking about not seeing technical American, you know, Kobenomics is saying, "Shut up, I'm a technical fighter," and he is looking technical. Keep it distance, landing, looking to where he's going to punch, not just wilding him out. So.
And I like too what I'm seeing like in his guard, right? It's a little bit more forward than you might like it. You know, it's still a little bit vulnerable to hooks, but what he's doing is he's always moving, and he's just kind of using his hands there to intercept punches.
Yeah.
And it really is working for him.
That's one thing.
Okay, cool.
That's one thing. Go on.
Oh, so like there's a thing in boxing, it's called traffic theory. So if you like stick your lead hand and you turn it into almost a bar, right? So you like take your arm and you basically like cover your face with your forearm. I can't explain that, but exactly what Kobenomics did right there. That's a key feature of the long guard. So it basically cuts off all of your straight punches. You can't really throw against that, and it's really, really hard to move around it.
Yeah, I've been sparring and with the coach of Kronk, Chuck, and he's been teaching me some very good things. You know, that cross guard, that's what it is. It's the cross guard. You have your hands up in front of your face, stop the jab, stop any hooks coming in. Also, like, I was never used to this. I never really knew it was a thing. But you know, when you're moving side to side like Kobenomics is, the worst thing when you're moving like that is receiving a hook. You're walking into a hook. So that when you're moving, it's getting that earmuff guard. You know, putting your hand up to your ear, really defending that hook. You know it's going to come, leaving that left hand available for a nice counter if they do for it.
Yeah, that's
and
brilliant.
It's a very good thing to learn. Shout out to Chuck. Chuck's been teaching me some very good things. Probably why I've been getting better. So.
Afro Samurai dropping in. He said, "Love that L guard." And I absolutely love this type of conversation as we kind of go and watch, like, seeing something we can definitely commentate on the style, because to you guys' point earlier, a lot of the NA folks just come in and throw hands. It's more or less street fighting, right? When you see someone who's actually exercising technique, it comes across so clear. It's really good.
Yeah. Especially, yeah, it's so clear.
The best thing I figured out lately to really improve your game overall is switch stances. It sounds like stupid, but honestly it works really well. If you switch stances, get comfortable with your offhands. You know, for people who fight orthodox, you know, switch southpaw. You know, really get the uncomfortable side. Try and get it comfortable, because if you can switch stances mid-fight, confuse your opponent. Honestly, it's going to be so much easier for you.
Your corner ready.
I did that in my fight today. Yeah.
How would that help you, switching your stance, right? Like, how would that help you overall?
Well, for me, how I've noticed it is, it's especially if people look at your past fights, which obviously I don't think mine did today, but people are going to know, okay, this is he's southpaw. I know I train with southpaw, and then you go into the ring. Oh fuck, he's orthodox. What am I going to do? You know, you confuse your opponent now.
Okay.
But it's also now you're training your arms or your just defense in general to be more comfortable with switching and throwing and not being so stiff on the opposite stance.
Yeah.
that's what I did today, and it paid off very well for me. I tried out the Usyk style with the long, not the long sort of guard, but bouncing hands, bouncing more often. You're moving a lot, and
the Soviet style.
Jab 1-2, yeah. It's a good style, man. It's why he's my favorite boxer, man. I got Usyk every day,
boxer.
all day. He's gonna batter the world.
How about
I actually read a book on Soviet style boxing. It's so good.
I was about to say, guys, if you're interested in some Soviet style boxing content, watch the Hybrid Warrior on YouTube. He spends a lot of his channel kind of like going over the fundamentals of the Soviet style, and even drills and things like that.
Yeah, dude, it's so crazy. If I may add one thing about the Soviet style, it's okay. So back then, way back then, it was, I would say around the 50s, 60s, around when the Olympics was a thing and boxing was a big thing. The Soviets, they government funded boxing coaches. So like they had all this money from the government to get their fighters gold medals in the Olympics. So they got the best nutritionists, they got the best they even got sports psychologists and scientists to go into how to develop the perfect boxer to fight in the amateurs, right? So that's why it's such a good style, because it was literally scientifically created to be an efficient style. And like it's crazy. It's one of the craziest things I've ever read about.
Interesting. And what
about that like Rocky IV stuff is actually like
like legit. Ivan Drago is real.
Yeah, actually, that is actually very, very true. The fact that they literally did have scientists, drawing records and all that kind of stuff and creating the best workouts for you. And a lot of this knowledge is available to you right now, like because it's meant to create the best boxer, like I said. And you can literally go up on YouTube and just look up Soviet style workouts, and those things make you. They're designed to make you a really good boxer. It's so interesting.
It's one thing, you got old school Soviet scientists, man. They were legit about their business.
Scary,
very scary people.
The Soviets, dude, they're on another level, man. They're super soldiers, super boxers. I mean, what super boxers?
Fighting bears up there.
Kobenomics, that's what they're coming up with. Oh, and alcoholism. Okay, hopefully Kobenomics is an alcoholic.
Right.
You can do anything when you got that Russian vodka in you.
I mean, not everything, but you have the confidence to do everything.
Yeah. But anyway, back to the fight.
Back to the fight.
Who have we got?
I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Kobenomics. Very interesting. He's got a good build for the style that he has, right? His hands are long. It's very interesting because a lot of people have been like forcing me to look into hand lengths and things like that. And a lot of people, like folks we have, like Ali, for example, has long arms as well, but he can't really quite make it work as well as I think he could. And it's like coming down to style and technique, right? And I like the game plan that Kobenomics is working, so I'm a favor him just off of style points. What do you guys think?
Yep, I agree with you, to be honest. His style is
Seconds out.
a lot better than his opponent.
Get ready.
Yeah, that being said, though, it's still, I think, not like a drastic difference, right? Like, there's
100%, yeah.
Chet has a chance, and I think he's been looking for the shot. And so, like, once you have a fighter who's going with that strategy, right, it gets dangerous because, like, the more and more the fight goes on and that you don't have, like, a solid dominating lead, the more they're, like, starting to read you, catch your timing, and they will catch you with a counter one of those days. You cannot stay perfect for a whole match. You can do pretty good, but you're going to get caught at some point.
Solid, we got a question for you from Creative Outlet. What are the ELOs of both of these boxers?
All right, so we got, let's see, Chet is sitting at a 2340, and Kobe says 1900 plus.
Hey, stop. Blue,
okay, so not too far. I mean, once you get closer to 2000 range, I think you're like legit in this game. Of course, there are people, of course, monsters out there going to beat you, but 2000 is pretty admirable to get up to.
Yeah, I like to think of it as like there's kind of like some gates. So like between 2000 and 2300 is sort of one tier. Above 2300 and above 2500, I feel like is a significantly higher tier. But Kobe, boom, knocking Chet right down to the canvas.
Kobenomics, seen you, heard, and said, I'm not letting this go. You're going down this time.
Box on.
Beautiful work there, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much, worked his game plan this whole time. And you love to see somebody rewarded in this game because we see people punished so many times. That one kid. Solly, do we have somebody named that one kid who is in the fights for tonight?
That one kid.
Don't think so.
That I see.
All right, yeah. So that one kid, just want to remind you that we have signups every Sunday for the people who are on. So if you catch the stream and it's already on, you're already too late for that week. But join the Discord. I'll drop a link, and then you can hop in after that. Oh, not hop in after that. Let me correct my words. Hop in the Discord, and we'll get you in for the next week.
Conte, did the stream go for you on Discord?
It went for me, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, the stream's a bit fecked on Discord. Mate.
Yeah. All right, locking in for the folks who probably won't be able to see for the commentators route. Kobenomics in the teal corner. Chatley in the black trunks. Kobenomics coming off of a knockdown from the last round, looking pretty good to maintain the same level of long-range dominance that he's been exercising off of that long guard all the way around. And Chatley trying to figure out a way to get in, but the way he's kind of having to get in on the distance, very difficult. One, to get past the long guard, and two, as he's punch walking in, he's leaving himself open for the counter shot, and that's what Kobenomics is going to be looking for. And as we come to the end of this final round, we've got a Kobenomics looking like he might take it.
Solly, is it?
Oh.
I think Solly's crushed.
Think Solly might be out of it. And speaking of disappointments, the draw comes in. Chatley actually taking the first two rounds 10-9, 10-9. Kobenomics coming back 10-8 in the third round. That knockdown really, really helping him out. That would have been a complete landslide if it wasn't for that. Interestingly enough, Kobenomics only doing 83 damage in that first round to Chatley's 536. Right, 582 to 361 in the second round, and then 598 to 338 in the third round. Chatley coming out ahead. Now, technically, usually in these draw scenarios, we go back to knockdowns, which Kobenomics has is up on the knockdowns, and we look at the damage though. Chatley up on the damage, so dead split. What do you guys think? Who should have won that?
Well, I mean, it's just one of those cases again where it's so close.
Yeah.
You really just cannot tell.
For real.
Yeah.
Yeah, with that knockdown, I really did think Kobe had it, but judges seen it different, and
it's interesting that first round though. We're seeing a lot of these rounds where it's like sub 100, and something that has been just kind of annoying me sometimes where it may be a server issue, but your punches, even though they are connecting on your screen, don't seem to register, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see what was up with that first round for Kobenomics. If we can, we've got Chatley up here first. So Chet, if you can unmute your mic, would love to ask you a few questions, bro. Locking in with the chat though. Afro Samurai says V2 had more variety in styles of boxing when it came to opponents. Ooh, very interesting take. Chatley.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, bro? How you feeling about that fight, man? Ended in a draw. Do you feel that was a fair call?
That guy was good, man. I mean, my whole thing is like, ever since V5, I've trained peekaboo for almost 2 years, and V5 is just a Punisher of peekaboo style. So I kind of went deeper into the roots of it, ended up following more into Floyd Patterson a little bit, and then went further, and now I'm just kind of following Jack Dempsey's just kind of brawler style. When I couldn't get anything on him, he was just so good at keeping me at bay.
Yeah,
good fighter.
Dude, I was talking about it at the end of the last round. Is that like, you know, at one point in time, you're like, look, I'm just gonna punch my way in to try to get past that guard. It was very hard. Surprisingly, though, the first round, you only 58 damage was let through. Do you got a POV on how that first round went for you?
Yeah, I mean, I just keep my head moving all the time. Like I said, I've been practicing that peekaboo for 2 years, so I just move left and right as much as I can, duck as much as I can, get out of the way.
Well, look, you brought it to a draw. It was an absolute grueling slugfest. At least I know on your part, you was swinging for the fences, bro. But you fought with heart. You fought with honor. Moral victory for you both, I guess, in a way. So I'm glad.
I mean, he was a killer fighter, so yeah.
It's a tough fight. Very tough fight. And I believe he had the elo advantage up on you as well. So, definitely good on you, bro. Definitely looking forward to see you here next week. Do we have Kobenomics?
Hey, guys.
Kobenomics, Mr. Long Guard out here with the long arm of the law. The match ended in a draw. I'm going to ask you the same question. How do you feel about that decision? Do you feel like it was a fair decision?
Well, you see, normally right after these post-fight interviews, I've been losing every single one of my matches. And, sometimes, yeah, that happens. But here in this draw, dude, I don't think that was the right call. As you can see, the VR judges, they're paid in Bitcoin, as you say. And, yeah.
Yeah, that's very true.
They can't be trusted. Never leave it up to them. It will always be.
Yeah, but, I mean, I do understand why most of my punches didn't get through in those first rounds, right?
Explain
I mean,
it.
obviously, first off, you know that I have a long guard style. I throw for volume. I don't do much damage at all. But the other thing is that it's an NA West versus NA East fight. So come on, that ping difference, that kind of screwed me over at times, I think. But hey, honestly, props to my opponent. We got a draw, so I think that's better than a loss.
Hey, moral victories, man. That's what I say. Moral victories. Question for you. So you favoring the long guard, right? What adaptations have you made in VR to make the long guard work for you, and how do you avoid being counter hit with the lead handout?
Well, one of my main strengths, I would say, is that I have a big old room scale, and I box in real life, so I try and adapt what works in sparring just to VR, and I don't try and go for knockouts often. Obviously, you saw me throwing volume because of the I wasn't that scared because of the adrenaline. So yeah.
I have a question. Sorry, I have one little thing. Yeah, I understand that you're dealing with a lot of these losses, man, but honestly, they're just numbers. Like, at the end of the day, you're learning, and these really don't mean anything. It's experience, right? I'm noticing that you're getting better, man. Like, based off the last time we fought, this was an amazing performance, and I want you to keep going. It has nothing to do about losing. Losing, it's simply just... what is the word again?
You got to get washed to get clean. The L's don't stand for losses, they stand for lessons. Learn from this old man.
Exactly.
Hey, yeah, for sure. Thank y'all. But I try and supplement my real life boxing with VR. So honestly, I don't really let these losses get to my head.
Nice.
Yeah, you're winning anyway. You actually get more reps in with the skill that you're trying to harness versus internet wins. So you're coming out with the dubs regardless, bro. So I appreciate you coming through. Appreciate you putting on a good show. We're going to move on to the next couple of matches here as we go through. Dang it. Please don't tell me the Observer kicked me out. Oh, no, I'm back.
Wait, is Sully fighting?
Sully, you're fighting?
Sully's fighting now. Let's go.
Get me out before it crashes it. I need to be... Yeah.
Am I assigning you to blue corner? Or am
Can we sign him up, please? I want to see Sully fight.
This is that's my spectator client. It's not my normal account. So.
Could you imagine should I kick you? Can you imagine Bruce Buffer announcing himself in? And he hops in the corner, takes off his shirt.
That's what was that that claymation show back in the day? Where they had a celebrity deathmatch.
Oh, celebrity deathmatch.
Yeah,
I love celebrity deathmatch.
That's what that reminds me of.
You could not make that show today, but I love it.
Am I supposed to kick you, Solly? Because everybody looks like they got some loading things going on.
Yeah, let's try. Maybe even just I'll be kicked.
All right, and I'm gonna move. All right, so now, okay, cool. We're back.
Now it looks right. We got Vitality, and we're waiting on FaZe Noah.
All right, let me get Vitality in the blue corner, and then FaZe. We've been waiting for this little matchup for a while. We've been trying to put this together for a hot little minute.
Do you remember?
All right,
I love that song.
Little Earth, Wind, and Fire. I ain't never mad at it. Very surprised out the mouth of babes. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Timeless. Let me lock in with the chat real quick. For some reason, my TikTok chat went down. Not sure what happened to the stream. or
Yeah, I think TikTok's playing up in general. I'm trying to get it up on my end. It's just it won't load.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. The internet hates me. Yeah, the Black Knight. Yes. So let's see. I already locked in with him on the rank stuff. So we are waiting on FaZe Noah to lock in with this. Everybody on every chat, Afro Samurai, the Black Knight, everybody's like, yo, celebrity deathmatch, way ahead of its time. It was peak. Solly's right. They would never dare make that show today, ever. All right.
Do you know what I would love to see? Is the boxers who got robbed by judges fight each other, dude.
No, we actually had something similar to that in the fighting game community, where all the banned esports personalities started their own tournament.
Seconds out.
So the Cancel Clash or something like that.
the dark. So who? They both look the same.
Wow. Okay, so we have.
Oh my goodness.
We have. We have.
I know what you meant, but it's literally in this case, it's just a shade of skin darker.
No, they have the same gloves, the same shorts, literally the same shoes.
Yeah. So Vitality is the slightly lighter black guy, and FaZe Noah is
the darker one,
the darker black guy. You know, so this is a black on black crime situation. This could be very criminal.
But two brothers fighting for the spot. Best chance to get on ringside.
You know what I'm saying?
Reminds me of Andre Bishop's fight against his brother.
Straight up though, damn!
Whoa. Noah's going down first.
Vitality hitting FaZe Noah right across the jaw. That's rough.
This is just a slight
Vitality's the darker one?
Yeah.
No, Vitality.
No, Vitality is the lighter one. Yeah, FaZe Noah is the darker one.
Sounds good.
Fight.
Okay.
He's a South American.
Technically, we could say the shorter black guy and the taller black guy, but you know, it's such a small difference.
Or taller. We don't have to add.
I mean, honestly,
no, we're adding black guy.
In the wrong moment.
Damn! Yo! FaZe Noah.
Oh, super! I was telling you something, right?
Yeah.
My mates, when we were watching the stream again, when I was fighting that the black guy, we were watching it, and they clipped the part where you said Tesco versus a black guy, and they made it a soundboard in our Discord.
I love it. I love it.
My friend's join notification every time he joins a VC. It's just Tesco versus a black guy.
I love it.
Oh no.
I love it.
It was brilliant, dude.
Yeah, that's the best part about commentary is when moments like that live on beyond the match.
Yeah.
What's crazy though, back to the action. Yeah, it's very even in the type of style. Like it's very rare that we see two people fight on the inside this close without triggering a clinch.
Same style. It's crazy.
I mean, talk about style. I mean, Vitality coming away with some clean head movement in there, dodging literally everything that FaZe Noah threw at him.
Yeah.
Whoa! And returns with a counter shot from the gods.
I was honestly about to say I am waiting for that because whoever the fuck the other guy is, I just forgot names already. Just throwing way too much. Way too much for nothing.
Yeah, it's Noah.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
If you guys notice, it was, and to further prove my point about how much just cheeks is happening in this patch, FaZe Noah throws a 1-2. Pause, 1-2, gets hit with a counter shot, gets put out. Why? Because he did 4 shots past anti-spam. Anti-spam does not care what shots you throw.
First round knockout. 8, 9, 10.
And we're out of there.
Wow.
Kiddos, remember,
black guy
doesn't matter. It's black on black crime. Lock them up. It's crazy. Get them out of here. But nah, for real though. V4, V5, this whole patch, it does not care how good your technique is. It doesn't care what kind of techniques you throw. It doesn't. Did you throw more than 4 punches? Now, if they just came out and just told us that from the beginning, we wouldn't have to complain so much.
Yeah.
You know, when you was on about it earlier, Super, the whole like how, you know, you could throw nice combos, but it still gets classes anti-spam. I'd like to see them implement how in Thriller the Fight 1, where they had it detected what punch you threw on the dummy. If you threw a jab, it said jab. If you threw a hook, it said hook. If they could implement that with how shots register in this game, I think it could work out really well.
I'm gonna make you real pissed. It already is in the game. There are web apps that can pull out the data from your headset, and it can tell how many shots you threw. It's there. They just haven't made it apparent. Just like the damage systems were there, and they just didn't decide to turn them on. This game can fully tell what punches were thrown in a match, because that data can't be made up, right? We can only pull what is being sourced in the game. For some reason, they can't just say, wow, if your system detects that you throw a legit combo that is known across every book, across man, that you won't activate anti-spam. How about that? Because I don't know a combo that's just left uppercut, right uppercut, left uppercut, right uppercut, left. That's spamming. Right? There's no combo that does that series of things. Come on now. Can we get like some standard combo? And then just, might be crazy for me to even think about this. How about you reward someone who's actually landing those combos? If you have a 3-hit combo, consecutive hits that are unanswered, maybe, just maybe, that third damage has like damage as if it would have hit a weak point. Maybe you give it another 40% increase. I don't know. Could be, if you want to reward technique, reward people for doing it. Don't just, punish volume because you can't code around. Let me stop, because I'm gonna start getting real belligerent and start talking about these developers as if they don't, aren't trying their best. They are out here trying their best.
I'm frustrated too. Like a lot of these are, they're really, really valid. It is an early access game, but like I said, they're so valid. I get frustrated all the time. I didn't like this update for a bit because, I was walking forward and then boom, lights out. And it's just like, what just happened? It's so annoying.
Absolutely.
But like you said, they're trying.
They're definitely trying their best. Mr. Eli got next. If you want to get next, bro, jump on the Discord. You can get in next week. We're about to wrap up this stream. The Black Knight asked a question. I gotta answer this. He said, "Yo, what fighting games do you play?" Bro, I got about. Let me not lie. Let me not lie. Let me actually jump in on Steam here real quick. So fighting games that I play. My main fighting game right now is Tekken. Yes, I'm a dirty bear player. It is what it is. People hate me. But Tekken is my main game. But I honestly throw down in any fighting game. You can't see in the back. But I also used to cosplay. I will be at EVO this year. So that's going to be a fun time. I do have one Evo medal. Only it's for cosplay, but it is what it is. It's still an Evo medal. You know what I'm saying? Not too many people can say say I have that. But I have almost 5,000 hours in Tekken 8 so far. No. I think that might be Tekken 7. Yeah, let me take that back. Only 3,410.7 hours in Tekken 8. And it's 4,000 hours in Tekken 7. So I play a lot of Tekken. Let's just say that, right, to answer that question right there. Who do we have up next, Ollie?
All right, we got Astral versus who is it? Timmy.
Timmy!
We have a post-fight, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, we do. Can't forget about that. Vitality and FaZe Noah.
Let me just update
FaZe,
the stream
up
there.
Here. Let's get you.
Me and FaZe are both up here, just saying.
I have not played Garo yet. The Black Knight, what fighting games do you play, bro? I see you out here. I tell people anytime they run the really see. Ooh, Afro Samurai said he used to be nasty with Huorong. Let's go.
I'm here. Hopefully you can hear me still.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
I bet.
All right, Vitality. Right. Now, you stayed calm. Under the storm.
Yeah, I did.
Matched up with an opponent who had a similar style to you, slightly more volume. You chose the route of head movement and counter shots. Did you see that opportunity right away, right? Or was that your game plan coming in the whole time?
I just followed the exact same plan I was instructed by my own head after following everything.
I see. And to me, it was very interesting that you two were able to stand so close to each other without triggering the clinch system, right? Any tips for folks who are wanting to look to excel at fighting in on the inside range, as it pertains to the game, like any game specific tips.
Inside.
You know what I'm saying? What works best for you on the inside?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nah, go ahead. You chime in here, Contour, as well.
Just try and stay off their body.
Yeah, that's like the biggest thing. So if you were to stick your hands out right now, like your arms, right, just fully extend them, and then bend your elbow to like a 90-degree angle. Okay, that's your inside range right there. Anything more than that, now you're smothering. Does that make sense?
Elbow's length. Yeah.
Elbow's length. So that's elbow's length. So that's where you can throw the power. That's literally the hook range. That's the uppercut range, right? So if your elbows are fully extended, you are able to throw efficient power. So there's two ways to approach the inside. There is shoulder to shoulder, or there's up the middle. Up the middle is where you see people, they stick both their gloves in front of their face, elbows length, like through the middle. And now that protects the front. Okay, it doesn't protect the sides fully. So anything you can do on the outside, you can do on the inside, right? Does that make sense? So like you can block the same way you do on the outside. You can block, like, you know, anything. Harder to see punches. That's why it's so important to practice inside fighting. You know, the tire drill?
Oh, I'm not.
So people literally stick their feet like in the tire, and then they start fighting.
Is that the one leg in the tire drill?
Yeah, one leg in the tire. You're not allowed to move.
Yeah.
Just like in Creed 2. It's what happened in Creed 2.
Exactly what happened in Creed 2. Now that's why it's so important to practice that kind of stuff, because looking at punches on the inside is different from the outside, because you can see the looping punches, but on the inside you're staring at someone's chest. You can't see that stuff going around, especially if you have headgear. That's why it's so important to be able to like differentiate that and practice. That's one thing.
Nice. Y'all take notes.
All right.
Take notes. All right. Where's FaZe Noah?
He's up here.
FaZe Noah.
I can tell you that.
Muted.
Dang, he's muted.
He said anything yet?
Oh, dang! I'm about to say.
There he is.
Bro.
There he
All
is.
right. So you had a good mirror match going on. The same question to you, man. Fighting it on the inside. Why were you going with volume? My question to you, right? Your opponent really kind of stayed and worked on head movement. You was really trying to work the combos. What were you trying to work on game plan wise?
Just more dynamic pressure. Just trying to pressure him, but I'm still stuck in V4. I'm not used to this new like V, because I haven't been playing this game that much, to be honest, anymore, because I'm focused on my actual fighting record, like amateur fights. Because I did tell you I got my boxing license a while ago. And I've just been focusing on like IRL fights. So the reason why I was throwing all those combinations really fast, because I forgot about the spamming thing.
You got caught with it. It was crazy. Was before this fight, I was telling people that the Afro Samurai in the chat basically said it the best. It's not anti-spam, it's anti-volume. Beyond 4 punches, you're cooked. At 4 punches, you're cooked. You did a 1-2, 1-2, and it was a pause in between. And it's not like you just did 4 of them real fast. 1-2, pause, 1-2, counter hit, boom, got knocked down. I'm like, you hate to see it happen. Don't throw more than 3 punches, which is so limiting and unrealistic. It's kind of maddening sometimes. But I guess a follow-up question for you is, now that you're focusing more on your IRL boxing, right? Are you just kind of using the game as a supplement, win or lose? You're just in there, just advanced shadow boxing, or are you using your IRL skills to up your game score? What's your focus?
To be honest, this virtual reality boxing, I just use it as a sim. Whenever I'm bored or I have nothing else better to do, I just use it as a sim, and it helps me not get sturdy. No, not get sturdy. I mean, like, like get rusty.
Right.
That's exactly what I meant.
Yeah, just keep it moving. At least keep the brain exercised, right? So
that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. Another thing, and we'll leave it at this too. Like, for those who are out here just playing the game, we've said it a bunch of times. Don't focus on winning so hard. Don't focus on like constantly being knocked out. Focus on improvement. But really, this is just a brain exercise. These are big hypotheticals that you can, and if you're poor at visualization, play this game, because you don't have to imagine your opponent when you're shadow boxing. Just get a good partner out here and actually shadow box. So shout outs to you, bro. Good luck in your endeavors and your travels. Hope to see you back here when you get bored again.
Yeah, of course.
All right, y'all, let's lock in with the next fight real quick. Astral versus Timmy.
Yeah, we are ready to go.
Oh no, this is actually like such a good training tool, VR boxing. I've actually done drills with people, like Resi, and it actually works and applies to real life.
Ooh.
You just have to be very vigilant with it. You have to, just pretend it's like real life, right? And actually be active in a lot of these things. But it 100% works, and it applies in real life. You just have to be careful, because if you're fighting somebody who's like not trained, they're like doing 360s, throwing, spinning back fists, what's that going to do for you? But if you find people who are willing to train with you like it's real, it works 100%.
I can.
Right. I think it's just like knowing what the tool is and like accepting its limitations. But like once you do, it has a lot of possibilities and potential.
100%. Yeah.
All right. So we got the next fight underway. Timmy in the red corner, I believe.
Timmy's in the red corner
with
the red shorts.
Yeah.
And Astral, pink and the blue.
Nice.
Timmy's in front there. Kronk to come up, baby.
The Kronk Gym bias commentary. Let's go.
Gotta get that.
I'm here for it though.
Kronk Gym, let's go.
I'm here for it though. It's fun for exhibition nights. Yeah, this is an unofficial Kronk. We gotta get Timmy in the Kronk colors though, or have some Kronk away colors with some yellow gloves or something like that. I forget what the limited options are, but yeah, if he had the yellow gloves, he does have Kronk colors. He got the yellow shoes on. All right.
Yellow shorts, yellow shoes, red gloves.
Yeah, you gotta get them shorts up, player. Gotta represent the gyms.
We haven't got enough pay for that.
Right.
Yeah.
We're not chucked to get more donations.
Now what's interesting is here we have Timmy and Astral very evenly matched as far as height and build. They're both barely peeking over the ropes here, for perspective for everybody, and similar hand speed as well. It seems to be similar approaches to the games. Again, we out here brawling, we throwing hands, ain't nothing wrong with it.
Timmy.
Now we know who Tesco's going for. Timmy all the way, right?
No, I won't be biased.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will be biased. I'm not biased. We've already established, the Kronk Gym bias. Speaking of Kronk Gym, though, Timmy with the ugly face, Astral landing a good shot, but that clinch, I think, is going to save Timmy and give him some much-needed time for a little bit of a recovery. Astral, though, has to be careful. He's letting them hands fly a little too much, and I'm getting a little antsy just watching it.
Sorry, which one's Timmy? Which one's Astral?
Timmy is in the red trunks, and Astral is in the pink trunks.
Okay.
And they're both on stick movement, moving and swinging, which is very interesting now that you guys have mentioned it, especially when you're on the stationary or stick, as we like to call it, you're constantly moving in a direction.
Red got warned for clinching.
Nah, the red's going to have to get warned 3 or 4 more times before we even care. The judge is so lax. He's softy.
Yeah. Both these guys throwing straight hooks. They're walking in front of each other and just throwing.
It's a clash. I told you, they were just out here brawling right now.
Yeah. Oh, did you hear that ref? Oh, my God, he hit the stop these guys. Pull prime apart.
Get out of there! Get out of there, Tommy!
Yeah.
Bring it on! He more excited about that than the clinches. Ref.
Yeah, for real.
Come on, bro, do your job.
That's what I'm saying.
I noticed the same thing in real life as well. Like they're so like lackluster with clinches in real life as well. There's so many fights I've been watching. I mean, it's like it could be so much of a better fight, but the one person just keeps going for clinches constantly. And
It's a tactic, dude.
At some point, you've got to do something because the fighter who's getting clinched has the ability to knock him out, and the ref's like, nah, "You guys can hug it out."
Yeah. Okay. If I may add one thing, it's especially seen in the professionals, like especially if it's a favored fighter. I'll give you an example, like Floyd Mayweather, favorite fighter. So he's allowed to clinch more. In the amateur ranks, I would say this is pretty accurate. I would say 5-6 times you keep clinching, they're gonna warn you and they're gonna take some points away. It really depends on the context of the fight, right? If you're a favorite fighter, if you're not. Even in the amateurs, there are favorite fighters, right? If you're fighting in the same region as the fight that's going on, you're gonna be a favorite fighter. So you can't get away with a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, and personal.
Yeah, I think the most the most recent example of that, from what I've seen, was Conor Benn and Eubank Jr. Like that fight, such a good fight, but the amount of clinches.
Yeah. I don't doubt it, man.
The ref just didn't give a shit.
The ref has big pockets, though, you know? Heavy pockets, I mean.
Oh, to be a paid and pampered ref.
That's what I'm saying, right? Just let these guys fucking kill each other. Walk home, go buy some Uber Eats. That's crazy.
It's a nice life. The only type of ref that I would not want to be is like an international football ref.
Come on, Timmy.
Right, because I'm not trying to have the crowd hop over and break my legs for a bad call. You know?
That's why I like rugby so much. The respect to refs in rugby is they never argue. They just take it on the chin like a fucking man. Not like these pansy soccer players who get tapped.
Wait, just curious of opinions. Who are the softest players? Is it basketball players with their flops? Oh.
Boxers, 100%.
Soccer players is the most.
Oh, Timmy getting knocked down, boy. That Timmy went down. He went down. Timmy.
I'll have to get Timmy in the gym after this. Yeah, no. Soccer players, softest fucking
biggest babies
on this planet.
Biggest babies.
Yeah, they're so fucking. I can't say the word, but they're just massive pansies. They'd cry over it. If a fly hit them, they'd dive on the floor.
I do like how
even table tennis.
Not the table tennis. Table tennis people be out here putting their lives on the line sometimes with these crazy plays. Not gonna lie.
Those speed balls, mate, they lose them down.
It's like between them and the damn pickleball players, I can't tell who's trying to put more heat on those serves.
Esports players, mate, they've got to be the hardest to get.
You said esports players?
Professional esports players, yeah. Professional.
Oh goodness!
Oh, Timmy.
Oh goodness, Timmy, no, say it ain't so.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Ooh.
Look at me. You okay?
Big knockdown there for Astral. Astral coming up in this round looking pretty good.
Come on, Timmy, lock in, bro.
And that's what the second round down right now.
Timmy, man, lock the fuck in.
Got Coach Tesco out here. Do it for Croc Gym, bro.
Yeah.
I do love the gym
honestly,
system.
Like, sorry, I guarantee he can hear you right now. So if you were to like encourage him, I've had moments where somebody was encouraging me in like a call. Like it helps so much. You have no idea, because it feels like you're not alone in the ring. Like if you have a coach in your corner screaming at you, yeah, you can do it. It's so helpful. You have no idea, man.
Encouragement is
can't do sideline coaching.
Oh yeah, that's right.
One of these days, I do want to be able to configure the Discord in a way that we can have private cornermen, so you can just have a second with you, you know. And I have to figure it out to make it less cumbersome. But I feel like it's a nice. And then I want to be able to record it, so I can put it in the corner.
Oh, that'd be so cool. You're gonna have like a Teddy Atlas in one corner, like talking about firemen and shit. That'd be awesome.
I just want to.
For real.
I'm for real, man. Like, there's a lot of cool things that I want to do. I just have to. I'm still learning about all this streaming and OBSing, but
I love what you do with the server. It's so beautiful.
Well,
I appreciate it, man.
Astral's a hand down.
Of course.
Oh no, one-handed Astral.
Oh, he's got it back.
He's back. Yeah, man. It's like it's me. It's Solly. It's the Discord ref moderation team. Like everybody's putting in their part to make it a cool vibe. And then honestly, like, the people who do come into the server and hang out, for the most part, you know, outside of a few bums that we have to get rid of, dang Timmy, they're generally just people who are just cool and trying to hang out with each other, and like I'm very, very proud of the vibe that has happened so far.
Yeah, man, it's so good. This is definitely one of my favorite servers ever.
That's fine.
I appreciate that, bro. That really does mean a lot. Like, it is very hard to build a community and one that's sustained. Like, even beyond this game, I'd hope that it, like, when other VR fighting and /boxing games are brought up, that the community can at least try them out together. That'd be slick.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, bro, but this is a footprint in history. I'd say this is like the first one where I've seen the energy from a commentator like you. Like anywhere. I don't see people like you. Like, especially from the YouTube channel. Like, this is brilliant. Like, everything that you've created so far, this is really, really good. And I'd love to see it continue.
I appreciate it. Like, I can't wait for you guys to see what's coming down very quickly. Probably within the next month or so. I'm going to be bringing in another game. Shout outs to the good folks there at Dragon Fist. I'm going to be working with them on some stuff to try to bring a similar flair. And then I'm looking for Boxing Underdog to show up. When Boxing Underdog drops, you already know.
I'm so excited.
Day one. We're in there.
Oh my god. For real.
Have you guys been following the updates for that?
Yeah, I have. It's so good.
So good, bro. So good. Oh, I can't wait. Chad, if you guys don't know yet, man, it's amazing.
It's coming. It's coming. I don't know. Oh, dude, I gotta tell you.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm kind of not supposed to talk about it, but I'm actually like close to getting a tester spot.
Boy,
I'm so close.
Oh, if you do, I'd be so excited.
I'm excited.
I'd be so
dude,
excited.
I'll like spill the tea. I'm not the one that told you.
Look. You don't even have to spill it, because I talk to Weddish and I tell him the same thing. I said, you don't got to compromise. You don't have to compromise yourself for me. But if you got information, we could definitely do like a little podcast episode. We could definitely chop it up, you know what I'm saying, and talk about, stuff like, because that's the other thing that I do want to do is like the community is so good. And yeah, we got content for the game, but I'm thinking like the last couple of conversations I've been having with the community as a whole, just the ones that we've recorded, have been so good. There's so many interesting people to talk to that I might just start doing content for the community. It's just like talking to folks. Like I like talking to Hitman and Doom, for example. I really want to get them to get some in-depth conversation about how they leverage the Hitman style in VR. Like, what are they applying, both IRL technique, but how are they leveraging that through game mechanics? And what
I guarantee it though. I guarantee a lot of it comes from just playing so much that it just like they don't have to think about it. Ooh. I guarantee that's like the biggest thing. Like playing so many rounds trying this style that they really just don't have to think about it. It's just natural to them. It takes so long to implement styles into this in boxing in general.
Absolutely, man. So much to learn, and I'm here for it. But let's lock back in with this match here. 30 to 22 in favor of your winner from the night. Out of the blue corner, Astral. And Astral put on a great show. Some big knockdowns coming in that second round, 2 knockdowns to be exact. And then really finishing out strong. And when I say strong, I mean super strong. 4,404 damage compared to 2,157. I mean, hitting the quadruple digits in every round. I mean, strong. 1,483, 1,337. This man got the elite. I'm here for it. Boy, he had the elite damage. Shout out to early internet. Y'all don't know about the elite skills. You know what I'm saying? 1584 on the back end. I'm very impressed by that. Chad, I hope you were. I know we were just kind of casually talking here in the night. But, sometimes you just got to let the bums gump. You know what I'm saying? That one kid says, I don't have an email. Can someone fight me without a Discord? If you're in the chat on YouTube right now, go ahead and hit your boy up. You know what I'm saying? He's looking for a fight. Right now, let's go ahead and get back with the homies. Fellas, are you here? Fellas, here, where you at? I need Astral, and I need
Timmy.
Yo.
All right, Astral, Timmy, both of y'all.
Yo.
Y'all was throwing hands like you ain't even, you was like, you know what? Y'all got beef in real life or something? Why y'all was throwing hands like that? Y'all was just out here swinging for the fences. Right? I'll start with Astral. So Astral, I think both y'all are fighting the same way, but what do you think, in your opinion, contributed to those 2 knockdowns in the second round? Because they were very pivotal in that match.
He wasn't playing as much defense or using head movement that round. And about the accusations of me hook spamming, his guard is like only in the front, and I can't jab or throw any straight punches. So the only way I could hit him was hooks, really.
Now, question for you.
Yeah, because you guys were so close.
Question for you. So you said you had options and you intentionally went with the hooks, right? So when you hear hook spam, right? Do you feel you were spamming the hooks, or do you feel like you were just strategically placing them? Just from your POV. No wrong answers.
I was spamming them. I was mostly throwing uppercuts in between, like a lot of uppercuts. Like when I would step to the left, and he would like face the other way, and I would throw an uppercut.
Interesting. I always like to hear people's opinions on what spamming is, even if it's just from like, hey, do you feel like what you were doing is spamming? So for you, from what I'm hearing, is because you were mixing it up, right? So because you threw out the shots in between, you can't be called for spamming, right? You were shooting the shots where you thought you could land them, and you were mixing them up, right? That's really all I just wanted to hear from you, man. Good job on the dub. You know what I'm saying? As always, appreciate you for coming through. You know, this very, very much felt like watching like my two younger brothers fight each other. And so it was very entertaining for us. Hope you guys had fun. Timmy, where you at, bro?
Yo.
Didn't come up with the dub this time, Timmy. You swinging with all the strength that you had. What was going through your head through that match?
I don't even know, but like, I don't know if he was real or like he was up fast.
Y'all were about the same, bro. If you look back at the tapes, y'all came swinging with the same technique, the same amount of defense, the same very much prioritized the hooks. Y'all swinging for the fences. Like I said, it looked like my two little brothers fighting, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, somebody pushed somebody on the playground, and it was like, no, we got to throw hands right now, bro. I don't even care who's watching. So I was like very interested to see what's going on under the headset. If you could do anything differently to change the tide of that battle, what would you change in your strategy?
My defense.
Defense on both sides. There we go. Double confirmation, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the advice that we need for the night. Keep your hands up at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. And right now, I will say that there's not a lot of people who do a defense-focused game plan. I only do it because I can't throw that much punches. But defense is improved. If you are not throwing punches and you have to cross that void, keep those hands up, because you won't be punished quite as much, right? But I appreciate you for coming through, Timmy. As always, hope to see you here next week. We're going to keep it moving and grooving with the next matchup, and I already see Pake Jaw in the red corner. Welcome back, Pake Jaw. Hadn't seen him in a minute.
That's not Pake Jaw. That's Pake Jaw. That's his younger
I just barely looked over and got caught with the mix-up. Oh my god, it's Pogan Lol.
It's Pogan Lol. Yeah, I was thinking.
The little boy is next.
Oh my god. So we got we got Ash versus Pogan Lol. Hey guys, give me a second. So we got Pogan and Pake sharing the same headset. So Pogan is Pake's friend.
No, not this
one. So we're gonna
wait. Now the old man is confused. Who's in the red corner?
Pogan Lol.
Pogan Lol.
Yeah.
Got it.
It's not Pake.
It's not Pake.
Not Pake, but they are sharing a headset.
They are sharing a headset. Okay.
They're friends.
Okay. All right. Now, okay, we gotta recorrect myself. Welcome to the stage out of the red corner, Pogan Lol, friend of Pake Jaw. I want to see if they have a similar fighting style here. We're going to go ahead and get started with this match as soon as possible. Our boy Ash Coop in the top 16 coming out of the cave, ready to throw some hands. Now, was this a request? What are the elos of these two gentlemen here? For the
all right, so Pogan is sitting at a 2,000 elo. Ash Coop sitting at a 1,780.
Seconds out.
Ash, though, regular competitor in the strongest under the headset rankings. So, not a slouch himself. And Ash rocking those white trunks. Pogan, on the other hand, rocking the black.
Nice. That's the first time I'm seeing Pogan, right? Yeah, we haven't seen Pogan before, have we? Just wanted to make sure. Not under a different name or anything like that?
Not that I know.
Okay.
No, so I think I've seen in the chat this first time.
Nice.
Sorry, can you repeat the fighters for me?
So Ash Coop is in the white trunks. Pogan Lol is in the black trunks. Ash Coop is also the black guy, and Pogan Lol is the white guy. It's a chess match. Hopefully this plays out like a chess match and not checkers. Right, it's another Tesco versus a black.
Yeah, they're like actually reverse colors. Their trunks are reversed. The colors are reversed. Is awesome.
Yeah, they're even the man buns reverse. One's down, one's up.
Yeah,
it's just like it's complete opposites here. out of the red corner and blue corner. It don't get more divisive than this, folks.
That's what I'm saying.
But as we lock in and watch the hands, though, Pogan Law keeping with a very standard way of playing, nothing too extra, nothing too out there. But the defense, though, a little slow as Ash Coop comes crashing in with a big left.
As we know, Ash Coop, very good fighter. You know, good.
Very, very good.
One of the technical American fighters as well.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them seem to be quite technical, to be honest. So it's going to be a good fight.
Yeah, so far they're responding back and forth, right? One of them throws punches, immediately the other one falls up, immediately the other one falls up.
Oh,
so
I see.
Looking really good.
Similar technique now. Pogan Law pulling out the shimmy shake right. Very famous weapon of his friend Pake Jaw. But
the rattlesnake.
Mm-hmm. The rattle. I love that name. I'm stealing it. I'm stealing it. That's the move. It's the rattlesnake. Thank you, my friend.
People do that. It's so weird.
It is very weird. But what's interesting, and a few frames that I've noticed it here, is that there seems to be a little bit of latency issue. And you can see it on Pogan Law as he kind of stutters into his guard. And I wonder if that's going to be a key factor that's going to either help him or mess him up in this fight.
Right, yeah. So far, like, it seems like it's not helping anybody, right? Because you need to throw, like, random punches in order to connect, especially with high ping. A lot of these high ping matches.
True
I
enough.
throw punches and I don't even know that they connected sometimes, honestly. I feel like I lost in high ping matches than I won.
Oh, it definitely is a thing, and especially like since V4, if you're in a high ping situation, just always fight going backwards, no matter what. Because even if they punch at where you visually are to them, you're a few frames ahead in the future, and so they're just going to miss.
Yeah, for real.
Stop. Take a step back.
And so far, though,
I'll try chasing somebody, like a high ping.
Yeah, never do that.
Very good first round.
Yeah.
Never do that. I mean, round one, though, coming to a close, and I'm actually pretty impressed by Pogan Law. He's coming out really sound. He's not overreaching, overextending. He's fighting through the lag with some responsibility here. And you know what? A good first round, a good first discovery round, as we like to say. And my favorite thing about this 3-round format is, hypothetically, you should be using this first round to measure your opponent and really kind of test the waters and how they react. So that you can exploit in the second and third round. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they adjust in those later rounds. I think a little too early to tell for anybody's favorite.
First round. So it's going to be interesting to see how the next 2 rounds play out, to be honest. Who's going to be able to get the upper hand on each other?
I think all things considered, from what I've seen so far, Ash Coop is going to be the one to make the proper adjustments.
Let's go.
I think he just seems just a tad bit faster on the draw in most of the exchanges. And with that breeds a sense of confidence that I think is going to help him stay a bit more loose. And he's going to need that looseness. See, right now, he's just, even though those probably missed, it looks like he's got a good beat on the timing and range for Pogan Law. So it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
We are hearing some shots land, though.
One shot around here. Good mixture, but on both ends. You know, they're not sticking to just one part.
Yeah, really switching it up.
I do like how the what are we gonna call them? The Pogan brothers, the Law brothers. Ooh, where was that? The uppercut that knocked him down, or was that the cross beforehand?
I think that was an overhand. Yeah, like a hook. That was a beautiful shot, though, from Ash. Sweet counter landed.
That's it. I seen at the start of the first round as well. About a minute in, you know, Ash landed a very nice overhand right, so it looks like that's going to be a go-to punch for him.
I mean, the overhand in this version is sublime. Whether you're going for a traditional rear overhand or the cheeky lead hand overhand, it's very good. Very good.
Yeah, there's a very powerful punch if it connects. There's a lot of oomph going into it. With an overhand, you need to go down low while you throw that. So you're throwing your transfer and all that power into your hand, and if it connects, it's a heavy shot.
And I find that with
even if it just hits the guard, it still hits.
Yeah, I found that with the angle and the fact that you tend to keep your wrist more aligned to your elbow with the overhand, it tends to just register very nicely with the games. Like the game's like, ooh yeah, that's what I need. Chef's kiss. Do more of that.
Yeah.
Woo! Like I said, Ash Coop.
Beautiful cross.
I'm going to be the strap for this new V5. It really is the power punch. Straight.
Have a knuckle sandwich. Oh my god.
Honestly, it is. Fuck the padding, bro. Knuckles through the glove.
He said knuckles through the glove. I imagine that in my mind too.
For real.
It's such a powerful shot, especially if they walk onto it. Dude. Like,
Yeah,
even on the
especially.
training dummy.
Training dummy walks into it.
Yeah, but on the training dummy, they're just trying to punch the dummies like a camera straight right. It does so much damage.
Yeah.
Is Ashkin got to get
Last start. He's looking for it. And
Looks like he's damn, and then he finds it.
Last second.
Jesus.
That was a great way to use the system, right? He hit those stuns, and then that let him just rip the rest of his hands without any worry about the anti-spam. Beautiful KO for Ash Coop.
Very nice finish.
If I was in NA, Ash would definitely be someone I'd like to fight.
The blue corner.
Ash doing an amazing job, and he has a good range. Sometimes he fights very beautifully technical. Sometimes he just slugs it out. But great match, TKO, and that round went 10-8 in his first one, 10-6 in the second one with that KO. No knockdowns in the first, all three coming in that second round. But damage more than doubling Pogan with 2492 to 1070.
Big match, big damage.
Is that how it works in this game then? If you get double the damage in the round, it deducts a point, like another point anyway.
Yeah,
I think so. I think if you, for like every time you multiply the damage, it's like an extra point or something like that.
Yeah.
I never noticed that. That's actually pretty good.
Usually, if they're kind of mimicking the whole, like, you know, who is the dominant fighter, and the only metric they can judge is by pure numbers, right? Put up big numbers, you're going to get them points. They put up big numbers and knock them down, you're going to get even more points. It's crazy. I do remember early on in the YouTube channel, some referee guy came in and was like, "This is so unrealistic. Why did you score this match this certain type of way?" I said, first of all, I didn't score anything. Second of all, the guy clearly lost on damage, so that's definitely a point deducted. He clearly lost the round and he got knocked down. Would I be mad if that was a 10-7 round? No. Could it have been 10-8? Sure. But, I mean, clearly now you win that round, it's 10-9, dog. You win that round astoundingly. That's a 8. That's a 10-8. You know what I'm saying? That plus a knockdown at the end, I wouldn't be mad at the judge for scoring that as a 7. I don't know, chat. Y'all let me know.
Sorry. I need to because one of my friends, they're fighting right now. I want to be in their corner right now, so I'll be back afterwards.
Go ahead. For sure. We'll be here.
I got you.
All right, Contour.
All right, see you, man.
Be back. All right, let's lock in with the homies here. Ash Coop.
Yo.
Top 16, baby.
Yeah, man, you know, that's how we do it here. But I'm not gonna lie, I kind of felt bad because, whatchamacallit, right? So I started off the match, and then I was looking at the ping. I'm not gonna hold you, this guy had really bad ping.
I was seeing it.
And
I was seeing it.
I remember the last couple of matches we had, it wasn't really that bad, so it was kind of weird, right? You know, I expected myself to lose this one because I'm not gonna lie, V5 hasn't been the kindest thing towards me. I will say.
Yeah.
And I lost to Hogan Law's brother earlier, Pake Jaw, not too long ago, 47-41. He's pretty tough. He's a tough cookie, right? But it was my first match in like a couple of weeks ever since I injured my wrist. So, you know, you guys, I told you guys about that.
Yeah.
But enough yap. More about the fight. I think I did pretty good. I think I did pretty good
too. I mean,
I expected to do a little bit better, but you know, I don't know, man. I've been slacking recently. I gotta get back on the game, you know.
Lag is the ultimate op, bro. You know what I mean? Like latency is. I could see it in the first rounds. There was some small spikes popping in, and then there were just certain times where you guys were both completely desynced, and that it does put a damper on the match, but it makes it hard to land the shots that you know you're gonna land because everything is very you know, tentative on like what's happening in the moment, and if the lag obfuscates that, well, hey, you're not going to be able to do the best that you can do. But despite that, you went through with the lag and got the TKO through the lag. So, you know, just imagine how much more impressive that fight would have been without it, even on both sides. But yeah, as I say, bro, you know what I mean? Keep your head up, keep grinding, get back in the game, experiment with V5 because you will be surprised at what you can figure out and how much more comfort you can gain. It's always rough at the beginning of the patches, you know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you for coming through, bro. And as always, man, I'm gonna see you guys next week. Ash, go ahead.
Yo, Ash.
Yeah.
Real question is, are you gonna take on Pogan Law's brother, Pake Joel?
Man, you know what? Fuck this. I'll call him out. Pake Joel, you beat me when I came back after 2 fucking weeks with a severely injured wrist, all right? I'm going to tell you this right now. You fucking suck. If I fought you at 100%, you'd probably be on the floor right now. That's all I'm going to say.
Damn. That's a big call out.
That just reminded me of the KSI fight where it was like, Jake Paul, Logan Paul, I need a pause. I don't give a fuck. I'll take you both out.
Yeah,
that's great. That's a great accent. That was a great accent right there.
I think that's it for me. You know, I don't know if this is being streamed or not. Is this being streamed?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's being streamed.
Okay. Whatchamacallit? You know, happy Pride Month to everybody, and shout out to all you gay people. Because I'm gay too. All right, there we go. That's all I want to say. Hey. I forgot to do that like a couple weeks back. So
I'm about to say, you got a rep. You saw me in Black History Month. I was out here. I had the Pan-African flag in the back. I was like black at it once again.
That's tough, man.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, if you got something to rep, bro, like, you know, rep it. I'm not a hater by any means. You know what I'm saying? So shout outs to everybody from the LGBTQ plus IA plus community. I got the whole thing right. My homie will be proud. It's your month, celebrate it. With that being said, though, let's go on to Pogan Law. I'm gonna keep messing the alliteration up. Pogan, where you at, brother?
Yo.
First time on the channel. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm a little bit upset about that law. I'm not really mad about it because, as you all know, the ping was kind of cooking me a little bit. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, we can see it.
I was landing crosses and left hooks, and Pake said, "Yeah, I was completely missing." So I was like, "Oh, that's just unfortunate."
As we say, the lag is the true op in this game. So your boy, Pake Jaw, right? Y'all share the same headset.
Yeah.
You got the whole thing going.
Yeah.
Did he get you into this game, or did you get him into this game?
He got me into the game because, like, he was. I'm sure y'all know he was more known than me throughout the beginning, and then he got me to start playing it. And then I started playing a little bit, getting known. Kind of fed off him. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Look, hey,
he was known, so that kind of helped me out.
I got a question for you then. So since you are truly the younger brother here, in the game in this sense, how do you feel about the game so far with your experience?
Personally, I'm not a fan of V5. I feel like with that damage, which I know ping was a true factor in that, but I haven't been doing the damage I've been doing in V3 and V4. I'm not a fan of it.
Anything in particular that you don't like, or is just not feeling right in general?
It just don't feel right. I don't have the power that I had in those two.
I feel you. Yeah,
I always had the power, and it's just now I'm cooked. I don't have it no more.
Look, we'll lock in with us, man. Join in the server. We got a lot of tech heads in here still trying to figure it out, chip away at some kind of secrets. Who knows what you may pick up that may help your game, but definitely want to see you back here again, you know, make a name for yourself, because your boy Pake Jaw, I'm going to let you know, he has the second, the single high, well, second maybe at this point, it's between him and Cam, highest grossing video on the channel. And then he also he's known in a lot of servers, so you know, big shoes to fill, but I think you can definitely make a name for yourself if you keep at it, bro.
Oh yeah, I definitely try. And also, I got y'all a present, Ash Coop. I got you a present, Ash Coop.
Oh,
I got you a present. Oh, Logan.
Oh, there's a
Ash Coop.
There's a present. We got gifts.
Oh, whoa!
What's
a
good,
present
son?
for me. Oh my God. Oh hey, no. You see
Joel.
what I said? No, you see, I said that like as a joke, right? I
Oh, yeah, you
no,
did.
no, it's fine. No, we don't have to fight. No, I was just kidding. What are you talking about? Who called you out? No, I think that was Tesco. Tesco told you to.
The deflect. All right, fellas, let's go ahead and get the next match up. Solly, who do we have up next?
All right, so we got Mr. Resiman versus Falcon of.
Okay, all right, another top 16er. So Resi, and then we've got Falcon of Light.
My name's Mater. My name is
Falcon. We better get a Bible verse after this, bro. I need to hear the word for the evening. Holla at me. We better get it ready. You know, we gonna bring the blessings and stuff. With that being said, though, let's go ahead and get on to the next match. Chat. We're gonna keep it rolling. We only got a few more left for the night. Resiman, another top 16 boxer here on RingsideVR, takes on Falcon of Light. Pass the blessings, aka Mr. Pass the Hurt. You know, out here trying to put the good word in. Resiman.
Whoa. Why is he wearing front colors now? Huh? We gotta.
Nah, this is his OG colors. I don't think this predates Kronk, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong for the lore, right?
I think he is. He went for the full Saitama look this month.
Yes. He's fully Saitama inspired. Let me go ahead and get that full screen for you guys. And then while we're doing that,
who's yellow? Bright yellow trunks?
Bright yellow trunks is going to be feel like it's Falcon of Light.
That's perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, it's Falcon of Light.
Yep. And then we've got the Bruce Lee trunks with Resi. I believe I have that correct. Yeah, I do have that correct. I'm slipping the timer. So what's crazy is like I remember when Falcon debuted here on the channel, man, he had such an explosive style. He was Freaky Griffith at the time, and the style was definitely living up to the name. And since then, a lot of folks have kind of came in. He still maintains a pretty high elo though, so you got to respect the hustle and respect the grind. But Resiman is definitely top 16, and honestly, Falcon was one of the other folks that I was eyeballing for top 16. Now that I got some folks here, I want to ask y'all. Thinking of splitting the top 16 up into two separate divisions, one specifically for stationary and the other was specifically for room scale, with, of course, rooms as to minimum room scale viability. How do y'all feel about that?
Well, I'm not in the top 16, but the whole room scale stationary thing is probably would be a good idea. I know a lot of stationary and a lot of room scale hate fighting each other, so yeah, I mean, if there's enough, I mean, I reckon I'd know.
I think I might recruit some more people. Might have to open it up to be a top 32, 216 brackets. Just like to get people's opinions. I'm very open and honest about the moves that I make. So if people feel like it's good, we'll give it a try. But back to this matchup, though, round number 1, explosive. It feels like a round number 3, to be honest. It's these two go right back at it. And Falcon of Light, Freaky Griffith's got to be careful. That ugly face getting hit with a counter. Tries to go for the grab. That was a classic Street Fighter II Zangief grab. This man tried to command grab this man.
But again, no knee him in the face.
I thought a knee was going to happen. It was a big old tie clinch.
I remember trying that clinch when the game first came out. It was almost impossible.
It was. I tried to do the single arm clinch, like just to tie right back behind their head and be able to like throw uppercuts from that position. It worked for a little bit, and then they put in the counter system. Oh God, big combos there. That was crazy. As much as they're teeing off right now, there's been minimal serious hurt damage in the faces, right? So I wonder how much damage each individual punch is doing in these exchanges.
Yeah. I think I only seen Falcon. I think I only seen him once. Both of them with the ugly face.
Yeah.
It was towards the start of the fight. But from then, pretty even. Could have went anyone's way that round. Pretty even fight, so.
Let me see here.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this to everyone, mate. I wasn't a fan of V5 when it first came out. And you know, since playing it for a while, I mean, it is just learning. You just got to learn V5, and the only way I can say is really learn how to move and figure out what shots do the most damage for you. Because if you can figure out what shots do the most damage, if you set them up in counters, because what I've noticed on the training W that works very well is I just land the most basic combo, you know, 1, 2, 3, and I've never, like, most of the time I only hit about 50 damage hook, but that 1, 2, 3, it like for some reason gives me more of a boost, and I hit the dummy and I'm hitting it for 70 on the hook. I'm like, what?
What?
So, you know, like, yeah, I hit the dummy for like a 70 on a left hook. Because what's his name? Fucking, who's that YouTuber again?
Tony Jeffries.
Tony Jeffries, that's it. I remember when he made the video, and he said they were able to implement, if you move your body, if you actually move your body with your hook, it does a lot more damage than if you just stand it with it. So if your character moves with the hook, it does a lot of damage.
That's crazy. There's a guy, wait, Falcon of Light fighting outside of the ring. Good clinch. That was such a good clinch, guys. He saved himself, got to the center of the ring. That's very smart. Tyborg disproved that. He showed that you could throw an arm punch and do the same amount of damage as a full body, move your whole hip rotation punch, and you can get even more damage if you just hold the controller by the string and just fling it at somebody. So yeah, all the fluff that they put in about technique and stuff, it's a bunch of, as you would say, bollocks, right? Because it's not true. It can't count your rotation because it can't track your hips. It can only track the velocity of the controllers. It's the only thing that's going into the damage calculation until they prove otherwise, and they need to prove that, because right now people are out here proving that you can throw arm punches. What do they call them? Arm wrestling hooks. Oh, when Tyborg showed us that, I died laughing. I'm like, I need more people to see this so we can stop pretending that this game is more than what it really is. It really is just a VR game similar to every other VR boxing game out there. All the same techniques apply.
I think it's a good point though, but like as Tesco said, right, like you learn the game eventually what it is, and I think that's what people have to like make the difference in their mind. But you're not learning boxing each time. You're learning the game, and it's like, you know, if you're like, you know, Marvel Rivals or League of Legends or whatever, like patched itself, you could complain that, you know, the patch ruined something that you liked about it, but you'd still have to, if you wanted to play competitively, you'd still have to learn how to keep up.
Get that adjustment in.
Like when I first started playing, I went straight for the V4 way of fighting, and instantly I just couldn't do it, and I was like, oh, I fucking hate this.
I remember.
Yeah, dude, honestly.
Ooh, Falcon of Lights! Ah, that boy Falcon.
God damn. Put it there, now we can't lose.
That was great.
Ready? Fight.
That boy Falcon hit him with
biggest thing for V5, movement.
Yeah.
Honestly, it is a godsend. If you can move well around the ring, room scale or not, it's such a good thing, because you can really stop spammers, because when you move, they have to come towards you, and I've said it all night, that straight route down the pipe will be your best friend.
Yeah.
And if they walk into it, they go in down.
Fully agree with you on that. For so many reasons, for gameplay reasons, and as well as just IRL boxing IQ technique, it's a great way to get someone. And we've seen time and time again today, people punch on their way in. They get so frustrated, they just try to keep a wall of punches and get that distance. You're just begging to be knocked out. You're just begging for it.
Yeah. I had a fight 2 days ago, and I knocked him down once, and I was like, oh, nice. Didn't really expect it, to be honest, because V5 just has the most unexpected knockdowns. I got up, walked right towards him, he threw a jab straight right down the pipe, knocked him down within like 2 seconds of him getting back up, and I'm like, okay, this is fucked. It's so broken, but it's so good at the same time.
And we've seen that happen a couple of times tonight too. Ooh. Okay, Freaky Griffith now with the head moving, mitigating a lot of damage. Very smart, weaving in punches in between Resi Man's barrage, still trying to go for the clinch. And what I love about this is he tries to go for the clinch, fails, goes back to defense, tries to reset for another clinch. I haven't seen this type of clinch work since the Clinch Goblin. Shout out to Dark.
It's honestly really smart because, like, you don't actually need your hands to do the clinch, right? It's not about where your hands are. It's about basically head collision. But because he keeps his hands where they are, when he misses the clinch, right, they're already in a position to block the most vital shot. So it actually is kind of good for him to do.
Yeah.
Both fighters swinging to take heads off at this point.
Who does Falcon remind you of right now? His way of moving around. Old school VR boxer, Solly. People used to make fun of him.
Definitely a little bit of cardio cam.
Cardio cam. Well, that's cardio cam stance right there. I'm envisioning headless cardio cam in my mind right now.
I can see it, especially too with like the good optimization of how to use the gameplay in it. But like that was Cam's like bread and butter. Like he always tried to find like the best way to fight physically and in game to like do the most.
You're seeing Falcon.
He was a big proponent too of like if you can do it, if you can do it in real life, like there's no reason you can't do it in the game, right? Like if you have the stamina to throw 100 punches in a minute, do it. If the game's not stopping,
hand grabs. These clinches are on point. I gotta ask Falcon about this because to Solly's point earlier, right? There's a lot of optimization in this style. Like the way he's moving he's keeping his hands up.
Volume reset. Sorry.
No, you're good. The way he's keeping his hands up and moving from left to right, not only is he simultaneously keeping his head off the center line, but he's guarding the most dangerous shots that people like to throw, which are big hooks, right? And it kind of forces you to almost kind of throw overhands just to kind of catch him moving. But then he comes in with a clutch clinch, disrupts your pace that you were focusing so hard on, and comes back with the hands. It's a very debilitating style.
Very, very debilitating.
Resi though working on it.
I don't even know who Quanta's yet.
Right. Totally unbiased commentary here.
I'm sorry.
Hey, we make no promises here. We are generally nice and fair to everyone, but we'll call it like we see it, and sometimes we have preferences.
We've earned the right to be biased from time to time. I think Falcon might have taken it. Yeah, Falcon got it, but I don't think it was by a lot. It was close. Oh, never mind. It was by a pretty decent margin, 29-26 in favor of Falcon. So Resi do 10-8, 10-8 rounds going for your boy Falcon of Light. Resi taking that last round though, so moral victory from him. But it was really the knockdown in the second round that put a lot of damage on him, and because the damage was very close, right? It was only 4,094 to 4,809, right? They was very competitive between the both of them. That was actually, hats off to both fighters, a really good fight, and one of the reasons why I tell myself all the time that I have to talk to Falcon of Light, aka Freaky Griffith, to see if he wants to take on top 16. And I'm gonna get my chance. Top 16.
Oh.
Well, maybe soon to be top 32, depending on how I split this up. But yeah, Jack Mon, Resi lost. Yeah. All right, let me talk to the homies real quick. First of all, let's see, Mr. Resi Man, the chosen one, C1. What's good, brother?
Yo.
Top 16, baby. Top 16.
Yeah. Good opponent and a bad performance by me.
Nah, bro, don't say that. Nah, bro, you adapted towards the end of the round.
It was a good performance. Right. You didn't come with the W, right? But I would by no means call that a bad performance.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, but doing your best, that's always a good performance, bro.
And it looked good. The damage was good too. It was competitive. It was like a 800 damage spread. You had one knockdown in the end, but you didn't give up any other knockdowns before or after. And honestly, Freaky Griffith was somebody who I've been having on the list for top 16 as well. So today was kind of like an even test, just kind of like to see what it would be like. And if all the fights in top 16 were like that, I personally would be a happy person. So I would say, you know what I'm saying, keep your head up, bro. You did a good job, even though you didn't come up with a dub, but I would like to give it to you. Is there anything you'd like to say to the homies before we get up out of here?
Not really. I'll see y'all next Sunday.
All right,
yeah,
then.
bro, hey, dude. You got this, man. Just keep trying. Keep playing. Do everything you need to do, man. You got this in the bag.
Listen to him. Listen to him. All right, Freaky Griffith, a.k.a. Falcon of Light, a.k.a. Pastor Blessings. I need the word, bro.
Yeah.
How you feel about that?
I mean, yeah, it was a great fight. He really rocked me in the first round, every single round. Yeah. I would either get caught by a cross, a jab, a hook, anything would rock me. He's a powerful opponent. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys were going blow for blow. I mean, he had a lot of sharp techniques to him, but you had a really very interesting defensive play style, and thank God somebody came here with a defensive play style, because I was sitting here like, yeah, no one's really focusing on defense. The head movement while keeping the hands up. It wasn't a peekaboo, right? You weren't having them close. You were actually having them kind of out to the side, deterring wide shots while keeping your vision open. While the front was open, you were moving from side to side, keeping your head off the center line. So it's very hard for him to land shot. Testament to him, he did still score 4,000 damage on you, but still couple that with this clinch. I mean, there were a couple of times where it just seemed like the clinch was just predestined, like you just knew. So is this clinch gameplay the new style of Freaky Griffith?
No, not really. It's just well, here's my thing. It's like, if my opponent doesn't have like shots that I need to be worried about, then I won't go with the clinch method. But Rezi, he was a real threat. So when I got rocked, I would try to go for the clinch first thing, and if it didn't work, then I would stick with my defense and back away, so I recover.
I see. So it's the back pocket clincher. I see. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah. All right. So every time I see you clinching now, I'm gonna be like, yo, he's in trouble. I know it's the clinch. He's trying. I see it. I know the strategy. But look, I got a question there. Would you be interested in challenging the top 16, climbing the ladder, seeing if you could take on the likes of Killer Cam?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Bet. I'm putting your name on the list, bro. But here,
right.
You'll get a message from me. I got you down. All right, bro. Well, I appreciate you coming through. We're gonna move on to the next match. I see Pake Jaw up in the blue corner. Solly, who's that in the red corner?
In the red corner, we got Badster the Better. New fighter, as far as I know.
Badster the Better. I still need to do a tier list of all my favorite names, because I absolutely I adore that name. You know, Badster the Better. I'm with it. All right, we got Pake Jaw in the blue corner, Badster the Better in the red corner. I'm about to start this fight right now. Solly, how many fights do we have after this? Like 3, 4?
We are almost done. We are going to have 3 fights left after this. So we've got Pake Jaw versus Badster. After that, we got J-Man versus Chip. Bizarre VR versus the Dude Guy. And then lastly, Bobbert Schmobbert versus Gervonta Tank Davis.
Nice.
Can we have Sully versus Supa for the last fight, please?
Oh, if we could do that, we have to pre-record that fight so we can actually run the stream.
Damn.
But there was a Solly versus Supa fight earlier. I think you may have missed it. You may have missed it.
No.
It might be a tradition. It might be a tradition. We might start each stream while we start up with Solly versus Supa fight. If the people want it. Speaking of, though, we've got Pake Jaw returning to his headset in the blue corner, purple trunks, and the Badster in the red corner with the blue trunks. So purple versus blue here. Pake Jaw back to skinny Pake. Fat Pake Jaw era is over. So that means Pake Jaw. And whoa. Time out here. Time out. I'm used to seeing the T-Rex arms from Pake Jaw. Solid, is Pake's arms longer to you?
They do seem to be. I'm wondering if the arm calibration is something has changed a little bit.
Well, they are sharing the same headset, so, you know.
That's a good point.
Now, one has to wonder, were the arms intentionally shorter from Pake Jaw to get maximum damage on some sort of extension?
Could be.
I've heard of people making their arms longer. I haven't heard of anyone making their arms intentionally shorter. Very interesting. I've never seen Pake so proportioned in my life.
He looks good.
He looks good.
I like he's put on weight. He's put on arm length.
Ooh.
It's always a good ad.
Now,
very good punch for Pake.
Question: Pake usually takes on like higher profile fights. How did the Pake and Badster fight happen? Are they close in elo?
Take a step back.
Or is this kind of a sub in?
They are in fact. Pake is sitting at a 2200, Badster sitting at a 2000. So these two are pretty close. Originally, we were actually going to do Pake versus Pogan, or versus Pake versus Pogan, but when we realized they were sharing a headset, that fight couldn't happen.
That makes sense.
So tragically, we had to switch them up last minute.
They're very strong.
I'm going to be heading off for the night though, guys.
Oh, yeah, Tesco, appreciate you for coming through, bro. As always, glad to have you on the mic, and, you know, it's been fun. I'm liking the regular rotation of folks coming in here, so definitely see you next time, bro.
Yeah, no problem. I'll see you guys soon.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, see you, Tesco.
Round one, the crowd in silence, waiting, bated breath for the next devastating punch. Both boxers trying to figure it out as we stand in awe. Leather flying, nothing really landing clean, and there we go. Pake Jaw now landing solidly on the Badster. Badster fighting back though.
Yeah, and this has been a really defensive match in a lot of interesting ways, right? Like, both are sounding, you know, they're not always engaging. But, two, when they're fighting, right, they're fighting with a little, it seems like a little bit of tentativeness. We're not seeing as many big clashes, but, you know, Pake someone in previous patches who kind of always had that, like, sneaky first round.
Yeah.
Makes you think, like, okay, I got this guy, I can beat him. And then out of nowhere, he just starts throwing taunts and these mega, you know, knockdown shots. So, you know, we'll see how that translates to V5. That hiatus might be enough to, you know, put the rust on it. Might be enough that he can overcome.
I've never seen Pake Jaw as a fighter. I've never watched Pake Jaw fight before. I've heard a lot about him. I've seen him in a lot of the Discords. This is really interesting. He has really, really good speed, and he's really good at counterpunching.
Oh, very good eye there. Pake Jaw has been in many versions, similar to Veo, a lot of first round knockdowns, but Pake Jaw kind of descended into someone who, he pretty much really does cosplay Jake. He will taunt his opponent. He will work the long, like, reach. The thing that's different is that he's got, like, counter punching hands. And Pake Jaw has always been able to land very well-timed counters, and it served him well in previous updates. What's interesting now is, though, I don't see Pake fooling around clearly as much in this match. Pake is fighting very seriously.
100%. I can see some very, very fast hands. Pake Jaw's a little hurt, but, you know, so far it's looking really, really good for him.
I do like what I'm seeing from Badster this round. Badster is starting off aggressive, and he's getting some good shots. I like that he's switching up the levels, and he's targeting the body, which I always 100%. Said, definitely something that a lot of people overlook when they were fighting Pake in the past. You know, especially with the taunts, you want to just punch him in the face, get that satisfying shot. But the stomach is a much easier target.
100%.
Also, as we're talking about styles here, the Badster has a very nice sickle that's very loose and very low on that right hand, right? And I've seen him do some really nasty stuff, especially the left uppercut coming off of his stance here, but also looping around with that right hook. It's been very good for him as he uses that lead right hand. It's kind of like some weird wiggle guard, right? It's very elusive, hard to see, but for me, I've always never had the success having a low hand style and delivering any damage on that punch. But right there, you see he's able to hurt Pake Jaw. Very interesting, the power that he could generate. Very much of like a whipping kind of style.
Yeah. I would say that having a hand low, having your lead hand low, can really, really charge up your left hook because of the, what is it called again? So if you were to have your hands out further and you were to throw like a looping wild punch, it allows more distance for it to travel, for it to land to your opponent. So having your hand low gives you more, what's the word? More travel distance to land to your opponent, giving it more time to build up speed and momentum. So having your hand low can, speed up your jab, make it more powerful, and speed up your left hook. It's very, very interesting. You're familiar with Alex Pereira? He's a really good example of what I'm talking about. Having your hands low, it gives it more time to travel for it to be more powerful.
Speaking of power, the Badster landing some significant blows on Pake Jaw. Crowd is starting to go wild. The last couple of seconds of this match, big return 1-2 from the Badster. What's interesting though is Pake Jaw has a new defensive style, Solly. If you're seeing like how he's holding his hands, is this the same Pake Jaw? Is he trolling us like?
He's always been a different Pake. No, I see what you mean, but like, this could be just a factor of ring rust and a new patch. Like you could get a very different fight. That felt like a little bit more classic Pake, right? Hit him, use him, come back in. But he is giving him a little bit more respect, and I think he needs to, because otherwise, whoa, there we go.
Oh
and
my!
Right there with the taunt.
5, 6, 7, 8. Look at me. You okay?
Dang,
that was a very good
toss. Pake is
very
right
good.
Back in and just steals around in the last second. Putting in a really difficult situation for his opponent.
He was doing so well too. Badster was on a roll. You could definitely feel he was getting a lot more comfortable towards the end of that match. And the stiffest right, straight down the middle, solo dolo, it's soul crushing, really.
Lost some teeth.
Now, if you're the Badster, you're going into this third round. First round could go either way. I feel like second round he was up until that knockdown. It's going to be hard to fight the urge to try to go for a quick knockdown, which is what Pake wants you to do. Pake wants you to overcommit, overextend so he can land a good counter. So he's going to take a lot of discipline for the Badster, I think, to really kind of lock in and get a measured win out of this third round.
Seconds out.
Yeah. Quick question.
Everyone...
Do you guys box? Oh, sorry. Do you guys box in real life?
I have a judo background. No IRL boxing.
Oh, that's cool.
I did a little bit. I did a few months of IRL boxing in a gym. I've done different martial arts for like when I was in college.
Oh yeah. I was about to bring up the fact that getting punched in the teeth, it's so weird. It's the weirdest feeling in the world. It's like not like getting punched in the jaw or anything like that. It's so uncomfortable.
Oh, speaking of getting punched in the jaw.
Oh jeez.
That was insane. That was insane. Badster with the run back.
Right there.
Now we're back. Badster can now take his time, play the rest of this match with some solid boxing, and walk away with the dub. And it's now on Pake Jaw to come back. Badster using those long arms with Pake Jaw with the counter shot of the gods. And it was the right again. The right has been a weapon for Pake all night.
And just like that, a match that was really tentative in round 1 has just become explosive in round 3.
Yeah.
And we're back again, and now Badster finds himself in a precarious position where, I mean, honestly, it's 2 knockdowns. You just have to win cleanly on damage at this point. So there are still multiple ways of victory potentially for the Badster. Pake Jaw looking for that right. Hurt the Badster. Badster's on the back foot.
Here's the thing, Badster is, he's got time to work, but he needs to be careful, right? Like we were saying, don't just rush and try to get that knockdown immediately, because then you might get knocked down yourself, and that whole match is going to be over. Just be patient, and know when you have about a minute left.
Ooh.
And there
God.
That's the Pake Jaw we know. That's the Pake Jaw we know.
Distance control is so good.
He has such a good, he baits that counter in perfectly, and it's like you said, it's that distance under control, but understanding, right?
Yeah.
Like when you throw the counter and when you can throw it with enough power to hit.
Yeah.
Get that knockdown.
And just like that, Pake Jaw takes command of this round and potentially this match. Never mind. Now they're both.
He's up.
Oh, was that the third? No, that's the second. That was the second. That was the second.
Yeah.
That's 2 apiece.
Yeah.
The next person to go down, it's it.
This is very close. Pake should just run right now.
Nah, that's not the Pake style. Pake's going to battle it out. No one wants to leave this up to chance. No one wants to look like a huge sopping wet vagina here. They're gonna duke this out.
That was way too graphic.
I mean that's basically I didn't want to say it the other way, but that's the way it came out here late at night, ladies and gentlemen.
Nah, I hear you.
Both fighters surviving.
Looking at each other, the stare down at the end.
Whoa. I felt that.
Ooh, Pake Jaw comes out with the W. I want to see this as a rematch. I want to see this as a rematch. Holy shit. Pake Jaw putting in work. I mean, my goodness. A 2-point difference. Looking at the knockdowns, man. If Pake didn't get the knockdowns that he did, it could have been a draw. It could have been 200 damage. That is a good 4 punches on average. Was the difference between these two gladiators. The Badster living up to the name, bringing this fight all the way to Pake Jaw. To be honest, man, that was clutch. I got to lock in with the homies here. That was crazy. Wow.
Insane.
Whoever wants to unmute first, I got to talk to you.
All right, I got it.
Pake. First of all, what happened to Fat Pake?
Had to work out, get ready for that Jester fight just to lose.
Okay, all right. Question number 2. What happened to the tiny T-Rex arms? Why do you look so well proportioned?
Because I lowered my fat. That was my issue. My character was too fat, so it covered up half my arms.
This man body modding for the wins. Okay, all right. Question number 3. Were you surprised at the type of fight that the Badster brought to your table today?
No, he was just mostly annoying, running away with jabs. And I see why room scale players hate auto turn so much. Because I turned auto turn off when I'm a stationary player, but I have it off.
Mm-hmm.
And this motherfucker used to run through me, and he's behind me staring at me before I even realized he ran through me. What am I supposed to do? I'm sure y'all seen a lot. Like whenever that clinch happened in the corner, he was behind me, and I was still looking in the corner. I'm like, what? Where the hell did he go?
Yeah. Auto turn is a blessing and a curse. I know for competitive reasons we may make sure it stays off. Another question for you: had a different stance. You weren't the same prankster, trickster, Pake Jaw. Not at least not towards the end until you started getting some really good whiffs. What is there? It's a new style or just how you playing these days? What's good?
Nah, see what happened was I had 300 ping for the first and second round. The whole first and second, and then I got lower ping towards the end, and that's when I got the knockdown. See, as soon as I got better ping, I started whooping on him. But the whole time I bet in the first round, I wasn't hitting him at all. Like I'm willing to guarantee that I was missing 90% of my punches.
Interesting. Okay, so again, like we say, ladies and gentlemen, the lag is the true op. So, Pake, we gonna see you try to take on the top 16, brother?
I'm cooking everybody in the top 16. The only person in there that poses a challenge is Cam.
Cam is sitting
at
the top.
He's the only one in there that worth anything.
Cam is sitting at the top. Well, I'm gonna add your name because I'm trying to get 32 people. The goal is to have 2 top 16s eventually, one for just room scale and one for just stationary. People are of course allowed to fight with everyone they want, but you know I'm gonna have to start making some splits here in the way. So expect a message from me for the signups sometime this week.
Yeah, that last knockdown he got kind of pissed me off a little bit because he hit me, I was flashed, and as soon as I come unflash, he's sitting there hook spamming my body. I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, what the hell?
Adrenaline, bro. Adrenaline. You gotta start using adrenaline, man.
Yeah. It's awful. No, I don't never like swing after I rock somebody. Like I'll wait until the perfect shot comes. I'll try and get the flash knockdown.
Nah, bro. Adrenaline nowadays, the devs want you to swing. The devs said, look, we don't like spamming, but spam.
Yeah. The one time I started spamming was when I had 300 ping. I realized all my body shots were landing. That's why I went in and started swinging to the body, because all my body shots were landing. I could hear him breathe every time I hit him. Before, I didn't hear nothing whenever I hit him in the face. What's up?
What inspires your style?
Whatever my opponent's doing. I'm sure y'all seen in the video. When I was fighting Drifter, I went in Peekaboo, I went in Hitman. I could do it all.
Yeah, it's very versatile.
I love that answer.
Very versatile.
This guy that I was fighting, I guess he knew I was on high ping or something. That's why he was on like backing up 90% of the fight. When you back up with auto turn against somebody without auto turn that has high ping, you just can't hit them. You just can't.
Right. Yeah.
High ping versus someone who's backing up is just death.
That's what I told y'all. If you got high ping, just fight on the back foot. It's just by law of what ping does. You're never going to hit the person. You're always going to be hitting their ghost. Well, Pake, we're looking to see how you do well in the next match. Badster the Better, my favorite name of the evening. Bro, I got to talk to you. Yo, all right, first time on Ringside VR. We got a lot of claims coming in on the other side about auto turn and a lot of things. I got to give you a moment on the floor. First of all, welcome. How do you feel about your first fight here on Ringside VR?
Kind of sucked. He was laggy as shit, spiking a 500 ping the whole time. I can't really fight.
Ooh, double confirmation on the lag. Double confirmation on the lag, so we know it's real. Now we got to address the auto turn accusations. Do you have auto turn on, my friend?
I have not had it on since AVRB banned it about a couple weeks ago.
And yep, Trent was one of the first people I talked to about banning auto turn and just we talk about the things that we see. So no auto turn. Now, what did you think about your fight with your opponent? I mean, lag aside, right? Of course, we know the lag is a big factor in this, right? What do you think about your fight so far, and what do you think about your opponent?
Man's got a chin of fucking steel, hits like a truck. I can't deny that. Fucking goddamn ping.
I love the honesty of the answer, dude. Oh man! All right, so dude, are we gonna see you back here next week?
Maybe. I want to be fighting so late. Hopefully next time.
Well, I will say this: if you prefer an earlier time, when you sign up, just say, "Hey, I would prefer to be one of the earlier fights." We definitely try to make those fights happen first. And you are NA East, West, Central?
NA East.
If you're NA East, I'm NA East as well. So it's easy to be like, "Hey, just throw a time." You know what I mean? Throw a time, and I'll try to make sure we get you in there earlier.
Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely, bro. Well, look. That was a great fight. Very entertaining. That third round, it was a hair raiser. I'm not gonna lie. The back-to-back knockdowns, the swiftness, the accuracy. It was very entertaining fight, man. So I definitely want to see you back here again.
Hold on. Let me say one more thing about him. He figured me out. I'm gonna be honest. He figured me out good. He knew as soon as every time I throw my cross, I always lean to the left. He blasted me with a right hook. Just blasted.
That was good.
That's whenever he came in with the body hooks, man. But he caught me with that right hook. It was nice. I gotta give him that.
Well, absolutely, fellas. I would love to keep talking a bit more, but I definitely want to get these next couple of fights on because it is past midnight and your boy got work in the morning. Your boys got work in the morning. Well, I appreciate both of y'all coming through. Solly, who do we have up next?
All right, so we got J-Man versus Chip in the red corner, J-Man in the blue. Whenever you are ready, we can start this next one.
All right, so I got J-Man, Chip, 3 minutes on the clock here, and then we hide these, and then we will be underway. Chat, if you guys feel a little lonely, I do feel bad. This stream has been messing up left and right, so a lot of my chats have been going down, so I have not been able to lock in, but we're going to be moving and grooving on for the rest of this night. We've got about 2 more fights left. Right now, we've got, who's there in the red corner with the pink on?
Let's go.
J-Man.
I actually got to get going.
Oh, all right, Contour, take it easy, bro. Yo, it's a lot of fun. Anytime you want to come back and hop on the mic, man, just let us know. Hop in. It was a lot of fun. Love your insights. Love what you bring to the table, man.
I really appreciate you. I love doing this. Oh my god.
I almost missed that one. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was Chip is wearing the pink, and he got knocked down early on that one.
Dang.
Fight.
I'm happy to be here always. This is like my dream to be on this stage. I'm not even gonna lie.
Dude, keep showing up, bro. I
appreciate you, man.
This is all for the community, and I love when now that the community's like getting more involved. It's been a dream for me too, man. This has been absolutely great. So have a great night. And let's finish off this night super solid commentary. Back with the old classics.
Appreciate you guys. Yeah.
All right, Joe.
GG.
Solid. Chip
looking to recover.
He's got to be careful.
Chip looking to recover from that knockdown.
This is not the way. This is not the way. I know emotionally you want to really get back. Oh, we got a little bit of a issue here. You want to get back into the fight and you want to be like, oh man, throw hands. But right now we just had 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 shots back to back from Chip. He is the shorter fighter. So I think that he needs to lean more into defense, getting into range, and then let the hands fly when he's closer. Just like Contour was saying earlier.
Yeah. He's reaching, and he's like you said, he's reaching. He's the shorter fighter, so he already doesn't have the reach, and his opponent is just stepping back and just taking free shots at the head. He's putting himself in his opponent's range, as we like to say, he's crossing the void for you.
Yeah, and that's very dangerous. Very dangerous indeed. But, I mean, Chip does have to have a lot of confidence in his own power. He has been able to hurt J-Man a couple of times with these barrages that he's been throwing in. So, Chip, probably shaking off that first knockdown, saying it was just luck.
Yeah, but you can't just be super confident in that because J-Man is pretty sharp so far with all of his punches. I do think, though, that he is a little bit vulnerable, especially when he goes for his own offense. He tends to leave his head a little bit open, and Chip does have that knockdown power. But, interesting to see, right? Like, even this late in the night, we've got fighters who are excited to go, throw in hands, and just trying to make a name for themselves.
Almost makes you want to jump in the ring yourself, Like, it's very inspiring, not going to lie. As we start talking about the finer points of this battle, and Chip laying on the pressure extra thick. J-Man just barely weaving out of there. Good footwork and awareness by J-Man.
Really good awareness indeed. I think Chip has, after that first knockdown, kind of found a bit of a pace, and he's thrown enough high damage shots on his opponent to at least make him respect the power, even if he didn't get back up on the scorecard.
Yeah, and sometimes, like we were saying earlier, it is mostly about the emotional damage that you could put on your opponent, right? Catching up to someone, learning their rhythm, dancing around them, even if they're winning, it does make them feel, well, it should. Some people seem to be immune to that. But it should, like, put a little bit of the fear of God in you, man. You can be like, okay, no, is this guy actually learning me? Is he gaining momentum? Because momentum is a tough thing for people to overcome. So I think with Chip now, he's got 2 rounds to work. One knockdown in the first round, never stopped to train. If he can do what he did in the second half of that first round for the remainder of these 3 rounds, I feel like he's got it in the bag.
I think so. It's just still like, that's what I like about these this version too. When you're watching the fights, you usually get like 1 or 2 knockdowns, and it changes kind of the dynamic, right? You kind of have that easier ability for knockdowns, and so you have different ways that the fight can go, right? It's not just going to be a long, drawn out, technical battle. You can have a slugfest. You can also switch it up to being technical in the middle. You can use clinches. As the game gets more and more sophisticated, I like seeing the way that the fighters implement those different tools.
Speaking of tools, my favorite shot being thrown by Chip, big old arching overhand. Very, very good shot in this damage. And speaking of versatility, like you said earlier, I think even though Chip is the shorter fighter, he has shown a lot of versatility in the way he attacks and where he's attacking. And same thing with J-Man, right? Keeping the defense tight, favoring the defense on the lower side for the shorter fighter there. But also notice how he's making use of stick movement, in and out, and you honestly think sometimes he may be actually moving his own body, but measuring the distance against Chip, and really both fighters really just taking their time to use their brain a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like this late in the night, I'd be asleep. I'd be a zombie out here trying to throw hands, but they're really out here doing their thing.
No, I think that's I'm seriously tired just like watching a lot of these. Excited too because they're super fun, but it takes a lot of mental fortitude and not just like to think about it, but to think about it so quickly in that time to react, and not only just to react, but to like not trip yourself up. Because like sometimes I see people like trying to figure out the puzzle, and it just slows them down. You can tell they're like a step behind because they're second guessing everything. It's just that like instinct and natural boxing IQ that you have to both train and kind of have to begin with.
Facts. So speaking of boxing IQ, Chip finding that he needed to get the ruler out, the measuring stick, that lead hand coming out there. It's so interesting seeing the shorter fighter measure up the taller fighter. But Chip, once he locks in and finds that range, he's been putting in some shots on J-Man. Crowd though, little silent in this second round. Not as much damage, but they're making a good show of it.
Much there. There it is. A little bit coming to life. J-Man finding a good jab there.
Let's go.
Clinch ending that engagement. And honestly, surprisingly not a lot of action. It's just very measured aggression.
I mean, a good defense too. I mean, J-Man's been dodging, diving, and dipping. You think this was dodgeball. You know what I'm saying? If you could dodge across, you could dodge anything FaZe has, but he's been avoiding a lot of the major damage from Chip, and Chip has not been shy about throwing hook. He's throwing uppercuts, he's throwing crosses. Ooh, there we go. Chip landing a little bit on J-Man.
Those shots rocking J-Man, but J-Man doing everything he could just to move around. Something that Tesco said earlier, right? The key to defense in this patch is definitely movement, whether it's footwork, head movement, or a combination of all of the three. Or sorry, arm movement as well as a combination of that third one.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting for me. When I fight, I don't move a lot. So now I have to really consider working on my movement instead of like just trying to slip something narrowly. You're pretty good on the movement though. You get down there, bro.
I think so too, but I think the difference between it for some people, right, is like if you have the stamina to move around for 3 rounds, you can do it. But some people are very efficient and effective in their moving, right, where they barely take a step or two, but it just changes the whole dynamic of the situation, right? They know how to use the angles, they know how to use the ring, they know how to swap their footwork in a way that gives them that extra step that they need to when they need to pursue.
Get ready.
And, it's all on display here. What's fascinating, though, right, is because they're not really tracked, you can really hide a lot in your footwork.
I've been hearing a lot about that notion specifically from fighters recently. I believe it was either Cam or Hitman who was saying that folks in stationary, they could just lean back and forth. They don't actually have to move, but their whole character looks as if it's moving, right? Because, again, it can only track your headset, folks. So with that being said, there's a lot of sneaky tech, especially in stationary, that's very deceptive, and a little bit about those deceptive techniques.
Break it up. Red.
Absolutely. Like, you can just do outright fake outs, but also, right, just, basically plant your foot. Like, something I like to do, and I used to do Taekwondo, right, is you plant your one foot behind your lead foot, and it gives you this like little burst step that is, if your opponent's not looking down at your legs, very hard to track. Here, you don't even need to hide it. Like, you can literally step up to your space, get ready to jump out, and then boom, attack, reset. Your opponent never knows what's going on unless you're, a little bit too obvious. Like, people do have enough fights here. They start to get an idea of like, all right, he's moving with his joystick, he's moving IRL. And, especially if you start to keep repetitive patterns, people figure you out very quickly. So, that's why I like to, when I'm fighting, right, I use that big bag of tricks so that you're never getting too many looks at any one technique.
It's so frustrating. I can tell you from being on the other end of it. Speaking of frustrating, Chip's got it.
And you fought me. I was going to say, and you fought me more than anyone else, so, like, the fact that I can still pull out some tricks on you really goes to say it. But, yeah, Chip, on the other hand, doing a great job getting caught there, but being patient and looking for those final shots that he needs to put this match away.
It was good, very, very interesting too to see is like the counter shots that J-Man has been able to land throughout. I mean, it hasn't been a lot, but he has been snapping the jab and the cross out all night. And I want to see how much damage that actually is being built up on the scorecards here, because it does look that like Chip has been the aggressor for this whole match, but J-Man's been countering and been using a lot of good defense. So, and it's very sneaky. You know, sometimes we be like, clearly this one person is putting a pause on the other person, and the damage just isn't there. So gonna be see what actually sticks here in these next few seconds as round number 3 comes to a close.
And we know he's had enough damage to at least put Chip down once. So it is possible, but right now not seeming to find it as effectively. And I think this is just kind of going to show Chip is starting to, you know, take a little bit more momentum, and his offense is starting to get to his opponent.
Yeah. Ooh. A couple of good shots there in that last end of that exchange. To see what the judges have to say. What are the Bitcoin bros saying? Ooh, J-Man
taking the lead dub.
Let's see what these scores look like. 27-29 in favor of J-Man. So J-Man, of course, winning that first round, we already knew. He lost the second round and then brought it back in the third round. J-Man doing what he needed to do and looking at the damage. Yep, a little bit on the lower end. But let's take a look at the second round, and the lowest round out of them all. And just the amount of damage was mitigated on both sides, to be honest. J-Man, of course, not throwing that many punches out, losing on the damage overall, but that knockout, absolutely crucial in the early days of this fight. I want to lock in with both of these fighters here before we get on. I believe it's the last match of the night. Is that the last match?
I think we have 2 more.
All right. Chip, J-Man, I'm going to holla at you while Sally gets these next 2 fights up. All right, a little silence from both of them. All right, until they get up, let me check in with chat real quick. Chat is winding down. Of course, the end of the night. We still got 21 people watching on YouTube. Appreciate y'all for the support throughout the whole night, keeping this grooving. All right, we got the boxers on. Who's J-Man? Got to talk to you, bro.
What's going on?
Boy, that first knockout in the first round set you up real nice. The defense kept you alive, and you completely took that third round. How are you feeling about your performance today?
I mean, way better than last time I came up here against Red.
Yeah. Much
way
improved.
Better.
Much improved, bro. Much improved. This time you look very comfortable in the ring, man. What changed for you?
None, just focus, really.
Word. Now you definitely look locked in. If there was anything you could have done differently, right? Like between the last fight against Red and this fight, man. What would you say about yourself that you'd have done a little differently?
Go to the body more head movement.
Yeah. I was just about to say body shots, bro. Use head hunting like a motherfucker. I'm not even gonna hold you. It's hard. Look, it's hard not to do that, especially in this game. How do you feeling about V5, man? Since the last time we all jumped on, V5 is new. You know what I'm saying? Do you feel like it's been a blessing to you or a curse?
I mean, really both sides.
Yeah.
Cause that stun, whenever you get stunned and they can just start spamming, I hate that.
Yeah. It's gonna be. I predict it's gonna be a problem later on in the season. I predict it.
It's hard not to do that, especially in this game. Yeah, as far as that, I mean, everything else is cool.
Yeah. Nah, you did your thing out here, bro. Big congrats. You know what I'm saying? We gonna get to the your opponent here, but I hope to see you back again, looking even more sharper and even more comfortable in this damage update.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. I don't see. Oh, there he is. Chip, where you at, bro?
I'm right here.
All right, so Chip, you know what I'm saying? You fought with heart. I'm not even gonna hold you. You fought with heart. You kept moving forward. You kept swinging. It was very varied. You had a lot of different shot selection. It wasn't the same shot. You just couldn't come up with the dub, man. How you feeling about your performance today?
It wasn't as good as I usually do. I mean, V5 when I first started playing, like I win mostly mostly every match, but like not all of them. And V5 has changed like me a little bit on damage, more knockdowns for me.
Now I know you about that adaptation, bro. I know you about that adaptation. You're not gonna let this keep you down. V5, give me like the biggest things that you say it brought you down, but like in what way?
Well, I'm not saying like the whole thing brought me down. I'm just saying today. Because I usually fight people that are my like, that has good ping. Not like this guy. His ping was spiking between like 200 and 100.
Okay.
It was going from like 180 to like, there was one time I think it spiked to 300 and then it went back down to 200. So, and yeah, there was a lot of shots that I landed on my screen, and then it just didn't count it on him at all.
I've been there, man. Trust me, I have been there. As soon as you pass 100 ping, you start getting these ghost punches. You know what I'm saying? So we'll continue to try to do our best to try to make sure the matchups are close to region as possible. But like I said, bro, keep experimenting, keep doing your thing. V5 is new, but I feel like you're gonna get adjusted to it pretty well.
I feel like the clinch, like chances with your opponent have increased by a lot.
Oh yeah, and they're not going to deduct points until you clinch 6 times.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so
I think that was way more than 6 clinches.
No, he's got to call he's got to call you clinching 6
that
times.
are your fault.
Yeah.
So if there's ones that are neutral, like you can get even more.
Yeah. So something to think about, and like I tell everybody, bring these feedback points to the developers. They really need to hear that things like the ref need to get a little bit more aggressive with these calls, you know what I'm saying? And these latency issues, you know what I'm saying? But GG's to you both, you know what I'm saying? It was a good fight, especially late in the night. Solid, we got the next 2 up. Who do we have in the blue corner?
All right, we got that dude guy in the blue corner versus BazarVR in the red.
Just to let you know, next time I come back on here, if I do, I'm actually gonna try this fight. I didn't really try because I'm tired. I'm trying to go to sleep already.
I feel you, bro. Look,
yeah, I'm gonna come back like better and stronger.
It's only exhibitions, man. You know what I'm saying? So this is where you just have fun, take it seriously, show up if you tired, but we ain't judging you. You know what I'm saying? We just glad you showing up.
Yeah, next time I'm showing up, bro. I promise.
All right, Joe. Take it easy. Have a good night, man. Get some sleep. All right, that dude guy in the blue corner, and BazarVR in the red corner. I'm gonna go ahead and start that match now. Let me hide these, and then okay, cool. It is actually starting. I was about to say, don't kick me out, bruh. Please, not at the finish line. Oh, and they're wearing the same colors. Would you look at that? So BazarVR is the black guy. That we're gonna have to just say it like that. Let's put it out there. They're both rocking the semi-Jamaica colors on. I approve. You can't be harmed with the Jamaica colors on, and that's a fact. Let's see. Now I have not seen BazarVR fight. Actually, oh god damn.
We might not get
to. Holy shit. That is officially probably the fastest knockdown I've ever seen. That was literally just one shot. Was it literally the first shot?
Okay, ready?
It might have been. We'll have to go to.
I might have heard 2 hits. I might have heard 2 hits. I might have heard pap pap. But got to be careful. Keep them hands up, y'all. Okay, we're back at it now. BazarVR, that dude guy. Now the hands are up from BazarVR. Looking pretty good. That was a wake-up call, that first knockdown. And now he's got a whole round to work with, but, I mean, he's definitely starting off behind the starting line on this race. Okay, BazarVR switching it up from the high guard, guarding the body. Nice head movement as he rolls in with that cross. Looking a lot more alive now than he did damn near dead before. Crowd is actually on their feet behind him.
Yeah, I mean, all the shots of here have been incredibly powerful. You can see it on, both of the fighters. BazarVR already went down once, but also he's been able to get that ugly face coming out a couple of times as well. This is a good fight, right? Dude guy is a pretty solid fighter. I like his style. His hands are a little bit low, but whenever Bizarre is in range, he's either throwing punches or getting that guard up and moving around.
Mm-hmm. Things get quiet now at the middle of the round. Oh, now we're back to these shots.
It looks like he's still looking for a counter, or he's just kind of comfortable using that, this taunting style to just make this round go a little bit slower.
That dude guy, very, very anxious for him with the hands down style. If the Bizarre VR was able to kind of lunge in with a cross or a jab, it could be a very unfortunate thing for that dude guy. He's got to be very careful, even if when he thinks he's out of range.
And that's the thing, right? He really trusts his range judgment, and that can be good. But like I was saying, especially for things like stick motion, which they're both fighting on, you can absolutely mask your range and basically get an extra step or a step and a half more than you think that your opponent will be able to get. So we are locked again.
Ooh, good combination by Bizarre VR though.
Yeah, and like you said, it's a good wake-up call for that knockdown, but a bad way to get it, and it really puts you behind for the whole match. That being said, came back pretty well. First round, just get it out of your memory, reset, and go, and you still can win this in rounds 2 and 3. Right? He still has a lot of options on the table.
I think it does. They're both pretty evenly matched. I mean, aside from that one knockdown, so I think that if Bizarre VR has that short memory like we were talking about earlier, I feel like he can clutch it out. Again, round 1 is not in his favor. He definitely lost that round 10-9 at the best, right? But it's probably more like 10-8 because they were both going pretty even. He's got 2 rounds to work with. If he can come up with the winning of the damage in the second round and finish it strong in the third, it's going to be a great win for him. But, I mean, he's fighting that dude guy, and that dude guy's here for the dub. So if you were to have an adjustment to make for each of the fighters, which would it be? Or what would it be, rather?
So I don't think the dude guy really needs to make that big of an adjustment. Like what he has so far is working pretty well. The one thing I would say, right, is don't even bother keeping your hands that low, especially now that you already have the knockout. You don't really need to bait counters. You can just stay and let Bizarre get aggressive because he has to be aggressive. Like right now, he's got the stun and he is gone. So now this is where your counters need to fly out. And like Tesco and Contour have both said it, right? Like even if the anti-spam is gone when you land a stun, it doesn't mean you can't get caught by a good shot. And that's what I was gonna say. Is I think for dude guy, he just needs to keep his hands up and just be ready to throw those sharp counters whenever Bizarre has to be frustrated and engage. For Bizarre, I think he's doing the right thing, right? He's being aggressive when he's given the opportunity to. He's trying to be careful as well while doing it. This is the way to go, is just be gradual and be methodical about it.
Point well said. Gradual and methodical is definitely an option on the table, especially so early in the fight, man. We're really just not getting to the halfway point right now. So he's got plenty of mileage to work with and a long way to go. No really need to gas yourself out because your opponent can just buy their time for that third round comeback.
Absolutely. And this is an exciting adjustment round. Both fighters, I think, really have made adjustments to each other, right? You can see that the styles have changed up a little bit, or maybe not entirely changed, right? But they've hit that second gear. Bizarre was doing a lot more aggression early. Now he's trying to be patient and pick his shots and do very successfully. Might be all he has to do is, I think, he's winning on damage this round.
Yeah. I mean, the strategy, it's the perfect way to think of a point fighter, right? In this game is the person who can just rack up damage while keeping himself safe. They don't need to go for the knockdown. And you've already started to come to that conclusion yourself. You're like, hey, if I could keep myself protected from a knockdown, I could just sit here and rack up damage over 3 rounds.
Yeah. And it's a strategy I like to use, right? Like, it's very easy. It's hard to land the knockout blow. It's very easy to land a 20 or 30 damage shot especially if you know if you know how to place your shots well. And so like sometimes it's like, all right, it's fine. I can miss 2 or 3 I'll miss a big shot, but I won't even go for them because I know those like little shots that are more guaranteed, are less energy wasted and more, more kind of consistent reward. Right now, both fighters exchanging a lot, just swinging out for the last couple of seconds, and no knockdowns in round 2. Honestly, I think that is what Bizarre VR needed to come back into this match. Definitely scorecard still in favor of Dude Guy, but now round 3 is anyone's match.
I mean, I still think this is clearly Bizarre's match. I mean, the first knockdown was very unfortunate, but looking at the performance so far, I mean, he's just able to put the pressure on that Dude Guy in such a complex way. The combinations are coming in very tight. They're coming in very rapid, right? They're coming in from multiple directions. If Bizarre VR can do another round like that, he might just come away with a tie or, hell, even the dub.
I think so. But he does have to be careful. Dude Guy, again, shown that he is still swinging with some power. And he was a little bit, I would say passive in round 2. That, could be that he was tired, or he could be saving up strength, and now he's ready to just go all ham in round 3.
Gotta always be careful of the power savers, So let's see how this round 3 works out. Looks like a little bit more of the same here. Both boxers measuring, they're just staying within range. Bizarre VR still looking slightly faster. But that speed does come as a consequence, man. It's coming straight through, speed primarily through straights, whereas that Dude Guy is really kind of ripping it in with the looping hooks and looping straights. Let's see if that power saver mode comes into play.
Yeah, it's got at this point because, like, you're getting in that last final round. Bizarre!
Sealing the deal right there. Damn, it was a short left hook.
What he needed.
Okay, get ready. Box.
Yeah.
Beautiful knockdown.
That's the comfy. We're on easy street right now, Solly. We're on easy street right now. If we're Bizarre VR, we're just putting on the rest of the exhibition, keeping the defense up, forcing your opponent to make mistakes, and just staying active enough to walk away with this dub.
I mean, it is his to do, but at this point, Dude Guy not letting him get it. At this point, feeling that open goalie mode going, and he is swinging for the fences.
He's got to be careful, man. The fences swing back, and they come back with anti-spam, right? So he can't, and every moment that he spends, like, trying to, skirt around the anti-spam is seconds off the clock, like tick-tock, tick-tock. Now, he still has the chance to come in with a miraculous knockdown like he did in the first round, but it looks like that knockdown wasn't by way of virtue. It really was like a flash slip of the knockdown there. Bizarre VR, though, very careful, approaching this with not just fear and caution, but like, ooh, don't keep both those hands down. Don't want the commentator's curse to hit him.
The series rocked. He's got to be careful. These guys seeing blood, and I think he's making a bit of a mistake. He got the ugly face. He needed to go and just use the the adrenaline system.
Jay Baca was good.
Wouldn't have been a problem.
Yeah, JBZ World, this is live, by the way.
Yeah, we're live, man.
Oh yeah.
Why people doubting us?
I think a lot of people really do like pre-recorded matches, and people are just now seeing it.
Yeah.
Last 10
I was
seconds.
just gonna say, if we weren't live, I don't think we would have kept this many mistakes and technical issues in our production.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. They've been nice and buttoned up and looked super pretty. All right, let's get to this. I think Bizarre VR really feeling that he won that.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner is the red.
And there we go.
Bizarre. catching it.
Well-deserved W. Well-deserved W. 28-25 too, man. He only lost that first round, came back with the reversal. I think in the chat right now, Glitz and Glam fan said, you know, he was going to go crazy. So true believer right there. Looking at the knockdowns, again, he won that round 10-8 in the second round with no knockdowns. I told you the combinations were tight and they were compact, and look at the damage already, more than doubling the damage, just about though. For your winner, Bizarre VR, 1206 to 738, 1797 to 664, and 1357 to 727 for your winner out of the red corner, Bizarre VR. And with that being said, was that the last fight, or was we got one more?
No, we got one last one. We got Javonta Tank Davis versus Bobbert Schmobbert.
Nice.
And then that will be it.
Glitz and Glam fan, you were absolutely right. You know, Glitz and Glam fan saw this a long time ago. You know, so shout outs to the true believers out there. All right, in TikTok, right? TikTok. I'm dropping the Discord. Let me know. Baseball on top. All right, so let me lock in with the homies real quick.
Oh, my bro.
Dude guy, Bizarre.
What's up, man? What's going on?
Boy, Bizarre VR, my boy. When I tell you, so many people get knocked down in the first round in the way you did, and then they crumble for the next 3 rounds. And when I say crumble, they get desperate. They try to come back with the KO. They end up getting knocked out some more. You, on the other hand, you locked in. You stayed focused. You really tore up the scene in that second round. Dog, you got to be proud of that win, dog.
Yeah, I was trying to pressure him into throwing most of his hits to run out of stamina so I could just throw in my combos, and I had reversed his move in the third round where he threw his hook, and I had threw a underhook to his liver, then a right hook to the top of his head. And that's how I got the knockdown.
Now, the combos, bro. You said it. I gotta talk to you about these combos, bro, because they were sharp. They were quick. They were compact, right? And they were varied, bro. And so, as somebody who is, I see you, bro. You combo artist. You know where you're placing your shots. How do you navigate the anti-spam system?
I'll say I'm more like a defense fighter. Like, I'll use the Philly shell as a defense for, so when people try to spam their hits, they'll try to go for the body. My right arm would cover my body so they won't be able to get a hit, and my left arm would cover my face so they wouldn't be able to try to knock me out. And I like to try to pay attention to their shoulders to see where their arms is going, and that's where I know where they're going to try to hit me at.
I see. I'm still in the techniques, brother. I'm still in the techniques. Well, look, congratulations on the dub today, man. Honestly, dog, I want to see more of you here on Ringside VR, dog. Can we expect to see you back here in a future week?
You know it. I'm coming for everybody, and I want to fight. I want to get a match. I want to get the best matches I can.
All right. Look, I'm gonna look out for your name the next time I see you. I am trying to. I use these to scout people. I want to actually see who really want to do something for competition, and aka for some money. You know what I'm saying? So we already got some folks like Guts and Terrence Crawford from Top 16 already. So you keep doing well here, and I'm gonna keep trying to match you up with people who are close to you, and see if you do well. And if so, man, I'm gonna be shooting you an invite.
That got you, man. Thank you for the match. GG's to my opponent.
Absolutely. Speaking of, gotta talk to you, bro. Where you at, dude guy?
So,
dude, first knockdown was splendiferous, right? That was a great knockdown. After that, man, were you surprised at at your opponent's performance?
Oh yeah, I was, bro. He definitely is a hell of a good fighter. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, y'all went to war, and it wasn't even like the crazy slugfest type of war. It was like y'all stood 10 toes within range and boxed for 3 rounds at a high pace too, might I add, right? Seeing as how the rounds went the way they did, what is one thing you think you would do differently next time if you were to fight him?
Probably take it a little bit slower after that first knockout. I was just trying to go for like the TKO first round, you know.
Right.
Trying to end it there, but didn't work out. Apparently, obviously.
Look, man. Sometimes you come up with the W. Sometimes you come up to the L. Like I said, you got to get washed to get clean. You know what I'm saying? And I know you're gonna come back spotless next time, bro. So looking forward to see you back here another week. And with that being said, man, we're gonna move on to our last and final match of the night. Solly, who do we have up? And you'll jump in here. Dang. They kicked me out the lobby. Come on now.
Did it kick us all out the lobby?
No. I'm back here. So we got Tank Davis in the blue corner.
Okay. And we should have Bobbert Schmaubert in the other.
Oh yeah, damn. We did move this from way earlier.
Yes, we did.
All right, Tank Davis versus Schmoovin Schmaubert.
Bobby Schmobby.
Updating team, 3 minutes on the clock. Okay, I see both of them there. Just let me make sure they're both ready.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Last match of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again. Just want to say this early enough. I cannot explain enough how grateful I am that people lock in any capacity this late in the night for some VR boxing on a Sunday, knowing y'all got to go to work or school in the morning.
Seconds out.
Pink versus.
You don't got nowhere to be. You're just gonna be tired.
I mean, yeah, that too. I mean, I wish I had nowhere to be tomorrow. I promise you that. I'd be in bed, slept on, resting.
All right.
But no, you know who's not sleeping though? Bobby Schmobby.
These fighters.
These two right here. So we've got Bobbert Schmaubert in the platinum trunks. Tank Davis. Wait, do I have that wrong?
Yeah, I think Tank Davis is in the platinum. Bobbert Schmaubert is in the pink.
Is Tank in the blue corner?
Should be.
Okay, let me reverse that then. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I have this wrong. But I'm
always check during the corner.
I can always check. We'll get it right in the second round. Update the teams for now.
Yeah.
So Schmoovin Schmaubert got the name Schmoovin Schmaubert from the last time I saw him fight, and he was literally schmoovin. He was out there using a lot of footwork to work around the ring, and right now it seems like he's back to his old tactics though. Tank Davis, solid, hunting down his opponent, not afraid of this cat and mouse game that we play here in round number 1.
Stop. Step back.
Ref brushing them apart. Like we were saying earlier, the clinching system is something that a lot of the fighters are really starting to use to their advantage. And, it's not quite as fully defined as you'd want it to be, but you can definitely, because it has, like, so many penalties before you actually get, like, a point deduction, you do have a lot of room to use it a couple of times in a round. You can't use it for, like, the entire match or the entire round, but you will, be able to get away with it a couple of times and get out of some sticky situations. Hello?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I was just locking in with the chat real quick. Yeah. Just saying what's up to some folks on YouTube. Shout out to Afro Samurai and EG. You know what I'm saying? Afro Samurai been here damn near the whole time. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, mad respect for that. Again, the fans are honestly as committed as our fighters, and that's what I love about this community.
It really is a wonderful thing to see, man. The new faces like Glitz and Glam fan. You know what I'm saying? That Zero Man, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like all the folks popping in on TikTok right now. Just want to thank y'all for locking in with your boy. It's been a very interesting night. But as the last night though, Bobby Schmobby and Tank Davis. Bobby Schmobby playing a very interesting defensive game here, giving Tank literally the runaround. So what do you think of this strategy here, Solid?
No holding.
I mean, I think it might work for him, right? Like, it's, the movement is pretty powerful in this game. So if you're going to be, just on the back foot and dodging, it's going to be frustrating. Eventually your opponent is going to start forcing stuff, and that's when, if you're paying attention, you can really catch those good counters.
I got
But
that.
who would you say has the advantage so far in this match?
Now, I will say, let's see, Bobbert. I gotta reset these. The runaway strategy is interesting. It's a strategy, right? And I'm not one to knock specific strategies because a dub is a dub. You know what I mean? But I have seen this strategy backfire on people, right? And it's one of those things where you can't win on pure defense alone. You have to really get in there and mix it up, which means you're gonna have to put yourself in danger. And the one thing about moving around, especially when it's not backed by a lot of jabs or a lot of maneuvers to keep active. It's like right now, just trying to get into range, joust in for a big shot, get out of range, joust in for a big shot. There's not a lot of lead hand action going on to deter like Tank Davis from coming in with the big right like he's done so far. It's not as effective as it could be, right? You see Schmaubert, he's got the movement. And I mentioned this to him last time. It's just that you got to throw hands when you're moving. Now he's starting to work the 1-2 in there. It's looking a little bit good, but there we go. Gotta throw hands.
And there it is. Those are the hands.
Gotta throw hands, bro. You can't. I have no problem with moving back, but you have to eventually engage in combat. And what happens when engaged in combat? Wonderful things like that.
Very beautiful things, like you said. Move, and hit will work for you. That hit and run strategy gonna be, I think, even more deadly now that he already has a knockdown, because Davis is at this point going to be forced into trying to get his own knockdown, and if he does so too aggressively, he's susceptible to come in for another counter.
Let's fight.
High reach playing a big role in this one.
Oh yeah. It's another also. I don't really see this until like about the side view here, but they barely peek over the ropes. You really start to understand how tiny they are. This is great. All right, Tank now stalking, looking for the big right. He really favors that right hand. But the interesting thing, though, Schmaubert keeping the guard, again, a little out, a little wider, really gets the right hand kind of clogged up, not able to make good contacts, but he's really timing that left straight right down the middle, trying to catch Tank Davis coming in.
Yeah, Tank, on the other hand, trying to... I think, he needs to switch up a strategy, right? He's trying to just catch his opponent. He needs to trap his opponent, right? Like, you can see he's pushing him around, but it's a lot of, is a phrase I like to say, a lot of motion and not a lot of action, right? Like, he's just moving him around, but he's not necessarily doing anything that he needs to, like, get him in the spot where that knockdown is going to land, or in a spot where he's going to, have to step in and take some heavier damage. Right, that's how you have to do it. You have to trap your opponent. You have to cut off the directions of escape, not just push them away and hope that they go where you want them to. And really, I think this has really come down to, Bobbert, Schmaubert, schmoovin, and being a master of that distance and spacing.
The schmoovin helps, man. That's why I call him Schmoovin Schmaubert. Bobby Schmob. But I do like what I'm seeing from him, though. I like the improvements. It's less running away constantly and more like, all right, now we've moved on from jousting and now we're getting into the engagement. He's done enough to win, to be honest. And he can basically... this is what's really good about the runaway strategy, is that you get ahead and then you run away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Really frustrate your opponent, and then you're doing it intentionally to bait out more damage. Right? You don't just do it. Is this the third round, by the way? Or is it the second round?
I think so. I think this is I think we're getting into the third one.
Third round. Got it. Make sure I had the right one. And that's when the strategy moves from annoying to very powerful, right? I mean, to some people it'd be annoying regardless, but it's all about sometimes when you implement these kinds of game plans, right? And they're not always effective right off the top.
So here's a question, right? Like when you have to try to capture and trap an opponent who's been very mobile the entire match, what are your strategies for doing so?
I have no idea. You know me, I'm not a cat and mouse chaser. Ooh, Tank Davis on the board. Tank Davis on the board. I was about to say you're going to have to be just as nimble as they are, right? Especially with Schmaubert is not only using I think he's on stationary, correct?
I think so. I think they're both.
Yeah,
they're both stationary.
He's using stationary and IRL movement. You can tell there are times when it's an even, constant like draw across the ring, and then other times he's zipping left and right? And so you really have to be as agile and ready to trap someone as they are, right? And so it's going to be very hard to lock down somebody like Schmaubert because he's got the footwork. As you see, he's just dancing around his opponent, right? So it's less about locking them down and keeping them stationary and more about trying to predict where they're going to try to get out of the situation and place your shots there, because at the very least you can come up with some damage.
And there it goes.
Schmaubert definitely needed that one.
Taking that match right back into his possession. Now let's see what Davis does in response here, because he had the right call before. Glove tap, love the sportsmanship, but he's going what he needs to. He's swinging. We're in open goalie mode now. You gotta be careful because like, you're gonna have. It's super dangerous, and especially when you're desperate, and you're doing it this early.
Yeah.
You can really quickly gas out, and even if you still have like energy to throw like punches, if you don't have the ability to like floor it for that final 10 seconds or whatever you need to like get the knockdown, then you're gonna be screwed.
Oh, I've been there before, man. You know me, gas tank on E. You know what I'm saying? Fumes, baby. It's tough because it affects not only your offense, but it affects your reaction times on the defense. And Bobbert Schmaubert keeps a high pace, kind of, I guess, pace to the match, right?
Exactly.
So you can't afford to slow down.
You definitely need to have that gas in the tank, not just to be able to like survive it, but to be able to like capitalize on opportunities, right? And like that's what Bobbert is doing. He's moving back, but at any point that he needs to, he's jumping right back forward and getting those counter shots and those heavy knockdowns when he's got the adrenaline. And surviving he did, but getting stunned. Let's see what that scorecard is.
I think this
I
might be
really want to see what the damage looks like in this match.
I think it's coming up all Bobbert Schmaub. There we go. Bobbert Schmaubert, a.k.a. Bobby Ray-Bans, with the 30-25 win. Ooh. Perfect scores on the SAT. A close match in the first round, 10-9, but pulled away with the 10-8. And then finally for that third round, another 10-8 for your winner, Bobby Schmaube, a.k.a. Schmoovin Schmaubert, coming away with 2 knockdowns, and the damage, just like you were talking about earlier, over doubling the damage there. 526 to 99 in that first round. Big disparagement there. It's almost as if Tank wasn't able to land a single shot. Schmaubert kept up the pace though, 638 to 480, and then immediately just turned on the afterburners, 1300 to 580 for your winner. And last match of the night, Bobby Schmaube.
Yo.
Schmaubert. Now, Bobby.
Yep.
Bobby Schmaube, a.k.a. Schmoovin Schmaubert. Bobby Schmaub.
Yes.
Bobby Ray-Bans.
Yeah.
You did your thing out there, bro. Now, you improved on the hit and run style that you have. The float like a butterfly definitely had some of the sting like a bee in there this time. That was a great fight, man. Great run back. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm stoked to finally be back in the win column.
Yeah.
Had a pretty bad loss last time out, but I think it's safe to say I redeemed that in this fight.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? Is that like a?
No, this is a big redemption. That fight, this was a decisive win, dude. It's 11:59 to 24:64. Right, this is very convincing, and you did it in your style. So, you know, like, you got to be very proud of that.
Yeah, well, first round, I knew what I was doing. You know, I do what I usually do. I pick my shots. I keep distance. You know, it might look like I'm running away. It might seem like I'm running away, and shit, I probably am running away. But I've fought Tank before. We've trained, we've sparred, we've done all that. I knew he would come in there trying to take my head off, because he's a dog. He loves the fight, and I knew I had to keep my distance from him and my range, and just pick my shots. That's what I did in the first round. He barely let a glove on me in that first, and from there, that's when I really set the mood for the entire fight. In that last round when he knocked me down, I didn't really want to win just a normal, like, you know, slight win, a slight, you know, I didn't want to edge the win. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to win by a landslide, by a 30-25, and so I upped the pace, got the knockdown, the second knockdown, and got the dub, doubled his damage, and I dominated, and that's what I come here to do every time I step in that ring. I'm looking to fight anyone who you and Solly believe to be, you know, just clutter for the division, because I'm just hunting that top 16. I'm tired of fighting on Sunday night. I want to fight on Saturday afternoon, and yeah.
Well, Bobby, you know what I'm saying, you may be getting a call from me a little later on, dog. Like I said, I don't know if you heard me say this earlier, but I've been looking to expand the top 16 into 2 top 16 divisions for people who, and it's really just about trying to find the active fighters at this point who want to fight in a top 16 for different divisions, specifically room scale top 16 and stationary top 16. So I'm getting the troops together slowly and surely, man, as we get through this stuff. So just bear with us, man. Like I said, I've been watching, Solid's been watching, and everybody will get their shot when they get their shot, bro. But until then, man, I love the fight, love the energy, love the style. Keep doing what you do, bro.
Yes, sir. Just give me the call. I'm down. Anytime you need me to fight, I'm there.
All right. Now let's talk to Tank. Tank, you there, bro?
Yup.
All right, Tank. Now, you had a little bit of a time on your hands chasing down Bobby Schmobby. You know, the man's quick on his feet and quick with the stationary, as well as he had some staying on him this time. So you guys have fought on more than one occasion. So this time around, as you've gathered the information and the data, what would you do differently than you did this time? Like, what did you see?
He knew I was gonna throw. I ain't gonna lie. He knew I was throwing, but it don't really matter. I don't really care. It's just a loss. I mean, 3-1, nothing to really worry about. You need a win to humble you anyway. So,
like I always say, got to get washed to get clean. You know what I'm saying? You've always had a great attitude amongst a lot of people here. You know, you don't let anything really get back to you. You're all about adaptation. That's one thing that I always thought about. Similar to Bobby Schmobby, man. Like I've been looking at both of y'all. And like I said, I've been trying to find people who want to take top 16 seriously. And you know, so just the same thing I say to Bobby and the same thing I'm saying to you. I've seen you guys fight enough that I want to start filling the rosters with some folks. So give me some time to get everything organized. Of course, a lot of this stuff is taking time, but you know what I'm saying? Keep doing what y'all do. That's what these exhibitions are for. And I'm always keeping an eye out, man. Always. So, with that being said, bro, you got anything else you want to say to the homies before we bounce out?
All right, y'all have a good one. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I was so tired, bro. Like, I had just woke up just to fight. I had heard, like, getting the calls. I kept on getting calls. And then I had woke up to Sally texting me, like, the code. Like, he texted me at 11:49. I had texted him at 12 saying I'm joining. And I was nervous. I thought I was late because I had seen him in the server already. But it's whatever. I mean, it's just a loss, bro.
That's all good. And like you said, exhibitions don't even count for that anyway. We just keep in personal records. I'm glad you could, because we did move this fight back because we did want to give you a chance to hop up in here, dog. So I'm glad you woke up from the nap to get the fight. You know what I'm saying? Let everybody else let y'all know that's the dedication it take. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and get your nap in and come into the fight later on. Ain't no thing.
Like I was like, bro, you don't understand. I was watching, like I was looking at the videos of him fighting and everything, but like it's the way he fight. Like it's so weird. Like it's like an uncomfortable matter, like how he fight, and it's like you gotta find like angles, and it's like it's just weird. He be punching you at like 90-degree angles, and like it's just crazy.
It's a very unique style. I would say that, you know, I've seen him work on it, improve it. Again, the float like a butterfly was already there. You know what I'm saying? When he add the sting to it and he come and hit you from different angles, or when he's timing you coming in with that straight right down the middle, you know, it's almost like a joust, and it's very hard. Not only to catch, wrangle it down, like Solly was asking, like, how do you wrangle somebody like this? I'm like, bro, I don't know. You can't physically body block him, and he can move, you know. So this is a good challenge, and again, a great exercise. And again, thank you both for showing up, being the last fighters. I always have to give extra thanks for staying up this whole time, or staying around this whole time, making this happen. And with that being said, at 123, I think I'm gonna call it. And let me just take this moment to address the folks, the viewers, you guys out there. For everybody who has shown up tonight, I want to say again, it's the end of the night. Big thank you from me, from the squad, from Solly, Bloob, Doom, you know what I'm saying, Tesco, Contour, all the homies who spoke on the night. You know what I'm saying? Who am I missing? Anybody?
I think that was the.
I think that was the squad. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We got a new look. Next week is going to be new tools and hopefully a better performing stream. But thank you for everybody who supported this night. With that being said, Super M signing off, and I'm going to catch you guys next Sunday for another episode of Ringside VR Presents The Exhibition Fights. With that being said, I hope you guys have a wonderful week this week, and I'll see you next time. Peace.